The law of entropy, yes, it is.
Awesome stuff. So your claim of gravity violates that law, which means that the second law of thermodynamics is not true.
So you believe the law of gravity and the law of entropy counteract
Gravity
each
is
other,
not a
and they
law.
cannot be in the same. They cannot be said in the same
Gravity is not a
universe.
law.
They cannot coexist. You don't
Gravity
think
is not a
gravity
law.
can
Excuse me.
coexist with entropy?
Gas.
Yeah.
Just to correct you, a little bit, gravity is very much a law.
All right.
Yeah.
Laws of gravity.
That's awesome. But does gas expand to fill volumes?
Yes, it does expand,
Look,
but it
thank
goes
you.
Why
down
does
more
gas?
than it
I
goes
have a
up.
question for you. Sorry for interrupting. I have a question for you, Jedi. In terms of the gas, the expansion of gas, why does gas expand in the way it does? And if you think about it, and a fun thing you can do is compare that to the way
the theory of gases will tell you. Kinetic
compare that
theory
to
of gases will
expansion.
tell you. So kinetic theory of gases, gas expands indefinitely in all directions, only having physical collisions with other gas molecules. Those
And what
collisions
else
are
expands indefinitely in all?
gas.
And what else?
Gas.
That's gravity. Funnily enough, that's exactly the same as what gravity is said to do.
Excuse me, dummy. Gravity pulls everything together. Gas expands. They're not the same thing. In actual fact, they're polar fucking opposites.
Sorry, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying gravity pushes things to the ground at different levels.
You should do.
I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, you're not doing a very good job.
Yeah, I'm trying to... because you're interrupting. Okay.
Trying to what? Disagree
to be honest, you're right.
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you just keep talking. You're disagreeing with the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, just so we get this straight again, because I thought at the start you were telling me that you believed in the ISS.
I was pointing out that we can see something in the sky. I was challenging the flat earther to square this circle.
Yeah, well, so we agree on that the Earth is not flat, but you have different...
the Earth is flat. It's measured so.
Right.
Measured flat, dude. It's practically used as flat, and you can't have a second law of thermodynamics violation in the sky. Gas fills space. If you're saying that gravity stops gas,
I think that, to be honest, genuinely, you seem to know more about this than me. But I'm not going to argue with you. You've beaten me in the argument. I don't know if I believe you now, but I'm not very good at this. And you sound older than me, but I'm curious as to what you're saying. I guess.
Yeah, well, gas fills space. Even if you were to say gravity stops it, that would say that the second law of thermodynamics is untrue.
It's pretty easy to stop this line of questioning. It's pretty easy to stop this line of questioning because let's say that you understand the second law of thermodynamics, which you don't. You don't know what the fuck it's talking about. If you do think that according to the second law of thermodynamics, bringing a gas container
would you like
keep
to bring
the gas in the atmosphere, then you need to tell me. Shut up. Then you need to tell me where.
Would you like a university professor to explain it to you? Because you don't think that my explanation, which is pretty much verbatim for what the university professor explains, if you don't want to hear it from...
Did you just mute him, or what happened there?
Yeah, so I can fucking speak, and I'll mute you.
With respect, he was just trying to give his opinion.
No respect. I did not mute him. He got muted by another moderator.
Okay.
Me and you don't need to talk, then you need to shush. So if you need a university lecturer explaining what entropy is with a demonstration of gas filling space, and you want to turn around to me and say that that's not the second law of thermodynamics, you might need to go to university professors, mate.
If that guy's still here, I want you to know, you're crazy. You're the person with the knowledge here. Sorry, buddy. I hope you don't take this Jedi guy seriously. He's probably not too keen on leaving the house. It sounds like. And I'm only 18, so I don't know shit. Jedi's smarter than me, even though he is a conspiracy theorist idiot. But I will say this.
Conspiracy theorist idiot. You're the one that's wrapped up in a conspiracy, Roblo.
Okay, buddy. That's cute. Well, I'm so the conspiracy is that the Earth is round.
Cut.
Right?
No, not right.
No, round. You think that the Earth is not round.
No, you're throwing around the term conspiracy. It kind of shows your age.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, you're the conspiracy theorist. You believe in the. Well, you're the one that's telling us about this ball.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, champion. Oh dear. Right. Thanks, guys.
Oh, Rob.
So, Jedi,
if anybody's interested,
how does gravity contradict second law of thermodynamics again?
Gas expands to fill the space. Gas expands indefinitely. You'll notice that gravity is not even mentioned in the second law of thermodynamics, because if it was, gas would not expand indefinitely. I've also posted a lecture. I think it's Richard Feynman. I've got quite a few. It's in black and white, so it was a long time ago, because this law of nature was understood for over 200 years. So gas expands in all directions. Here's a demonstration of gas filling space in demonstration of entropy. It's exactly what I'm speaking about, gas filled space.
Yeah, got that, and I know exactly what second law of thermodynamics is. I think you slightly misinterpreted, but it's not important for this conversation. But the point is, it fills space. Does gravity affect gas?
No, otherwise gas wouldn't fill space.
You think gravity does not affect gas?
No, what would you even mean by gravity?
Does gas get pulled down by gravity?
No, gas fills space. Gas goes upwards when produced from the surface of the Earth. Evaporation cycles, oxygen cycles produced in the seas by phytoplankton, methane vents in the bottom of the sea, all the gas goes up.
So, I've posted a video at like 39 minutes past the hour. It's not very long. It's like 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Do you want to have a look at it and then we can talk about it? Or do you want me to
tell me what it is?
Sorry, say again?
Tell me what it is and I'll read it. Or watch it, sorry.
They have a glass container and they fill the container with heavy...
Yeah, this is a heavy gas experiment. This is a relationship between a semi-contained gas and the atmospheric pressure around it. The gas wants to spread out, but it can't do because it's in a container. You'll notice that after 24 hours, when you go back to find the gas is dispersed into the environment. So it's just a cheap parlor trick that lasts for a couple of moments. We don't walk around with open containers of gas, hoping that they'll be there when we get home from work. Gas fills space.
My question to you then is, what's keeping, as they lift the lid, what's keeping the gas?
Do you know what a pressure gradient? Do you know what a pressure gradient force is? So the differential between the two gases at pressure, the one inside the container and the atmospheric pressure.
Right.
Awesome stuff.
So what's keeping the heavy gas inside the container and preventing it from
from
expanding into the top? Hold on, let me finish my question.
I've answered it twice.
No, because you haven't answered my question.
The container and the atmospheric pressure above. Fucking hell. What would happen to the gas inside the container if outside was a vacuum? What would happen?
So
I want to answer
my question. It probably depends on
what would happen if there was a vacuum outside the container with the gas in it? What would happen to the gas inside?
It would leak out faster.
Thank you.
But not immediately.
The gas will fill the space available.
Not in the way that you're describing it. I don't
in the way that we're describing the gas, if outside was a much, 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 much lower pressure environment, the gas in the open container will fill the available volume. That's what gases do.
So the gas around, not inside the glass box, is already at a lower pressure than the gas inside, correct?
Yes, and the gas is dispersing over time into that space. Like I said, come back 24 hours later and see if your gas is still inside the container.
So what's making it disperse so slowly?
Because it's contained. You've put it in a container. Yeah, you've put it in a container, and above it is an atmospheric pressure.
So the atmospheric pressure is containing it
for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Because like I said, the gas will disperse. The gas will fill the space. Now, quick question. So, what would happen to the heavy gas inside the container if there was a vacuum surrounding it?
I've already answered that one.
Sorry, say it again for me in the audience. What would happen to the gas?
I've already answered that one. So my follow-up.
Say it again, please. What would happen to the gas if inside was a vacuum? What would happen?
It would do just as it does now, except faster. It would disperse, but a little bit faster.
If outside was a vacuum and the gas didn't have anything to press against, the gas will fill the space. Yes, we all understand the second law of thermodynamics now. Gas fills space.
That's not the second law of thermodynamics, but let's not go back to that. So my follow-up then is...
Sorry, going to do this again. In the live stream, I posted a lecture from a university lecturer talking about the second law of thermodynamics and using gas expanding into space as the demonstration of entropy. You're just not going to disagree with me here, Sunshine. This is a demonstration of entropy. If you want to pour scorn, I'm fucking finished.
I agree.
Don't try and pour scorn upon me saying that I have a misunderstanding. I do not have a misunderstanding. You want to hope that I have a misunderstanding. I can provide you with 10 other lectures with gas demonstrations of gas filling space with regards to the second law. Please don't say that again.
So I agree that is a demonstration of entropy always increasing, but it is not what the law itself is. The second law of thermodynamics states that entropy is always increasing in the universe. That's basically what it is. It doesn't specifically say about gas expanding. Gas expanding is an example of that law applying. Ice cubes melting is also another example of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, and also hot cups of coffee getting cold, like I said 15 minutes ago, is also an example. So yes, there's lots of examples. Here's one: gas fill space.
So on the heavy gas thing, then. So you agree? So you're saying it's basically contained on three sides, and the atmospheric pressure is keeping it contained from the top for a short time. Is that right?
Yeah. Do you know what a pressure gradient force is? Would you like the formula?
No, I don't need the formula. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
So, so then this atmospheric pressure that's all around, does it keep anything else to the ground contained? That was a question. Does it work on anything else, or is it only working on this particular heavy gas in this container?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. No, I thought Jelly was gone. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted him to be a little bit more specific. Sorry, Chris.
Hexafluoride? Yeah, gravity's not affecting that. If you just wait, and if you count the number, if you watch the video, he does 3 scoops, but only 2 dumps. So there isn't a 1-for-1 correlation there of dumping the heavier gas in. Every time he adds turbulence to this quote unquote heavy gas, it diffuses in all directions. Like if you were to have that heavy gas and not have like the 2 sides, they would pour it and instantly be gone. The reason why he's got to have it in an aquarium up high is that he wants to try to keep it all like the same way, kind of like a nuclear reactor works. You try to catch as many of the things as possible to create as much heat. The smaller the container he used, the quicker entropy would have happened. the pathway for
so
all
Jedi,
the
no
gas.
answer to my question yet?
You can't, Parmesan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Crit,
Okay.
but you're going off on a tangent.
The pathway for the gas to escape was limited. He reduced the number of ways the gas could escape from that area, the aquarium.
All right, let me ask a different question then. So when he does the scooping, how can he pour out the heavy gas into the container? He just tips the cup, right? So why does the gas not expand in all directions in it?
It does. That's why the scoops and the dumps don't match.
So how does it make the little boat sink?
Yeah, because you take
What's
out.
Happening there?
Yeah, you take out the material,
right,
and then it gets replaced by air pushing down from above.
Right. So how does pouring it onto the thing make it go down?
If you did nothing at all, the same thing would happen.
You would just can clearly see that when he pours it.
Yeah, check this out. If you did no pours at all, zero pours, zero scoops, zero pours, the exact same thing would have happened.
You much, could just, much slower, right?
Yeah, well, it depends on what forces and what sort of container. You could change, vary, manipulate by having, say, instead of the container being glass, you could make it screens, so more of the gas could escape. You could change, vary, manipulate this all kinds of different ways. But what demonstrated was, it wasn't like if you were to do this with water or a liquid. Hey, pick up the water in a cup, pour it into the boat. You would get a 1-for-1 correlation. The amount of water that you took out of the aquarium, the amount of water you put into the boat. This didn't have that. This demonstrated entropy.
He scooped it out 3 times. He poured it 3 times. It's just the third time the boat was already on the ground. On the table, I mean, on the bottom of the container.
All the gas out in 3 scoops? All of it was gone?
Well, he took 3 scoops. He made 3 pours, except the third one.
Well, you did 2 pours.
The little boat was already at the bottom of the container.
Yeah, so his 3 scoops got all the gas out. There wasn't any gas left for it to float on.
That doesn't. So that is not correct, Crit, because his cup is obviously clearly by volume it's much smaller than the size of the.
Yeah, so if it's sunk. Box. So if you look here, he did 3 scoops, 2 dumps, and the boat's at the bottom. What happened to the rest of the gas? Where'd it go?
Still there. It's all around.
It's still there. Wait, where? Where is it? In your worldview, it would have to be. It'd have to be floating.
No,
but it fucked off. It fucked off.
Have to. Who said it would have to?
Yeah, because it's a heavy gas in your worldview.
Yes,
it's if you left it alone, it'd still be there today. If you never touched it.
That's irrelevant, Crit. We're on this particular point, right? Like you said, imagine it was a small boat in water, right? You're scooping up water, you're pouring it into the boat. You can scoop up water 3 times, but after the second time you pour it in, the boat sinks to the bottom.
Yeah, look at right before that's the third pour. It's already at the bottom. The third pour wasn't even worth.
Yeah,
he was even stunned.
With that?
The experiment stunned him because he was in the middle of his third scoop, and the boat just hits the bottom.
So what's the problem with that?
That's not enough gas.
What do you mean?
It should be floating still.
Who says it should be floating?
It didn't drop down a 1-for-1 correlation.
So I need a citation from you or evidence to say that it should be floating still.
That's you.
Provide.
That's
you made a claim. You made a claim that it should be floating still. Please provide evidence.
It's not floating.
No, you said it should be floating still.
So it wouldn't float still. Okay, sure, it wouldn't float.
Provide evidence.
I'm good with that. If you want to throw your whole experiment under the bus, I'm fine. I'm complete.
I'm saying it did exactly what it should do, and you're saying no, it didn't do what it should do. It should be still floating. So provide evidence that it should be still floating.
It should float on the gas?
No, it should sink like it did when he pours the heavy gas into the
gas at? Where'd it go?
Where did what gas?
Where did the gas go?
Which one? The heavy gas?
In the aquarium, yeah.
It's still there.
But it's not but the boat's not floating on it.
Yes, because the boat is now full of heavy gas as well. Like a normal boat on water being full of water sinks to the bottom.
Yeah, he only got 2 pours in.
It's not a difficult principle, Crit. Come on.
He only got 2 pours in, not 3.
Still, 2 pours was enough. So
to get all the way to the bottom?
What's your point? So if you have a boat floating on water, you start pouring buckets of water into it, and 2 buckets happened to be enough to sink the boat. What's your point?
The water's still there.
Yes, and so is the heavy gas. Is still there.
No, it's not. It's gone.
Says who?
That's funny. I was about to ask you what your point was, Parmesan. Like, what is the point of all this?
Point of the experiment here, or the demonstration here. Heavy gas demonstration. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the whole thing. The boat, the fish tank, your heavy gas. Your refusal to ask what if it was when you were asked what if it was in a vacuum, you said, oh, it'll leak out faster. You just real measured language. So the gas is already leaking out, to use your term.
Yes.
So what is the point of all of this?
To demonstrate that gases are pulled down by gravity, which is why it's staying down.
Oh my lord! Well, bad point.
In the container, rather than
gases
immediately diffusing in all directions.
Gas moves freely in all directions. It's unaffected by gravity.
Gas is affected by gravity. Does gas have weight?
Gas moves freely in all directions.
Anyone who said, hold on. I'm just going to interject for a bit. To anyone who.
Yeah, you don't know gas law. That's the problem here.
I know gas law very well, Crit.
Do gas move freely in all directions, or does it move singularly down?
It expands in all directions, but it doesn't prevent it from being affected. Hold on, I haven't finished my answer. My answer is not just one sentence, and you're trying to clip it out of context.
Which way is gravity? All directions or one direction?
Didn't hear your question because you interrupted me.
Is gas moves freely in all directions? Does gravity have one direction or all directions?
So here's my full answer, Crit, if you let me finish to the end, because all of it is required to complete the answer. Right?
No,
if you interrupt me halfway, it'll be just half an answer and it won't completely.
You're floundering.
Now he's going to tap dance.
Which direction does gravity work? One direction or all directions?
Gravity?
Yeah.
Okay. So gravity
does what?
Pulls objects with mass towards each other. The
major it doesn't push now, it pulls.
Not a fucking gravity.
You can consider it pushing, you can consider it pulling. It makes objects with mass move towards each other. Okay. In the case of gas, let me answer let me give my answer. Okay. In the case of gas, it will the biggest mass object nearby is the Earth itself, so it will pull everything close to its surface. It will pull it towards the center. That includes gas molecules. That said, gas molecules are moving, the molecules themselves are all moving in all different directions, and they will continue moving.
He wants it both ways, doesn't he? It's dissipating, it's being pulled to the center of core.
All right.
Get a life, dude.
They'll continue moving, yes. There will be indefinite expansion until what?
No, they continue moving while being affected by all the different forces around them, including gravity. So an individual molecule will either collide with another molecule to change its direction, or if it happens not to collide with the molecule, it will be eventually pulled down. It will slow down. Its vertical velocity will slow down until it starts moving back down towards the ground.
Show me gravity taking
heavy gases. Show you what?
Show me the gravity changing the vector of a gas.
Well, gases have weight, so that's
no, I'm asking not an explanation. I want a demonstration.
That is a demonstration.
Hold on. Can you point to an observation of gas coming back to a mass? Can you show me that? Can you show me gravity changing the vector of gases?
Can I show you? Probably I can't. I probably can't show you, but I can point to where we do
your claim's baseless then.
How about that?
You can't show this in the physical and natural world. You just believe
it exists in the physical and natural world.
Then show it to me.
I don't have the resources to show it to you.
Could you find the resources? Have you seen the resources or the reference material that shows that gas doesn't expand indefinitely, and because of a gravitational force, the vector of the gas is changed? Do you have that observation?
So you've just changed the goalpost here.
No,
it's the same fucking thing.
Let me try this, Jedi. What's stronger, in your worldview? The gravity of Earth or the vacuum of space?
Stronger?
Yeah, which one would pull? Because you think
vacuum doesn't pull.
It doesn't pull? A vacuum won't pull?
No.
What does it do? Does it push?
No.
Does a vacuum do any work at all?
No, it doesn't do any work.
Zero.
Yeah.
So you apply a vacuum to a medium and it won't do anything.
Apply a vacuum? What do you mean by apply a vacuum?
Like you turn on your vacuum cleaner.
Throw on your vacuum cleaner, you have a fan in there that pushes air in one direction, that creates a low pressure air on the other side of the fan, and it causes air elsewhere to move towards the low pressure area.
Which is called a vacuum.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So does the vacuum do work or not?
Vacuum, no, it doesn't do it.
It doesn't do any work.
No.
Yeah, so why was the heavy gas leaking off like you explained this?
See, well, he doesn't have here, let me get a citation for him here. How vacuums work. This is very just fundamental, like holy shit, dude. Like, you don't know how a vacuum works? Wow.
So, what was your question?
You're scientifically literate, homie.
Yeah, I mean, is this eventually going to get us back to anything to do with a ball?
Oh yeah,
because we talked. You were asked earlier about the tank and the heavy gas. If it was exposed to a vacuum, what'd you say?
Heavy gas exposed to a vacuum.
Now, do you have amnesia? We were just talking about this 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand what you're asking.
No, just remember what you said.
I said a lot of things. Which bit?
Oh, brother. You said that the gas would dissipate faster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
Faster than what? Faster than it's already dissipating?
Yes.
Okay. You seem to want it both ways, Parmesan.
No, it's just the way it works.
The gas is dissipating, the gas is being pulled to center of Earth.
Yeah, both are happening.
Well, you certainly are talking out of both sides of your mouth. That is occurring.
So every molecule of gas has a velocity, the direction and speed, and also it's being acted upon by gravity to add downward acceleration to its velocity, to its current velocity. Some of the molecules will have enough upward velocity to escape that little glass box, but most will not.
You think that heavy gas will just sit in that glass box indefinitely?
For a while, not indefinitely, no, because eventually most of the molecules will have enough upward velocity to escape, or upward and sideways.
They'll all be bye-bye eventually.
Eventually, yeah. But gravity is acting.
So gravity took a break. What was gravity on a union break?
Just want to be clear. But gravity is acting on them, but you still can't show us that. You don't have the resources. I asked you if you've ever seen it. You're just making a blind assertion without any evidence.
So the evidence is that we have weighed people have weighed gas molecules.
Sorry,
we know
we're
the
talking
weight
about
of
gases.
hydrogen. We know the weight of helium. We know the
Okay.
weight of every gas.
Okay.
So you can look it up on the periodic table.
That's awesome.
And
So
weight
is your assertion. Sorry, this is just your assertion that mass attracts mass. Does
my
gas
assertion
attract
that
gas? Sorry, excuse me. Does gas attract gas?
Gas molecules, yeah, they will.
Can you show me that?
What do you
Being
mean?
as gas expands indefinitely, that means moving away from each other after having a physical collision, and the only thing that's going to change the path of the gas molecule is another physical interaction. I want you to show me gravity acting on gas. If you can't do so, then you're just making a blind assertion.
You see, the thing is, the stuff I'll show you, you can... okay, here you go. Here's the answer that you won't like. Jupiter. There you go. Massive gas giant. There's gas swirling around and not dissipating.
Okay, so that's the violation we're talking about. Gases have no inherent shapes, right? A sphere of gas not expanding into a vacuum, which would be a violation of the second law.
It's not a violation of the second law.
If gas isn't filling the space.
Because gravity is pulling it together.
You can't show me. Because you can't show me this, can you? You just keep blindly asserting it and saying, well, gas has weight. No, gas expands.
It's difficult to show you anything, Jedi.
Sorry, I've already posted Robert Clark Maxwell. Like, gases expand indefinitely. It's the law, dude. You're saying no, but gravity. But you can't show me that no, but gravity, can you?
Really impossible to show you anything, Jedi, because you don't accept anything.
You sounded a bit broken there, man. Say it a bit louder. What?
Pretty difficult to show you anything. I have told you that we have weights.
Have you seen it?
Of the gases.
Have I
seen the weights of the gases? Yes, on the periodic table.
Have you seen gravity changing the vector of a gas? Have you seen gases attracting gases?
I've seen gravity changing the vector of gas. Yes, in this experiment that I showed you, where he's pouring it out of the cup.
No, we've
gravity
gone through
is.
This
let me
not
finish.
An experiment. No, because this is not an experiment. We've
okay,
gone
demonstration.
Through
this. Jeez. Stop being
we've gone through this. We've explained it to you. You notice that the gas is going to disperse over time. We've done this.
And yet, when he pours it out of the cup, it falls down into the boat. So it is being affected by gravity.
No, it's a heavier gas, and in relation to the lighter gas, because of density, it sinks. If you were to put that heavy gas or any gas into a vacuum, the gas will fill the space. You need a container for your little setup.
So I've just shown you where, as far as I'm concerned, that shows gas falling down, being affected by gravity. And
no, we explained it to you.
No, you provided an explanation which is not
true. Gases where the denser one will sink. Maybe you need to get this one through your head. If you were to put the heavy gas into a vacuum, that gas, heavy, right, will fill the space. It will press upwards, outwards, and downwards. It wants to expand. It can't because of the physical limitations of the container. If you were to remove the container, the gas will fill the space.
Okay, let me ask a follow-up then. In your example, would the gas be equally distributed throughout the container? Assuming the container is on Earth.
If there's any energy in there or anything, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, we can go to Avogadro's law, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, and Dalton's law for this, yeah.
So you think it will be evenly distributed throughout the container?
As demonstrated.
Would it have a gradient?
It can possibly have a gradient, but you're still going to need a container for that gradient. You're now going to be talking about delta X. We're talking
why would it have a pressure gradient?
Because you've got containment.
Okay, how does that create a pressure gradient?
Anything else after this is going to be delta to the X. All right, we want X first. That's gas pressure. You're still going to need to have gas pressure, which is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, for a gradient to exist.
Right. So my question. So let me ask my question again, because I might have misunderstood the answer. The gas inside your example, the gas is in a vacuum chamber right? And do you agree? Are you saying it will have a gradient or it will not have a gradient and be equally distributed? Which one?
Equally distributed unless there's any other energy within the system, stated by Avogadro's law.
Right. So if there's no other energy, like when you say edge energy, you mean like heat or anything else? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, temperature.
So the temperature of the gas hasn't changed from when we start the experiment. Let's assume that.
Okay, so let's assume this. Okay, then let's assume that the temperature is static. Okay,
Yep.
and we've got a container of gas. Awesome stuff.
So would it have a gradient or not in that case?
Don't know. Let's look at the experiment. Let's do this. Gonna need a container though.
Is it over?
Yeah.
Okay.
And talk about something else great. Go on a different topic then. Got a question for you guys then. How high is Polaris above the flat plane?
What is that? What's Polaris?
Any truth seekers out there that figured it out yet?
What's Polaris?
The star in the sky.
Just a star?
Come on, Crit. Either engage or don't say anything.
No, is it? I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say Polaris.
Same thing you mean when you say Polaris.
So it's a light in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not 3 stars that are like somewhere between 200 and 400 light years away.
No, above the flat plane in the flat Earth world. How high is Polaris? Do we know? Do you know?
Yeah, it'd be in the sky.
Or how high above the ground?
Higher than you've gone. Have you gone to Polaris yet? How high is that?
So I'm asking you.
What's the highest you've gone?
That is irrelevant. I've not gone high enough.
Well, no, it's really easy. It's like, so have you gone, 5 miles up?
Probably.
Okay, so it could be 6, 7, 8.
Do you think there's a way of calculating?
Calculating what? Is it an object or is it a light?
How high it must be?
Of a parent location or physical location?
How high it must be? Calculating that.
Yeah, how high what?
Polaris is.
What is that?
The GP.
Is that a light in the sky?
I guess that's what you guys call it, yeah. I believe it's a star, but let's
one star?
Let's work based off your
Is it just one? Is it just one star?
What's your understanding? Tell me, Crit.
It's a light in the sky.
Okay, it's a light in the sky. How high is that light in the sky?
Higher than I've been.
Position.
Higher than I've been.
Okay. Do you think there's a way for you to work out how high it is?
Yeah, you'd go there, and then how far to travel. Got it.
Without going there, is there any way to work it out, do you think?
No.
What about if we use geometry?
For what? An apparent location or physical location?
For where we see it, and then use that to work out how far.
Well, which one? Which of the 3 stars are you going to work out?
Pick one. Doesn't matter.
Polaris A, B, or C. Which one?
Just pick one. Doesn't matter.
No, you pick one. Which one? Which one are you going to try to figure out?
The point about it is...
Are they all exactly the same distance away? All 3 of them?
The point is it possible to work out the distance rather than which one?
Do all 3... A, B, and C, or whatever they call them, are they all the same distance?
Well, I don't know. Are they in
you don't know.
In your view? I don't know your model. So in your model, and that's what I'm trying to work on. In your model, this light in the sky.
Yeah, let's see that model.
How high it is?
Can I see that model?
No. There's no way of determining the height of things above the ground when we're talking about celestial objects, sun, moon, and stars.
No way. What about if we use geometry? Is that not a way?
Well, we can't use geometry because we have to make assumptions within geometry, like the actual size of an object compared to its apparent size.
How would you use geometry?
Why would you need the size of the object?
Well, because you need to know how big it appears in the sky. Compared to its angular size to you, the observer, compared to its actual size.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about. So if we wanted to use its angular size to determine the distance, we'd need to know its size. So we don't have that information. Is there any other methods we can use without relying on angular size?
It's not that far away because they told you the Earth wobbles, and if Earth wobbles, it was really far away, it would move a lot.
The flat plane doesn't wobble, does it, Crit?
It would move a lot through the night sky. So it's not, the Earth's not wobbling.
So flat plane doesn't wobble, so we're not talking about that right now.
Yeah, but on the globe, you've got a wobble, and if it's the further away it was, the more you wobbled, the more it would move in the sky. But it seems to be somewhat fixed in one location, so there can't be a wobble.
So I just want to go back to the other point, Jedi. So do you think there's a different way of working it out in geometry?
Move away from the absurdity of having it highlighted that he thinks he's on a spinning, wobbling ball.
Yeah, it's like you want to know, hey, what can we use Polaris for? I'm breaking down a lot of different things you can use it for, and you don't like it. You don't really like that. So let's go into what you like then. How do you know
Rich,
Polaris?
Can I just ask a question to Jedi? You're derailing again, mister.
I'm the only one engaging with you. What are you talking about? How am I
Jedi
derailing?
was answering my question, and I asked him, is there a different...
He told you no. He gave you the word NO.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, NO. He said there's no way of using geometry to determine lights in the sky.
That's not what he said. He said we need to know you have to make assumptions like the size of the object. And then I said, is there a different method that doesn't need such assumptions like the size of the object?
No.
What about...
Do you know hold on, let's troubleshoot now. Do you know what the word no means?
I know what the word no means.
Okay, so if he told you no... Well, I was trying to troubleshoot because you said Jedi didn't give you an answer. He gave you the answer no. No means no in like 80 languages. Do you speak any language where no means no?
No, Crit. Do you know what I just said? Do you understand what I just said? There you go.
Yeah, so, I know what you said. You said that you don't understand what the word no means.
Neither do you, apparently.
So Jedi answered your question with no.
So I'm going to challenge that answer. Okay? By presenting an option, and I want to get his opinion on whether he thinks that is a viable option or not. Is that fair?
Let's see the wobbling tilted spaceball option.
Is that fair, Crit, or you don't want to let me do that?
Let's see the wobbling tilted spaceball.
Okay, you don't want to let me do that. Okay, fair enough.
You're just being graded right now, Parmesan.
This is it's an interesting conversation because on the globe side of things, this is how the cosmic distance ladder works. It works with an assumption for the second rung on the ladder. If we think about a ladder and rungs, we're trying to work up the ladder. The first step on the cosmic distance ladder is the radius of the Earth. Now, we want to figure out, say, for example, the size of other things in our vicinity, size of sun, moon, and the wandering stars, the planets, right? So to do this, we then have to make, because there's no other information available, this is why we can't give you the height to the stars, because you can't, you have to make an assumption. And that assumption is that Venus has the same radius as the Earth. Then after you make that assumption, you've got one absolute value. You say that you've got this as knowledge. Venus is the same size as Earth. This is the second rung on the cosmic distance ladder. Now, what we want to do is watch Venus transit the sun. And then from understanding that and a little bit of trigonometry with the 3 points of the Earth, Venus, and the sun, we can figure out eventually the size of the sun. And then from there, we've got astronomical units, and we can figure out the size and the apparent sizes and distances to other objects within this cosmic distance ladder. So, yeah, it's an interesting conversation, but we can't give you an answer as much as you can't give us one because you have to assume the size of something, which is what we're pointing out, or I'm trying to. We don't have any first-hand knowledge. We have to make assumptions.
So how about this method then? On the flat plane, you have 3 points. So you mentioned trigonometry. If we use the same principles, right? But on a flat plane, you have 3 different points. One point is the light in the sky. The other point is the GP ground position of that light in the sky, which is known to us. And then the third point is you stand on some latitude line, right? Based on these 3 points and trigonometry, because we know the elevation angle, we should be able to work out the sizes or the lengths of this triangle that we've imagined.
Right.
Would you agree?
No. Now, I will agree with you with I'll explain. I'll agree with you with terrestrial objects, like the height of a mountain, the height of a lighthouse, for example. We use these things when we're doing terrestrial navigation as part of celestial navigation. The difference is we always know something other than an angle. We know the distance to the object, for example, or with regards to lighthouses and other things, we know their height above mean sea level, and because of the angle that they produce, we can then get the distance. The stars are slightly different. You'll notice that when we try to apply this methodology to celestial objects, then the celestial objects get closer to the ground as they get further away or lose as they get less in angle above the horizon. So from 90 down to 0. So there's a problem with this because the height of the star will always change. Because we don't know.
The height of the star changes.
Yeah, we don't know anything. Right. The only thing that we're trying to figure out is its ground position, where it is directly above.
Right.
We can't figure out the height of the object because, one, it's an apparent thing, and two, when we try to do that, the height changes.
So the apparent thing, I need to dismiss that because a light. You gave examples of using it with a lighthouse and some other objects. They are also apparent things, so I don't think that's a valid point here.
They're rigid in space, right? There's a phenomena with the celestial objects. There's a phenomena with the celestial objects. For example, when you change your altitude. Now, if you're changing your altitude when you're measuring the height of a lighthouse, eventually the height of the lighthouse is going to be below your horizontal. With stars, angles don't change with altitude. You can measure the same angle from the floor on an aeroplane.
Okay, so you said a few things there. So we've got what was it? We need two, and a good point actually. We need more than just the angle. In your example, as to measure the distance to the lighthouse, you would need the angle and the height of the lighthouse. So you need two pieces of information: angle and one of the side lengths of the triangle that we're constructing. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So
that's proof, by the way.
Huh?
That's a flat Earth measurement proof, by the way.
So you say.
We're using triangles, aren't we? Which require three straight sides. These measurements.
But the triangles are imaginary, so the sides are imaginary. So anyway,
when
let me get back to my point, please.
No, okay, fair enough. Let's skip over the flat Earth measurement.
So we need two pieces of information: angle and a side. So in the other example, where our 3 points that make up our imaginary triangle are the ground position of a star, your location, and the star itself, we do have two pieces of information because we know how far away we are from the ground position of the star. So that's your side length, and we know the angle, elevation angle. So there you have two pieces of information, and you can work out the rest of the triangle. Would you not agree?
I agree with the format, but we don't use this with regards to celestial objects because we can't know.
Well, what's preventing us then?
We can't know the height of the star, dude. This is what I try to point out with you within the cosmic distance ladder.
But with a simple geometry, we can.
I know it's simple geometry. And for that simple geometry, we use it for terrestrial objects. We use the same type of principle with celestial navigation, but we can't know the heights of the objects.
So what's preventing us from using the same method to work out how high the side length of this triangle that represents the height of the
you can figure it
star,
out.
Right?
You can figure it out. You can draw it. You can write it down on a piece of paper and complete the equations. Of course you can.
Great. So we work it out, right?
But they change.
Exactly. So what? How do you explain that? Why do they change?
I'm trying to. The celestial objects act differently. I don't know why, but we can't do this with them. It doesn't work out. We can find ground positions, though. We can base longitude and latitude of measuring angles to these objects.
So you see, that's... Okay, go on, sorry.
No, go on. You wanted to interrupt.
No, I thought you were done. Sorry, go on, finish.
I was only going to finish by saying these are all requiring a flat Earth. So go on.
Okay. So for me, that disproves flat Earth because... So let me explain. Because that would mean that the star must somehow change how high it is, its location, depending on the observer, and it will be in two different locations for two different observers if they are on different latitude lines, which doesn't make sense to me. That's not how I understand.
No, we do this on different. We do this on different latitude lines.
Yeah,
we will get our latitude by measuring that angle to Polaris. And that angle requires those 3 points that you said earlier: ground position, the star, and the angle that produces from your observation point. Both ground positions, you and the ground position of the star, have to be on the same ground, the same horizontal, because it's measuring an angle. Your latitude lines, that's circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. That's how we measure them.
So this is why it's to me it completely disproves the flat Earth, because you would have to the star or the light in the sky, whatever you want to call it, would have to change its altitude, its height above its GP for it to provide the angles that we observe. Whereas on a globe Earth, it doesn't have to change anything. It can be in the same place, but the angles we observe match.
Parmesan, you can't try to explain basic geometry to any of these retards. They will not understand that.
I think Jedi got you. There's no need.
No. They will never understand that on a flat plane, a star.
We already understand this, dude. You don't need to interject. This is the thing that I'm trying to answer and tell you. No, we can't do this. It's not applicable within celestial navigation because it's not what we're interested in. It's not a disproof of the flat Earth because we use the same principle with terrestrial objects when navigating. We use the same principle when we're doing cartography, for example, measuring angles off mean sea level. That mean sea level has two ground positions on it, you and the object you're measuring to. 90 degrees horizontal line between you and that object. And it's the same principle of celestial navigation, but we don't know the heights of the stars. Because we have to understand that when things are above our eye line, we have a hemisphere of observation above us, over 180 degrees over our head, just above the horizontal plane. Now, this descension of angle of star, the further you move south away from Polaris, getting closer to the horizon, kind of screws around with this function of knowing the height of the object, which we don't know the height of the object. We can calculate for it, but it changes.
Yeah, and you get a different answer, which is why I'm what's the right word? I'm inferring, I guess. I'm concluding that the assumption that it's flat must be incorrect because I'm getting a different reading, different value at different latitudes.
Back to terrestrial objects then.
Sorry, say again?
Back to terrestrial objects and cartography. We have two utilage of angles within these things, horizontal and vertical angles. Horizontal from one object to another down a coastline, for example. When we're navigating or using cartography to map that coastline. When we do a running fix, moving down the coastline, measuring the horizontal angles between objects. And then the height in angle of those objects above mean sea level. It uses this very simple principle of angles taken up from a surface. That surface is mean sea level.
Right.
It's the same principle. So when navigating...
I know. So it should work.
No, we're talking about stars in the sky, dude. You seem to think that these are fixed points of light.
Yes.
They don't appear to be fixed points of light. Like I said, when you gain in altitude, they gain in altitude with you. You can't measure a different angle.
So how does it gain altitude for one person and doesn't gain altitude for another?
What do you mean? When I said that when you go up in an aircraft, for example.
No, let's take a different example.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. If you want to misunderstand me, then we're not on the same page, are we?
Okay, well, let's take... What about... So at different latitudes, the calculated height is different. We agree on that, right? It changes.
The calculated height, but the angle can still be read, and it's still requiring a horizontal plane.
So the calculated height changes. So how does it change for one person but doesn't change for another?
Because they're from two different vantage points. Doesn't give us.
And how does that change the height?
When we're doing like the proper methodology for celestial navigation, we're not interested in the height of the star. It's not with any of the formulas. We don't do this. You're trying to apply this simple method to something that it doesn't quite work with.
Well, that's my whole point. It doesn't work because it can't work on a flat plane.
The simple method works with all terrestrial objects. This is how we map the land, for example. This is how we navigate doing running fixes. All angles off of a horizontal plane, both vertical and horizontal angles. Now, we use the same measurement of angles to other things in the sky, to things in the sky to give us a coordinate system. Circles of equal altitude around Polaris, for example, to give us latitude. Those are still angle measurements. They are all angle measurements.
All right, I guess I'm not going to get anywhere further than agreement that on a flat plane, the height of the star changes depending on or the calculated height changes depending on the observer. And you guys have no explanation for that. Is that?
I don't know what stars are. Don't know why they appear the way that they do.
Okay, fair enough. I'm happy to leave it there, though.
Okay. Jazz, you wanted to interrupt earlier. You've been unmuted.
No, I'm just talking in the chat. This guy's asking for measurements of the curvature, and I just sent him Picard, which is my personal favorite. Any of you can do this. Just cut the tree yourself, right? Don't go to a factory and trust the factory workers, the Jewish factory workers, right? Cut the tree yourself. Make like 4-foot planks, and then tie a string across the planks, right? And then the planks will have a long distance across them, and then you can measure the distance between the string and the ground yourself, right? I just sent it in the chat. Picard did this across long distances, and he found an arc measurement. So you guys can say it's just a story, all you want, but then you guys can do it yourself. I sent the apparatus in the chat.
We've got better technology today that measures over long distances. And whatever.
So Jedi, what about plumb lines? Plumb lines parallel in your opinion?
Yeah.
What? Right. And if I showed you measurements that show they're not parallel?
Okay. Show me the measurements that are not parallel.
You probably would have seen what was his name? Main Surveyor did reciprocal zenith angle measurements.
Oh, yeah.
And they added up to more than 180 degrees, which means the plumb lines are not parallel.
No, they didn't measure. They calculated to measure based on the pre-assumed model.
Excuse me?
How did they get the locations? Did they get that in a coordinate system?
So Right. So what he did, he had.
Did they get the locations with GPS and longitude and latitude?
I suppose, yeah. From a map.
Okay, cool. But that would be the.
He got his locations.
Oh my god, he doesn't like me continuing. So I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Did you speak to yourself?
So go on. Sorry, he got his locations. What's the point? What's your point then?
This is where all of the errors in measurement, like for refraction and the optic, the theodolites and so on, this is where the errors in measurement get inserted into the sphere model, because you have a spherical coordinate system that you're holding up in dichotomy to the measurements.
So his measurements are not really dependent on the
locations.
On the location, yeah.
Yes, they are.
Not really, no, because all he's measuring is.
We're looking for the angle deviation over distance, right?
No, not angle deviation. He literally has 2 points, right? one point he's got his theodolite, at the other point he's got a target. He points his theodolite at the target and takes a reading of the angle. Then he does the same from the other position where his target was, puts the theodolite there and the target back in the first position, measures the angle. The location actually doesn't really matter.
You measuring angles?
Yeah, he measures 2 angles using a theodolite tool.
Okay.
And then he adds them together, and they add up to more than 180 degrees. Which suggests that the plumb line, the vertical line that his theodolite is using to measure the angle, is not parallel in the 2 locations.
Okay.
Any thoughts on that?
Not really. I tried to explain it earlier, but you didn't think that the distances between the objects had anything to do with it. So.
Because I don't see how the location.
I think the distance, the things that are producing the fucking angles.
Let me just post the video. I haven't seen it in a while.
This sounds like another explanation for spherical excess. An observation of spherical excess when a measurement is applied to a planar surface.
Texas man buys Taylor Swift signed guitar, immediately smashes it with a hammer.
Yeah, I saw that. Spent $5,000 apparently on it. Waste of money.
Well spent.
So, question for Parmesan right quick is, how would you say the observation of Plum is derived?
Observation of Plum? I don't know what that means. Observation of Plum.
So if I challenged you to demonstrate Plum, how would you go about doing so? You brought it into the conversation, brother. I'm just keeping you accountable to the demonstration you suggested. So again, how would you demonstrate or observe Plum? Or is this a situation where you saw something and you're like, hey, cool, catchphrase, I'm just going to try to pass it along as proof and see what happens? Because that's a problem.
It's a way of avoiding talking about the globetard.
Well, I mean, if you're going to present it as proof, then you should actually understand how the observation was carried out, so that you could stand upon that experiment effectively and continue to push it on as your foundation that you stand upon. But if you can't effectively unpack what they were trying to demonstrate and then explain it to others, you're standing upon a presupposition that you have failed to fully understand, in my opinion, anyways.
I can explain what he did in detail, if you like.
No, asking you to explain how you would achieve the observation of Plum, not how he calculated something
he did not achieve an observation of Plum, so that's not. That's like a, what's it called? That's a straw man, because nobody talked about observation of Plum. What I said is he measured reciprocal zenith angles. I can tell you in detail how he measured the zenith angle.
Wasn't
can I hop in really quick?
Whatever else you want to call it.
Can I hop in with this? So if I take a ruler or a measuring angle of 90 degrees, and then I hold a string from the 45-degree angle running in between the two 90 degrees, and I observe that measurement, shouldn't the string going at 45 degrees tell me where plum is?
Well,
so like
probably in your example.
Or alternatively, you can literally just take a line and hold it up and observe plum. It's crazy how that works. And then the other thing that quickly shows up is when you observe plum, you then realize, hang on, I'm not done yet because you didn't answer my question. I needed to answer it for you, which I just did. So you observe plum. Then when you take that line that you observe, maybe you go up to the top of a building, hold it up at altitude to the horizon, you notice that that horizon line is perpendicular to your observation of plum. So you've observed plum, you've observed level, and you've turned around in 360 degrees to realize that that observation of plum matches matches a horizon line on a perpendicular nature.
Yeah, I found the video.
No calculations, nothing required, just straight observations of plum and level matching the horizon line.
So
you called it, Killian. You said he saw something. He goes, "Oh, I found the video. This is going to be good."
What's going to be good? You want to watch the video?
That was just notes. Go ahead.
Sure. So here it is. What he does is measure zenith angles between 2 points. Right? He adds them up at the end. He takes the two angles that he measured, adds them together. They add up to more than 180 degrees. So that means his theodolite at these two locations was not parallel in terms of its vertical that it detected.
Right, and again, just to say it to you, is when you take two numbers, add them together, and then you divide, that gives you, in this situation, something called spherical excess, which is something...
So no, that's not the case. He didn't divide the numbers, he just added the two...
Allow me to finish, and I'll even appeal to one of your authorities, McToon. You can go to his website, look it up on the charts that he has published under the spherical excess charts. Tons of proofs. This is the exact same thing. You guys are doing the same experiments, copy each other over and over, getting numbers and saying, there are the numbers. Spherical excess, it's a globe. No, it doesn't work like that, brother. You have to make two observation lines.
You can't just say, no, it doesn't work like that. Come on. Give it a bit more substance, please.
Level, and then you would proceed to prove your drop over distance. How we would have states like New York showing a 6,000 foot drop across the entire state because it's a curved near world. Go ahead.
So all I got from that is, no, it doesn't work that way, but no more substance. No explanation of why there is an excess. Yeah, it is. You can say it's a spherical excess. Yeah, there's other examples. Spherical excess just really applies to triangles. If you have 3 points, in this case, he's only doing 2 points, and zenith angles are adding up to more than 180. But yeah, if you can explain that excess, please do.
Again, 2 points, right? You said that he used the what to start his
theodolite. Total station, I think.
Now, if I can appeal to the audience at this point, anybody listening, what does a theodolite do, brothers? Does it observe or does it measure?
Measure angles.
Okay. So from the standpoint of a theodolite measuring angles, do you, in your books, would you agree that where the theodolite is mounted has to be a level surface?
No.
So if you have 2 points that are taking measurements and their baselines aren't level, you expect to get a number that is actually consistent that you can use to observe this land. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. Because, and I need to explain this because I think, just for clarity, because a total station is built in so it levels itself by using gravity or whatever you want to call it, density, doesn't matter what you call it. The point is it uses that to level itself regardless of what the ground beneath it is, which is rarely ever level.
Do you have any calibration instructions for the use of the theodolite?
I imagine there are. I don't use it day to day, so I don't know.
But that's my point, right, is that it sounds to me like you've introduced a presupposition that the theodolite is going to account for a level Earth. I'm not 100% sure of that. Hold on a minute. Bear with me. I know with the tools that I've used in the field, you need to ensure that you're on a level line in order for you to make those observations, from my understanding, right? Now, the thing about it is, again, if there is the excess of difference in angle of the two of them, I would anticipate that there will be a difference in their observation mounting points, if you will.
Why do you need... Hold on a second. So, let me just try... I'm trying to process what you just said. It's kind of difficult because I don't... there's a few things there that don't really make sense. So, the tool that he's using... Yes, it needs calibration every now and then. He's a professional surveyor, so I imagine I'm going to trust, let's say, and I'll give you that point. I do trust that he keeps his tools well calibrated. And he does the measurement 5 times, I believe, or a number of times, and he takes the average to reduce measuring errors, accuracy errors. The tool he uses levels itself. It's built into it. Built into the device is a leveling, whatever mechanism that tells it the zenith angle. So he points it at the right location, and it tells him the angle from vertical. Right? That's the zenith angle. The actual device does not need to be standing on a level piece of ground. It doesn't, because it compensates for that by having a mechanism inside it that levels itself.
Yeah, the space-time gadget.
No, a space-time gadget. It just detects where the vertical is.
Yeah, you wanted to call it gravity earlier. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's how it works. It doesn't need to be on a level ground. If you want to dispute how total stations work, please be my guest. Then going back to this,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just being clear. I'm looking up what is an auto level versus a theodolite. Oh, engineer supply. So I'm going to read this just to ensure that what you stated is correct. Go ahead.
Let me check what exactly is the tool that he uses. I think he mentions it at the beginning. Right, so he uses total station. TS16 is one of he uses 2 different ones, apparently. TS16 is one of the models. So going back to the point, he measures 2 zenith angles of 2 points pointing at each other, and he adds them, and they add up to more than 180. By simple geometry, that means the two verticals at these two locations are not parallel. Then from that, he can use he can do a calculation to work out the approximate radius of the Earth, which he does, and he gets it to within. Oh no, he does it. He does it the other way around. He gets his excess, and then he looks up what the value of the excess should be at that distance. And he's very close to. He's within the error margin, basically, of what's expected on the globe. Let me ask a different question then. How do sunsets work on a flat Earth?
Oh no. You can't question them on anything, bro. You can't expect any explanations. And the only thing you're gonna get in response is, oh well, how do sunsets work in your worldview? That's the only response we'll get.
What do you mean work? Thank you for coping, Huge Ass. It's good your mic's back open. Strange that you would use it to cope. What do you mean? What do you mean? How do they work? Because you're the one. Listen, you're the one who's look. Time out.
Yeah.
You're the one who's convinced yourself, thanks to books and academia, peer pressure, and that sorts of things. I'm guessing damage control YouTube videos by now. But you're the one who's convinced yourself that the sun sets because you're on the Earth as it spins backwards away from the dying star. So check yourself before arrogantly asking, how do they work? Well, how about giving some evidence that that's actually what's occurring in the first place, bro?
Wait, you have like a attitude problem. Why do you need to be like
Whoa, tone policing.
Okay.
Would you prefer dulcet tones? You, sir, are the one who's convinced yourself that the sun setting is created by the earth spinning. Would you like to substantiate
So
these
your
claims?
So your first point was fair enough. Okay, I should be more specific about.
No, you're specific enough. Sunset, how do they work? So why don't you explain to us how your story of how you think a sunset comes to be is real? Start there. Because we both see this. We both see the same thing at sunset and sunrise.
Yeah.
So yeah, just substantiate this grand story of Earth spinning, creating dying star, going under geometric horizon. You have an attitude problem, sir.
So
hey, let me try to switch up gears here. It's kind of going circular, so I'm hoping. It looks like Joe Rogan is back on the Apollo moon mission's a hoax. You guys seen some of these clips that he's been talking about lately?
Why do we care about Joe Rogan today?
Because he's one of the people said, like, people ask, hey, why are there no whistleblowers? And Tyson went on his show and said, think about your family.
Well, I think that actually came up again in the Matt Walsh Rogan episode. And Oakley did that.
Saying.
Yeah, he's back. Yeah, no, I think it came. It was an interesting. I need to watch the original episode, but what was played on the Oakley show, it's really interesting. Well, because comparing the two, even though Rogan's is some sort of gatekeeper or whatnot, the $1 billion paycheck guy, $1 billion, $250 million or whatever. Walsh is just a little neophyte in the whole arena of questioning the narrative. It's kind of funny. But anyways,
it's funny. It's funny you guys bring up the Matt Walsh Joe Rogan
more
stuff. the most now I don't watch all of the Joe Rogan science podcasts. I mostly watch the ones where he brings the fighters on because I watch the UFC. But from the one in which he brought on Matt Walsh, I remember only one part where Joe actually shows some intelligence, right? When they start talking about gay marriage, and then Joe asks Matt Walsh, like, what exactly is the problem with gay marriage? Right? And then Matt Walsh says, that's the only thing I remember.
See, the thing too is like, Matt, like, was Eddie Bravo, prize fighter. And you've got Alex Jones, this sort of like, atheist, conspiracy theorist guy.
Me and my daddy looked at Mars through my telescope in the backyard.
He's that bought into space that he almost got into a brawl with a prize fighter. It's like, dude, like, you want, like, it'd be interesting to say, like, hey, atheist, are you that dumb that you would pick a fight with a guy who fights for money, like a professional athlete, and you're just some fat tub of guts? How long do you think that's going to last?
The person who brought up that Alex Jones, the person who brought up that Alex Jones snippet where he talks about looking at planets from his telescope as a kid. That was fucking great, bro. Imagine being blown the fuck out by Alex Jones. That's how stupid Witsit and any other flat earthers are.
Yeah, imagine knowing the world is flat and you still end up in hell because you're not a Christian. Imagine that.
Oh.
And then, what's interesting though is that, so you've got, Alex Jones, you've got like, Eddie Bravo and stuff, and people who are kind of like friends, you're colloquially, right? Friends of Joe Rogan. And then you bring in this new guy, this Matt Walsh guy, and he's so batshit crazy. Like, he's
crazy
so...
Yeah, he's crazy. He thinks he's going to make it into heaven, even though he doesn't believe in God.
He's so batshit crazy that it flips Joe Rogan's script back to being more skeptical again. Because Matt Walsh is basically like, if America didn't land on the moon, then there's no God. Or something, like, God picked America doing the space race type shit. Matt Walsh is all bought in that God loves America. America is God's chosen nation. And Joe Rogan's like, what?
Who's this?
Hey, Buffalo. Yeah, he seems to think that if the Apollo films are a farce, then the Constitution just poofs. He's all wrapped up. He has it all quilted together somehow. He's just new to the thing. He's obviously been focusing on other things. This Walsh character.
Yeah, which is good because in a way it flipped the script. It flipped Joe Rogan's script because he was really worried at some point about like having to talk with Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, being deplatformed for whatever reason. So when he sees somebody like Walsh, who isn't or kind of being deplatformed or not being deplatformed, he's like, finally he can start saying what he thinks again. And I mean, that's going to bring a lot of power back. I mean, I suppose you could say social media, YouTube and stuff went a little batshit crazy with censorship.
From sort of, I haven't done I don't watch Rogan episodes in their entirety unless it's someone I'm really interested in. But what's interesting, it seemed my whatever game armchair quarterbacking of it is that he's realizing how absurd it is to still believe in the moon landing. So if he's going to gatekeep the flat Earth, then he has to appeal to most people. If they've looked at it, realize that the film at least is a farce. So he has to, if he's going to appeal to people and be able to, be the catcher in the rye and keep people from looking into flat Earth, he has to legitimize himself somehow.
Yeah, that's like that too, because the video I saw was titled "Joe Rogan adopts flat Earth," and I'm like, "What?" So I click on it, and it's just him questioning the Apollo program, which is pretty hilarious because you don't need flat earthers for that. The amount of people who question the Apollo program think the Earth is a globe. Like that's a full globe topic. You got people argue since it happened, mind you. Right when it happened, there were people calling it out. The atheists, the American Atheist Foundation, took NASA to court over and over again as it was happening. Prove this. Prove it. Let's see the proof. So there's people who didn't believe it day one, and they still think the Earth is a globe. So the guy who titled the video, "Look at Joe Rogan go flat Earth," they're really upset that somebody would question the 1960s America.
What video is it? That's not the Joe Rogan Experience video, is it? Or
no, it's another guy who
okay.
It. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's not the person Rogan is attempting to appeal to. That is the person who's attempting to appeal to Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Level of naivety.
It was pro Matt. Yeah, the video clip was pro Matt Walsh.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to everyone's trying to mend the fences as they dissolve. It's quite interesting. And to leap into this discussion as Matt Walsh has at this point in time, I mean, talk about late to the party. And he kind of made a fool of himself. Not on I'll have to watch it, but what they played of his show, he did a recap on his show. And I think he finally caught himself coping in real time and kind of wrapped it up. But yeah, he was doing a lot of thinking out loud or just a not very well thought out act. It seemed to me that he's actually, yeah, he was thinking out loud his actual Matt Walsh thoughts.
Yeah.
So is Matt Walsh a flat earther or something?
No, he's like a conservative firebrand. You maybe haven't heard of him because he's like an actor, kind of like a political activist. He's got a movie out right now, like "You're All Racist" or something, like a documentary.
Yeah, he makes these movies sort of like in the vein of what's his face, Michael Moore. They're pretty interesting movies because he just gets people to highlight their hypocrisy. That's basically all he does. Or sort of like Borat even. where he just Borat, because he's so absurd, he's able to capture these people's absurdity, because a lot of the people that Walsh interviews says, I'm ending this interview. We need to stop the camera. Is this going to be on film? I'll sue you if you put that's how they know they stick their foot in their mouth. He's good at that. But in this case, he bit off more than he could chew. He was just talking out of school, because the Rogan experiences are usually 3 hours. So God knows what they talked about to get to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of context and back and forth, and it's like these really long form conversations that go off topic and back on topic. I guess a lot of them they're intoxicated during these podcasts. They're ripped. So it's just watching basically any sort of college
truth serums.
Yeah, college dorm sort of meth fueled symposium. It just reminds me, for me, I don't know, it's a hang up I got, that intoxicated people are just annoying.
Yeah, become a bartender. You'll see it.
I know.
It's like, what am I doing on the other side of this bar ever? But then, your day off. Yeah, it's a little crazy. I used to know a guy. I used to have I don't even know what shift it was, somewhere in between second and third shift. So every once in a while, I would end up in a bar in the morning, just to have some calories, I'll call it. And there was a guy, I would sit next to him. I won't say his name. He's probably still alive. Stories. He was like a college professor for the first hour and a half. And then all of a sudden, bar is the loneliest place in the world. He's getting cut off before noon. He'd be back the next day, telling, he could lecture on coins, and he built stone chimneys in Oregon during the boom of all the rich making their own personal ski lodges up there. But he could lecture on all kinds of stuff, and then he would just he's gone. He also told me, if you want to learn it, if you want to find out anything, say nothing, or something weird like that.
That actually, I gotta be honest, to find out anything, say nothing kind of sounds like be a sketch bag.
I don't know. Flies on the wall. How many times have you heard that term? If the walls could talk.
Yeah,
they hear everything.
Usually that should imply something like, yeah. You know what I mean?
Heretic. I wasn't saying this guy was my hero. He knew a lot about silver. That's all.
It sounds like this guy was like a guy that wanted to get ahead, and he didn't care how many hits he took to get there. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like
that guy was there for everything. Here's a great story he told me. He goes, Carmichael Schultz or some guy, and I'm like, nah, I've heard of him. He goes, he's the guy with all the biplanes. I said, oh yeah, my dad actually flew in one of those, because he would give, there was this guy had these 2 biplanes that were just like diesel trucks flying through the sky, and he'd give out flights, in the 80s. So this was this guy's buddy. Yeah, we used to drink together. He goes, so one night, these 2 guys are fucking drunker than drunk. Well, the pilot's now dead. This guy's still alive, so he could handle his booze to a point. So the guy goes, you want to go up and fly? And he goes, yeah. So they go up, do this. He's doing stalls, loops, all kinds of stuff at 3 a.m. So the next day he's talking to, he goes, man, he goes, that was wild shit last night. And Carmichael Schultz, or whatever the fuck his name was, had no recollection of it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what scumbags get themselves into, I guess. This is the kind of situation a barfly urchin who works, 60 hours a week somehow by starting before the sun rises. Yeah, those are their life experiences.
So, like, the best time he was and wasn't there for?
That's weird. He remembered it.
Schrodinger. Is he a
time out,
Heretic.
Is
he a Schrodinger?
Heretic, time out. The guy on the flight remembered it. The pilot did not.
Yeah, is he
the pilot was blackout drunk. Yeah, he was. It was Schrodinger's cat in a biplane in the middle of the night.
There's only one plane ride I don't remember. I gotta be honest. Was I drunk? I think not. I'm not that drunk. The flight back from Montreal in KOTC. That was... I don't remember that. I think I passed out for the flight back. Who knows? Exhausting.
Yeah, that sounds like the flight back home after you won the Stanley Cup in Vancouver. You have to fly back.
I actually got the shit beat out of me by like some hostage negotiator from Ontario. That's kind of how it really happened. Well, I got disqualified. I put a good licking into him too, but it was a DQ. And then, I don't remember the flight back, so I'm probably like, man, I think this guy concussed me. I think he beat a memory out of my head. It's hilarious.
Speaking of memories, do you remember what you were trying to say to Parmesan about the plumb line?
Yeah, if you take a 90-degree angle, like something like this, and then you measure 45 in the middle, right? And it goes right between here. I'm guessing that if the line is pointing to the arrow of 45 degrees, if you tie a string and then put a weight on the end of it, and then that string is dangling in between 45 degrees, I'm pretty sure that's how you find plumb, right? That means it's plumb or relative to whatever. I don't know. That's the only time I've heard it described. Or if you I guess you have to go to hell to find it, maybe. You go plumb straight to hell. And that's another way to find it. Who knows? But I thought it was with 90 degrees you find plumb. On 45 degrees with a string. Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I right angle? Am I wrong angle?
That is kind of crazy. They're making acute angles to hell, aren't they?
Maybe. I don't mean to be obtuse. But I saw Celise. And Celise said you guys are obtuse. So, I don't know. I think that's how you find plumb. You can, fact check me if you want, but, I think that's how it works. I'm not sure. I'm not a carpenter. My name isn't Jesus. It's James. Oh. We just sprung a leak on the trailer. Shit. Was I right? Is that how you find plumb?
You're asking me?
Anybody.
Well, it depends what tool you're using. If you're using a total station, it finds it by itself.
Okay, so if I take this right here, for example, and I measure this angle here and it's 90 degrees, and then I put 45, I draw a line of 45 degrees here, so I measure a dot, and then I take a string and I attach it here, and then if I hold this up, and this is a 90-degree angle, wouldn't that mean that this line hitting 45 degrees is plumb?
No, you don't need any of the angles. All you need is a weight on a string. In the method you're describing, all you need is a string and a weight at the bottom of it. You let it hang until it's not moving anymore.
But that's witchcraft, bro. That sounds like if you were just doing that, somebody would think you're a witch.
Well, that's your plumb line.
Isn't that weird? Why are you looking for plumb?
You're asking about it. I don't know why you're looking for plumb. You tell me.
You said plumb weren't parallel, Parmesan. That was you. That's how this all started a while ago.
Yes, they're not parallel.
So So, like, what would be the means and what would be the reasons for looking or measuring plum or observing plum if you're not eating plums? You know what I mean? Like the plums I like growing a tree. Like
I like that. I like the wordplay. Nice one. I like plums, by the way. They taste nice.
So why do you guys?
This is the classic, changing of the meaning of the word that you get from these people. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm kind of curious about plum now. Like, why would we be measuring plum anyway if we're not like building a wall or like, laying some 16-inch centers or whatever the hell they call it? Why are we measuring plum? Is this flat Earth stuff? Like, what is flat Earth for you on a globe or a flat Earth?
So your house doesn't fall over. That's why you're using that.
Yeah, plum would be 90 degrees to parallel, but in a globe worldview, it wouldn't be that. It's not that. It's some other thing that they never describe, take questions on, or explain.
I think you misspoke there, Crit. Try again.
No, it's exactly. Like, can you define what plum is on the globetard?
What plum is on the globetard?
Yeah, on your globetard, what is plum?
So try saying what you said again, but you made a funny mistake. So try again.
Yeah, 90 degrees of parallel.
The graphics are definitely turned
90
down.
degrees to parallel.
Yeah.
Like a little bit.
Try that sentence again. Slowly this time, Crit.
Now we have. This is weird, dude. Oh shit. Hey, have you guys known that I am horrible at hot miking? Sorry. Do you guys notice that there's no fucking color in the world anymore? Like,
yeah, like if you could turn your camera off too, that'd be great.
Where's all the color? Yeah, I'll do that. But where is the color? Like, have you noticed everywhere you go, it's like tans, blacks, browns, really sharp angles. Nothing's pretty anymore. It's like weird. Everything's like, I feel like I'm colorblind, dude. I'm like, is this how somebody who goes colorblind feels? Like, they slowly go crazy. They realize, I think somebody turned the graphics down. Like, no joke. And all jokes aside, like, just regard A. Check this out. That means luck. Oops. Like, there's some green, there's some grays. Hey, look, I see some blue, a little bit of blue. This is all like gray and brown. Oh, there's some blue there. There's some blue in the sky, but everything's. Oh, I see some red. But dude, there's no color. Yellow car, no punchbacks. Yes.
Do you know that cats do not see the color red?
Did you ask them, Parmesan? You just ask cats what colors they see?
I said, do you know that cats do not see the color red?
And you ask them, you say, hey, cats, what's this color is this? They're like, I don't know.
Did I ask them? No, maybe you can ask them after you've had a bit to smoke, Crit, but normal people don't ask such things to cats.
What color do the cats see red as, then?
It's a shade of grey, I believe. They have receptors for...
You believe?
They have...
I don't know, man. I get it. I've seen the turtle that you... Have you seen the little tortoise where someone sets up all these white shoes and then he puts black tape on one of the white shoes and he just headbutts the black tape?
No, I haven't seen that. That's interesting.
Yeah,
the turtle doesn't see the black tape.
No, he headbutts it.
Yeah, here,
Parmesan. I'm not a turtle. I don't know if he sees it or doesn't see it, but he reacts differently to it than the white shoes.
Interesting.
Here, Parmesan, which line here is plum?
Where's
These
are not plum lines you've drawn. You've just drawn 3 lines.
Yeah, which one's plum?
None of them.
That's incorrect.
Dude, you guys can name this episode Plum and Parmesan. It'd be great. What a good recipe.
Sounds ghastly. Like Vogon poetry.
Bro, I didn't know you were a Douglas Adams fan, my man.
They say, hey, if we're lucky, they'll throw us out the airlock. He said, if we're unlucky, he'll read his poetry.
He'll read his poetry. Yeah. Ode to a lump of green jelly I found in my armpit. You gotta read the books, though. The book is way better.
Mostly harmless.
Well, that was the sequel. That was the fourth book in the trilogy, as he'd say.
Yeah. He's like, he was pissed. What was it? Yeah, Arthur Dent. Arthur Dent's like, so what does it say now? He said, mostly harmless. So you changed it from harmless to mostly harmless. He goes, you don't understand. There are millions of planets out there. I have to fit, a brief description of every one in my book. Like, there's not that much to say about Earth. It's harmless and mostly harmless.
No, well, it depends. If you have kids that are in school and you start talking about flat Earth in front of them, and be arguing with their teachers in space class or whatever it is you Globies do these days. Do you have space class? I'm worried about that. Are our kids going to graduate if they're arguing with the teacher about space? Probably not. Or like evolution and stuff.
No, all they got to do is recite the Pledge of Allegiance and they graduate these days. They pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. As long as they can say that, they get a diploma. They literally graduate. You can't fail out of school anymore. That's not a thing.
If you take a knee during the anthem, you'll be on the honors roll.
Bro, I swear to God, there's a cowboy out there with a violin. I am not even joking. There's a literal cowboy out there with a violin.
Well, the devil went down to Georgia?
I have no idea. I'm going to ask him where the devil went. I'm going to ask him. Dare me to ask him? If he's still there, I'll ask him. I'm like, where's the devil? Tell me where he is. Swear to me. I swear he's out there. Watch this.
Okay, let's try this one here. Hey, Parmesan, is this line that she drew across the screen, is that parallel?
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. For all the people out there, where did the devil go?
Down to Georgia.
He says Georgia too.
He said it.
He said Georgia.
Yeah.
Of course that's where it's at.
Thank you.
Down to Georgia.
I told you. I told you he was there. Nobody believed me.
To answer your question, Crit, the black line in the middle with the words parallel on it is parallel to the edge of the picture. And it's perpendicular to the bottom edge. Hold on, I haven't finished. It's parallel to the bottom edge and top edge of the picture, but it's perpendicular to the left and right edges of the picture.
So if she drops a plumb bob, what you got there?
If she drops a plumb bob, you've got a hanging weight hanging on a string. That's what you got.
You got 90 degrees to parallel?
90 degrees to parallel. Not necessarily. Depends where she's standing.
Right there. She's standing
right there. How you orientate. Well, you don't know what... The camera could be tilted. So you might not have 90 degrees. Picture could be skewed slightly. You get what I mean?
Yes, now try this again.
Yeah, there's just 3 random lines there. None of them are plumb lines. Because I turn the picture, if my monitor's sideways, yeah, none of them are pointing straight down.
Why can't you just accept the fact that that's proof, bro? Were you stupid? Parmesan, huh? Dummy.
No, my point, like, you make a point and the globalist proves you're right. I said they can't define. Inside the globetard worldview, there is an undefined thing, plumb. They don't know what it is. They can't identify it. They can't see it. And they can't tell you what it is. It's just something that, I don't know, it points this general direction. sometimes.
That's what you want to believe, Crit.
Well, prove me wrong. What's plum? What is
that's
that?
not what I believe.
What is
that's
it?
not what I know.
What is plum? Parmesan. What is it?
Plum is a fruit that you eat. Very tasty one.
See, prove me right again.
Yeah, sure.
How about Hugh? What's plum?
Don't talk to me, man. I'm just trying to ask you guys. Who's pushing the conspiracy? When I asked yesterday, it was the Roman Catholics and the Jesuit priests. So I'm trying to get an answer today.
Your mic is muffled.
I just told you. Teachers in school are pushing it. How's that?
Yeah, and who's telling these teachers in school? And who's telling the teachers what to teach?
Okay, what conspiracy are you talking about?
The conspiracy that the globe, which is a falsity, is being taught across the world, not just the United States.
Teachers teach that.
Who's teaching?
Right, and who's telling the teachers to teach that? And who's telling the teachers?
Who's teaching the globe?
That's what I'm asking you.
I know what they do. In school, they teach manifest destiny, that God picked the white man to control America coast to coast. Are they in on it? Are they all in on it, the conspiracy, or is that not a conspiracy? Is that true?
Yes, it's a conspiracy.
Yeah, I just checked. Yep, manifest destiny is still taught in school. Okay. It's taught in early American history. Manifest destiny was, it's also laws too. It was passed by the president at the time. So 1812 to 1867 is considered the age of manifest destiny, where the U.S. expanded its territory after the War of 1812, ending with the acquisition of Alaska.
It's
and
all
the start of the Civil War.
The
concept of manifest destiny is that the United States has a special place in the world granted by God to expand its territory coast to coast.
Heretic, you're just going to limit our room size.
Do you have it, dude? I asked to turn the camera off.
So, like,
Heretic, hey,
that was the scariest
turn your camera off. Heretic, turn your camera off. Camera off. Heretic, camera off. Camera off. Heretic. Camera, heretic. Camera off, heretic.
The logistics issue, heretic. Limits room size.
They took his earbuds out. He can't hear you.
Okay, do I just got to disconnect him then, huh? I don't want to disconnect you, heretic, but seriously.
Can I ask Parmesan one question?
Sure, go
Why
ahead.
do you want to keep believing in something you cannot empirically prove in reality? Why perpetuate that belief? Go ahead.
I don't believe in something I can't prove, or at least I don't have evidence for. I believe in things that I have evidence for.
Okay, go ahead and provide the empirical evidence of the globe. It should be funny. You guys go ahead.
That's fine. I don't need to provide to you. I've seen it and I'm convinced by it. I mean, if you want to see proof, please go ahead and research it and find it for yourself. I've seen the proof.
It's a secret, Dave. It's a secret that he's keeping. Don't play poker against this guy.
Like what Plum is. He can tell you, but you won't know. It's kind of interesting. Here's another source that says the concept of manifest destiny has always had associated racial overtones, inflamed by the tensions that led up to the Civil War. It's quite a hot take, isn't it? Hugh, does that mean they're in on it? Was the South in on manifest destiny, or were they not in on it? All of South, the Confederate States. Were they in on it or not in on it? Ohio State textbook here. So the American dream was to subdue the Wild West. Huh. So is all of America in on it then? Or is it just not some people who don't have the American, like the atheist, who was it? George Carlin said, the American dream, you call it that because you have to be asleep to believe it. So he's not in on it then, right? Yeah, we're talking about right here, the agenda to dominate the Western Hemisphere on the Globetrotter. We're talking about your globe now, what they teach in school. So in school, they say, here's a globe, here's a Western Hemisphere. The same people who later go to the moon, the executive branch of the federal government, said that God picked America, picked a white man, to dominate the Western Hemisphere, coast to coast. That the American dream is this subduing of the Wild West. Is God in on it? You can open your mic, dude. You're not muted. So you're just chatting away.
What are you talking about, Craig?
Yeah, who's in on it? Who was in on Manifest Destiny and who wasn't in on it?
Manifest Destiny?
Yeah, you said people teaching stuff in schools are in on it, right? They'd have to be in on it?
Right, they would have to be in on it.
Okay, so let's look at what else they teach in school. Should you want to look at a couple more topics? Do you know the topic of Manifest Destiny?
So I've not been in school for 5 years now. That's never been taught to me.
Manifest Destiny? Yeah, I just looked. It's still in the curriculum.
I guess so.
Did you skip that day?
I'm not American, so I don't know if Manifest Destiny is in a global, or sorry, not global, worldwide curriculum. I don't know if that's a topic that's taught worldwide.
Well, since you're not American, who taught you about the globe?
My professors in high school that are not American.
Who told them to teach that?
That's what I'm trying to ask you. You're telling me that the person who you're telling me no. Hold on. Stop.
About two different places. You're asking about two different places.
Stop. No. You just don't want to accept that your claim is retarded, right? Because you're telling me that the people who taught me about the globe were influenced by Jesuit priests and Roman Catholics. That's what you think. Bro, you're stupid.
When did I say that?
Yeah, I think you misheard.
Who's pushing the global theory of the globe? Who's pushing it?
The Catholic Church, yeah.
Exactly. So you're telling me that the teachers who taught me were influenced by Roman Catholics. You're stupid.
No, because that's when you look at who presented heliocentric model, it was a Catholic Church who did that. That's their creation myth.
Look,
but all the people involved.
The country I'm from, it's called India. The country I'm from, people figured out that the Earth is a ball 3,000 years ago. Where I'm from, buddy. Christianity didn't exist. Christianity didn't exist when we figured out the Earth was a ball.
Buddy. Are you talking about ball or heliocentric?
A ball.
Okay, I'm talking about heliocentric. The very first people to ever suggest that the sun was the center of creation is the Catholic Church. And they're proud of it. I mean, you could go to any priest, anywhere, any Catholic priest.
So you're just going to ignore what I said?
And say, hey, who came up with the heliocentric model? They'll be like, fuck yeah, we did.
So I guess we're just ignoring what I said. So you can. So I'll tell you. So
okay, Hugh, listen. Who is pushing the heliocentric model? The people who came up with it, or not them? Someone else.
Right. So I guess you just ignored my point. So I'll give you.
Okay, you have a question. You have a question on the table. You want to know who's in on it. Do you understand that the people who came up with heliocentric are also the same people pushing it? It's
you realize that heliocentric.
Okay, you're not listening again. Pay attention very closely. I just need you to say check or hold. Do you understand? Check or hold. Check means you got it. You passed this lesson. Hold means you need me to dial it back. The people who came up with heliocentric are exactly the same people pushing it. It's their fucking idea. It's their idea they're pushing. Do you understand?
Check. I got it.
Finally, holy
check.
fuck.
Okay, so now can I talk? Can I talk now?
Dude, you could talk the whole time.
Okay, great. Perfect. No server muting?
Hurry up. Get to the point. Let's go.
Okay, great. Perfect. So, fuck heliocentrism. People in my country figured out that the earth is finite and a ball 1,000 years before Christianity became a thing. You guys seem to be ignoring this topic, right? So I'll give you some names. Aryabhat, Aryabhatta, an ancient Vedic astrologist, figured out the value of zero and the astrology relating to the earth and the sun and the moon 3,000 years ago, right? So you can ignore everything I told you, right? You can do that if you want, right? Or you can accept reality and that people figured this stuff out way before Roman Catholics and Jesuit priests.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
So now's the part where you tell me how they did that, or I'm just going to ignore it like you suggested.
Yeah, was it photos from space? Did he take a photo from space? What did he do?
He say they figured out the value of zero.
He figured out what nothing was.
Yeah, you figured out zero. That sounds about right. You figured out nothing so far.
Butt kiss.
He figured out zero.
Yeah,
well, he went really quiet when he
Yeah, Hugh. Did he go okay, did your old boy you're talking about? I couldn't really hear his name. Did he go to space? How did he prove
No.
that? Okay, so no photos from space. What? So did he figure out why they would lie?
What?
Did he figure out why they would lie?
Bro, I don't think you're understanding me. People have been living on Earth.
Okay, inside your world,
way before you guys have been living on Earth.
Dude, just not too long ago, you were spamming live stream videos on YouTube. But, but now you're saying you've got 3,000 years of proof from some sort of historical.
The reason why I bring up these examples is because you guys seem to think that the globe is a global, sorry, not global, worldwide. The globe, sorry about that. The globe is a worldwide theory. You guys seem to say that because the Roman Catholics and the Jesuit priests went to China and India and all these other places, and they spread the belief worldwide, right? That's what you guys think. When I'm telling you that these beliefs have been around way before Christianity was a thing.
Oh, belief. Okay, gotcha. That's what it is.
Yeah, heliocentric is what people are talking about, not a ball-tard. Not this ball-tard in like a marble, like from Men in Black. Like the guy, at the end of the movie, you've got a bunch of giant aliens playing marbles with galaxies and shit. No one's talking about that, dude. What they're talking about is the heliocentric cosmology presented by the Catholic Church in the 1500s.
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how horrific you think.
Hugh, listen, okay. If this isn't Bring Your Own Cosmology Day, where you just come up with some random.
I don't know how horrific you think that the Roman Catholic missionaries were in India. Let me tell you something. They didn't convert anyone in India. They didn't influence anyone's beliefs in India. Indian people believed in the globe Earth, way before Christianity was a thing. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, the BYOB. This isn't like bring your own beverage or bring your own model. This is if you're not advocating for the heliocentric model and you're advocating for some alternative viewpoint, you're already flat Earth adjacent.
Parmesan left. Saw somewhere else, man.
Yeah, he'll move on to the next. He went from like earlier today, he was in the Christian chat. So now he went to flat earthers. Now he'll go tee off on vegans or something. Conservatives. The whole day is just spent freaking out over ideas that he doesn't like. So Hugh, you're definitely in on it then, right?
Fuck yeah, bro. NASA's giving me millions of dollars right now.
No, they would not be. They would not be in on it.
The Jews are paying me, guys.
No, it's opposite. They wouldn't be in on it.
Oh, is that the case?
Yeah, because they have a different cosmology than you. Your individual cosmology is based on just a globe, like some sort of like just a globe all by itself in geocentric, sort of a geocentric Earth. They're talking about something different, so they're not in on it. You're the one in on it.
I feel like you're misunderstanding me. The reason why I bring up these ancient beliefs,
you're part of the conspiracy,
is to disprove that heliocentrism or like this round Earth theory was globalized or like brought about to the world by Roman Catholics. That's a stupid belief, right? That's a dumb belief, right?
That's heliocentric.
So okay.
How about this? Right. Who invented the heliocentric model? The first person. Do you know his name?
I don't know. You tell me.
Copernicus.
Okay.
Was he a Catholic?
Was Copernicus a Catholic? I don't know. Yeah. I'm sure that it was Copernicus or Galileo. I think one of them was witch hunted by the Christians. I'm not sure which one. I might be misremembering. I don't know the history.
Yeah, neither of them were hunted, and Galileo was much after Copernicus, like 100 years or some shit.
Sure.
Like Galileo's like the 1600s. Copernicus is 1500s. Okay, so what you're looking at here is Copernicus invented the heliocentric model, and that's the Catholic Church. He was involved with the Catholic Church. He had a high rank position inside the Catholic Church. His research was endorsed by the Catholic.
But do you want to know? Exactly. Like the other guy said. Like the other guy said, though, why is heliocentrism the main point rather than if the Earth is curved or not, right?
Because
if the Earth is curved or not,
own model
was figured out. Whether the Earth is curved or not. If you want to look at Western people, because if you want to deny, Eastern people like Indians who figured it out 1,000 years before any of these retards. If you want to look at Western people, Pythagoras thought about the Earth as a sphere 2,000 years ago, way before the Roman Catholics or whatever. And then Eratosthenes came about way before the Roman Catholics, right? You can go down a long list of people who came before the Roman Catholics who thought of the Earth as a sphere and who measured it.
Okay, Hugh, you're missing the point again. Let me try. You said check earlier, but it sounds like you reverted back. Okay, when we're talking here, we're talking about heliocentric, and it's not bring your own model, like bring your own beverage. Here, but water is provided. Flat stationary water is provided. Okay, so but you can.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So, Crit, what about like any modern scientist? If somebody makes a discovery and they have a religion, would you attribute that discovery to the church of that religion?
Yeah, I would say their discovery wouldn't be contrast to their religious values.
Why does it matter whether it's contrast or not?
Because their worldview matters. This is why Einstein had talked about, hey, technology surpassing humanity.
You know, Newton was religious, right?
Yeah, that was his main gig. Newton's main gig was religion. That was like a side hustle. The cosmology stuff was something he only did for a couple years. Imagine him spinning in his grave. He's like, I did all this work on the Bible and chemistry and like alchemy, and people only remember me for like the 2 years I fucked around with sky magic. What the hell?
But the problem is,
right, yeah, I'll tell you.
Is that you deny. Hold on. Wait a second. But the problem is that you deny all of his observations about the quote unquote sky magic, right? You deny that there is a downward force acting upon us, or do you think that there is a downward force acting upon us, like Newton said? What do you think?
Yeah, I also denied that he could, when he drank mercury, he was going to shit gold.
Well then, okay, great. That's perfect. Then let me ask you this then. Picture this, right? Let's say that you had a weighing machine, right? And you had a table, right? You put the weighing machine on a wall and it's leaning against the wall on the table, right? Picture that scenario in your mind, right? And so as the weighing machine is leaning on the wall, you push on the weighing machine, right? You push on the weighing machine against the wall, right? What do you think will happen on the weighing machine? Do you think that the weighing machine will show a number?
Why are you pushing things sideways?
Yeah, who does that?
No, I'm just asking you a question. Do you think that the weighing machine will show a number?
You're using your quote weighing machine improperly.
That's fine, but when you push on the weighing machine, does the number go up? Yes or no?
What's the difference?
Yeah,
no, probably.
The difference is look. Look. I understand you guys don't want to answer any questions. I understand you guys don't want to answer any questions. That's fine. I can take you down the line of logic, right? So let's go down the line of logic, right? So when I bring up the question,
so if it's a mechanical one, probably isn't going to spin. It has to be level when those mechanical ones work because of the way the little plate in there spins and this and that. If it's using a transducer, that's different.
You push on the weighing machine, why does the number go up? Why does the number go up when you push on a weighing machine? What is the weighing machine calculating? When you push on the weighing machine against the one and the number goes up, what is the weighing machine calculating? Well, the answer is, guys, that the weighing.
So I'm going to guess that you have me muted.
Yeah.
Let me know when.
He didn't listen at all.
No. Let me know when you're done talking so you can unmute me. A weighing machine.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Great. So, any other flat earther who wants?
So, do you have me muted or not?
Machine against a wall. Why does?
Yeah, he must have me muted. You can tell him to unmute me.
I don't have you unmuted, bro. When you push on a weighing machine,
talking. Stop just ignoring everything I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question. When you push on a weighing machine against the wall, why does the number on the weighing machine goes up?
I don't.
I believe they're called
like
scales.
I never use a scale like that.
Well, let me tell you then. I think that the number on the machine goes up because the machine measures force. And when you push on the machine, when you apply force on the machine, the number goes up. That's why when you stand on the machine, the number goes up. And that number represents the downward force. You get what I'm saying?
If I hold the scale in my hands and I squeeze it together like an Oreo cookie, does that mean, what is that called?
You're applying your force on it, right?
Yeah, so is that gravity?
No, but you're applying your force on it, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, me, I'm pressing on it.
Right, and the number that shows up on the weighing scale is the force, right?
Yeah, only me, no walls.
Exactly. And so you can infer from this observation that a weighing scale observes the weight of an object, right? Or not the weight.
Yeah,
The
what's the
weighing
weight
scale,
of my
the
hands?
weighing scale, hold on.
My
The weighing
finger.
scale observes the force, right?
Are my fingers weigh 50 pounds?
Yeah, so weight can only exist because of gravity. Do you have any better points, maybe?
No,
It's
my
not
point.
that
No,
great.
hold on. I'm getting to my point. My point is very long, right? So the first assumption that we need to agree on is that a downward force is acting on us. Do we agree on that?
No, you said sideways force.
No. The reason why I brought that example up is because the number on a weighing scale goes up when you push on it, and a push is a force. So we can infer from that that the number on a weighing scale goes up when there's a force. That's what I meant.
Oh, so say the things that you mean.
Do you understand now that the weighing scale measures forces? Do you agree with me?
Measures pressure, yeah.
Yeah, and what's pressure? Force upon a unit area, right?
Yeah, what's gas pressure?
No. See, this is the problem with you guys. You're so dishonest. Gas pressure, deflecting the topic. Coward bitches.
Yeah, they're dishonest.
But when I stand on a weight, it's not me standing on a weight, it's gravity. Thanks.
They can't accept a simple logical deduction that the weighing machine measures force. They can't even accept that. They're out of their minds. If you showed them reality, they'd stab their eyes. These retards.
My scale says 0 on it
ironic.
right now. It's not measuring anything.
When you push on it against the wall, does it measure something?
Because that's the calibration, isn't it? You zero it out.
Hold on. The person who just made that dumbass comment, when you push against that same weighing scale against the wall, does the number go up? Tell me. Does the number go up? Tell me. Quick.
Depends what
You
kind
should
of scale
relax,
it is.
bro.
I'm not gonna relax, bro, because these people can't. These people cannot accept basic entailments, right? They can't accept the basic entailment that a weighing machine measures force. They can't accept that. No, because gravity's not for retards.
Are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine, bro. When you push against a weighing machine against a wall,
can all
why does the
tell.
number go up? Tell me.
Very emotional about the subject.
When you push against a weighing machine on a wall, why does the number go up? Tell me.
Because I'm not pushing on it, it's gravity doing the work. Is that what you want
Is
to do?
gravity doing the work when you're pushing against the weighing machine against the wall?
No, I'm not pushing against it. It's actually gravity doing all the work for me.
Have a nice day, retard.
All right, I
That was
posted
the answer you
weighing-
wanted, bro. I'm not-
posted a weighing machine for you. When I put it against the wall, what does it do?
Yeah, and you push it against the wall, right? And the number went up, right?
Yeah, so that's not a downward force.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. When you push, no. When you push on a weighing scale, right?
Okay,
When you
why
push
does it
on
work?
and then
Why does it
push on
work
some
when you
more,
push on it
why does the number go
sideways?
up when you push on it some more? Why does the
Yeah.
number go up when you push on it some more? Why?
Yeah, it should only work if it's on the ground and you're standing on the scale. It shouldn't work if you're pushing sideways, right?
It does work when you push sideways. The number
well,
goes
then
up
it's
when
not.
you push
Then it's not a downward force, is it?
The point is that any force is calculated on it, you dumb fuck.
Are you okay?
Just let him calm down a
Yes,
little
I'm
bit.
perfectly fine. When you push on a weighing scale against a wall, the number goes up because the weighing scale measures force, you dumb fucks.
Yeah,
and if you
but
don't accept that
that's not a downward force, though.
and if you don't accept that agreement, that's fine. You can go.
That's not
So
a
Hugh Jazz,
downward
what's
force.
your next point? Okay, it measures force.
Okay, great. So do we agree? First, number one, do we agree that weighing scales measure force? Do we agree?
Maybe weighing machines.
Weighing machines. Do they measure force?
At least I agree with that. I don't know about the others, but I agree.
You agree. Great. We have one person with functioning brain cells here. Perfect. Okay. So when you stand on the weighing machine and the number goes up, what does that tell you?
There's a force acting on it.
Yes! Great! And there's a force acting towards the surface. Great! Thank you! Woo! Okay, great. That's one thing, right? Now, the second thing I need you to agree with me on is that imagine if you ate Oreos for 8 months, right? You gained 12 pounds. You're fat as fuck now, right? And now you step on the scale. Does the number go higher than before?
Probably, yes.
Yay! Woo! So the downward force that an object feels is proportional to the mass, right? Yes or no?
So the
Oreos
the Oreos is the gravity. Is that what the point is here?
No, the point is no. The point is the first point is that we feel a downward force. The second point is that the downward force we feel is proportional to the mass we have. That's the second point.
What about my density? Has my density stayed the same?
What is your density? Your density is your mass per unit volume. You dumb fuck. It's the same thing.
Yes. So when I ate a lot of Oreos, I got fat. My volume has increased.
Yeah, no, your volume has not increased. Your density has increased. Your mass per unit volume has increased.
Okay.
Right, and so that's why you weigh more when you stand on it, right?
Okay.
Perfect. Number one, we feel a downward force towards the surface. Number two, this downward force is proportional to mass, right?
Or density.
Density is mass, you stupid fuck!
Relax, bro.
Density is mass, you stupid fuck!
Okay,
I feel like if somebody was like...
Okay, I agree with you. It's
actually doing something crazy, you wouldn't react like this.
So then stop using other words, right? Stop trying to be smart, right? You're not smart, right? So the force is proportional to the mass, right?
Okay.
Perfect. Now, the third observation I need you to agree with me on it is if I ate all of these Oreos, now I'm 90 kilos. Oh my god, I'm so fat. Right?
Hey, so I'm 90 kilos. I'm not that fat. Come on.
Well, I'm 6'2" and I'm 90 kilos right now, and I'm very fat. So I don't know about you. But
I'm quite tall, though.
On sea altitude, let's say on sea altitude, you are 90 kilos. Right? You are 90 kilos. You are a fat fuck. Right? On sea altitude. Now, what we observe, I can send you a citation if you disagree with me. What we observe is when we go up a mountain, on the mountain peak, we weigh less. Right? So the third thing we observe is perfect! So the third thing we observe is that the downward force we experience is inversely proportional to the distance from the surface, right?
Yes.
Perfect! So you agree with Newton, you dumb.
I do agree with Newton, actually, but hopefully that... Oh, why did you mute him? I just wanted him to get it out of his system.
Seems like the more you agree with him, the more pissed he gets, though.
He was getting
what did
worked
you guys
up.
Do to him? You guys are all supposed to be on the same side. Why is he so mad at you?
I don't know. He seems to be quite worked up. So I was just trying to go through the whole thing with him, maybe to help him work through it.
He's probably mad because the only evidence he has nothing to do with the actual Earth or the shape of it.
Well, it's evidence for gravity.
That when you ask for empirical
but it's
proof
not
of the
evidence
globe,
for anything regarding the shape of the actual Earth?
Well, gravity does sort of lead to the shape of the
invisible force? We're talking about like actual Earth curve?
From these three assumptions, right, that the mass is directly proportional and the radius, the distance from the surface is inversely proportional, we can get an equation from this, right? And we can also start to calculate the center of mass and the center of gravity of different objects. Now that's a bit higher level for the flat earthers on this chat, but the point is that like Parmesan said, I didn't realize I was talking to you, Parmesan. I'm sorry about that. I should have realized when you started. I should have realized when you started agreeing with me that I was talking to someone sensible. The problem is, right, that the center of mass and center of gravity calculations, when you get to enough mass, lead you to a spherical object, right? So these three assumptions that the downward force, firstly, it is a downward force towards the center. That's the first assumption. The second assumption is that it's proportional to the mass. The third assumption is that it's inversely proportional to the distance from the center. From these three assumptions, you can get that the that any object that's large enough will be a sphere. You can derive that from these assumptions.
Nope. Nope.
So, Wish, when you were saying,
whoa,
what was it?
Parmesan.
Yeah.
You said something
your
about
mic is awful.
You unplug your AC outlet.
Sorry about that. Is this better?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's a
better.
ground buzz like crazy, like you're going through a mixing board.
Hello, is this better? 1, 2, 3.
No, it sounds like you touching the end of your guitar cable while it's plugged into an amp. It was perfectly fine before, and then you must have done something.
Spilled my tea.
Well, your T is a guitar cable now.
Is this any better?
No, that's worse.
Okay.
You guys are getting Hugh's over here freaking out. You're spilling tea. What's going on with you guys?
Exactly, Radwin. Could I point out real quick that we ask for empirical evidence, we get clowns coming in here spewing all this nonsense. Back to you guys.
Geniuses that don't know weighing machines are called scales.
I posted a scale.
Talking about huge ass.
What do weighing scales measure?
The force you put against a wall.
Force. Perfect. Weighing scales measure force. Perfect.
So what does the one I posted measure?
The downward force towards the surface.
It's a balance.
Yeah, and the balance, right? The stone, right? Why is it going down?
It's not. It's even with my calibrated weights.
Yeah, when you put the weights on there, yeah.
Well, that's how you use it.
Right, because the downward forces of the two objects balance each other. Right?
And?
Right, the point is that there is a universal, sorry, not universal, sorry. I never know what words to use with you guys. The worldwide downward force, right? There is a downward force, right?
Same reason there's an upward force, I guess.
What's the upward force?
Things go up. Things also
Buoyancy.
go sideways.
Yeah,
Which things go up and sideways and why?
You change
Why?
the
Same reason
medium, you
things
can
go
change
down.
direction.
Yeah, same reason. The why is same reason things go down. That's why they go up.
It's all the same reason?
Yeah,
What's the reason?
same reason things go down.
What's the reason?
You tell me.
Well, in my worldview, when a thing goes sideways, and when a thing goes up, and when a thing goes down. All three of those things have separate explanations in my worldview. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. None of these things have the same explanation.
Right, so there's no consistency.
No, but you have the same explanation, right? You have a harmonious, coherent worldview that makes sense, right? So please enlighten us. What's the reason, please?
Who's us?
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, your mic's
There we
fixed.
go, Parmesan. Yep, you sound much better.
Yeah, Parmesan. So this guy just told me that when objects go sideways and up and down, it's all for the same reason. So I'm just asking, what's the reason?
Why are you asking
That's
Parmesan?
not what anybody said.
You said that. You said that when things. You said that when things go sideways and up and down, it's for the same reason. You said that.
What if it does nothing at all?
Down, yes.
What's happening? Like Hugh.
That's an irrelevant question. You're telling me that when an object goes up and sideways and down, it's for
I'm
the same
looking
reason.
at an object right now. It's not doing anything at all. What's happening?
I'll tell you.
Is it unstable?
Crit, I'll tell you what's happening if it's not moving. It means all the forces acting on it add up to 0.
Well, there you go. That's the same thing Redwin said.
So there could be multiple forces acting on it, but they add up to 0.
Yeah, so
right, and the multiple forces are multiple reasons, right? That guy said that
all one reason.
Of those different directions are the same reason.
Hugh, you're not paying attention. That's all one thing.
No, it doesn't have to be Crit.
Parmesan just broke it down for you. One thing, of course.
Different forces are one thing?
Crit, you're misrepresenting me now.
No, I'm trying.
Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck. Yeah, exactly.
I did specifically say different forces add up to 0. And they could be different, and they could be from different sources. Each force can be from a different source. I could be pushing. Right. Here's an example. You ever played what's that rope pulling game where
Tug of War?
Tug of War. That's the one. Right. So if the rope is not working, is not moving, doesn't mean there's no forces acting on it. There's people pulling it from both sides. It just happens that the force they're pulling with is equal.
So you got two people or two groups pulling a rope on both ends.
Yeah.
Do they angle away from each other?
Do the people angle away from
each other? Yeah, the people angle away from each other?
Yeah.
So, I wonder if that's the way they make bridges too.
So back to the forces thing. You can have multiple forces acting on an object and it would be stationary. But the
See, the Globetards say that people would angle away from each other because they're on a curved Earth.
By the way, I found a different video about heavy gas. This was quite cool, actually.
Is it lumpy gas in the vacuum?
No.
Not lumpy gas, then.
Is it hot gas in a vacuum?
It's not in a vacuum. It's heavy in a jar, basically, and they pour it. He pours it out of the jar. So
it's in a container? Okay.
So he pours it out, and it falls down. So that shows that it's affected by gravity because it falls down. And puts out the candle.
And it's still there today. Like right now, I could go to where this
He's poured it out already.
So it's still there.
Still there, right?
So it's something doesn't have to exist infinitely until the end of time for it to actually exist and exhibit properties such as being affected by gravity.
If I open a jar of helium, does it fall down too?
Helium depends. If it's in a vacuum chamber, it will fall down. Yeah.
Oh no, that's incorrect. I have a vacuum chamber, and helium doesn't fall down.
Really?
Citation, please. Citation.
Let me get this.
Our detectors are mounted on the side and the top, not on the bottom. The bottom is the ceiling surface.
So you have a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, and it doesn't fall down.
That's
you said helium. You said helium gas, not a helium balloon.
You said balloon. Maybe I misheard.
Just asking.
Yeah, balloons already have weight. So what about it?
Okay.
Do you think a balloon would just float? by itself?
Depends what gas is inside of it.
No, hold on. Parmesan, they made a claim. You said that helium doesn't fall down in a vacuum chamber. Citation. Go ahead.
Gases go in all directions. I don't need a citation.
No, because you asked us for citations. Citation, please. Go ahead.
Once you add helium to the vacuum chamber, now you have a helium chamber.
Right, and what happens in that? Right, and what happens in that helium chamber? Go ahead, tell us, please.
It fills with helium.
Citation.
What would happen is a helium-filled balloon in the vacuum chamber wouldn't sink. It would just get bigger and bigger and bigger. The balloon would expand until it pops.
That's correct. It gets bigger until it fills the whole vacuum chamber, or the vacuum chamber is large enough that the balloon pops.
Cite your sources. Give me an experiment. Cite your sources, please.
Just go do it yourself. I've done it. I have balloons and everything downstairs.
So you have a recording?
I'm out of helium at the moment, but the next time I get helium, I'll do it for you.
So Radwan, can you tell me exactly what you did?
Okay, cool.
Can you describe to me what you did with your vacuum chamber?
I proved that gravity doesn't hold water in a cup.
So I'm not asking what you proved, what you think you proved. I wanted to know the details of what you actually
gravity
did.
doesn't hold water into a cup.
Can you describe the specifics of what you did?
Yeah, I had water in my vacuum chamber, and I pulled the vacuum, and it turned to gas, and it also left the vacuum chamber. So it wasn't gravity holding it down; it was air pressure.
That's it. Okay. The conclusion is incorrect, but the observation is consistent with our known laws of physics. With the globe.
No, I used the laws of physics. It was correct.
Sorry, say again?
Physics proved me correct. Not you saying you don't agree. I don't care what.
No, the thing is, what you expect to see is exactly what you saw. In reality, where we have gravity and we have air pressure, and gravity does keep water down, what you saw.
So gravity keeps water down or air pressure? Well, gravity keeps water down or air pressure keeps water down?
Gravity keeps water down, air pressure keeps it in water.
So are you telling me I removed the gravity then from the vacuum chamber, not the air pressure?
No, you removed the air pressure from the vacuum chamber.
So it didn't stay down.
It evaporated, correct.
Yeah. So what happened? I guess it was the air pressure keeping water in a cup.
So I can explain to you what happened.
You don't need to explain to me. I already proved it.
You proved that if you that water evaporates in a vacuum. That's what you proved.
Yep. So that means there's no vacuum of space, no gas balls, and no water balls flying around in space.
How do you? So you see, then you jump to a conclusion with
space is supposed to be 10 to the minus 17 torr, and
missing logic in between.
It pulls to about -6, and water was turned into gas. So it definitely isn't going to work at -17.
So that's like saying, "Oh, look, I've poured myself a cup of water, therefore unicorns exist." That's basically the jumping conclusion there.
I can prove invisible unicorns exist using your logic by just going out in the garage and seeing that it's not there. That proves my invisible unicorn is real.
So explain to me the logic, the leap of logic from water evaporated, therefore... What was the conclusion again? I forgot.
So you claim space is a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr. My vacuum chamber pulls to about -6. Water already evaporated way before that point. And at -17, it'll probably flash turn into gas.
Okay.
So therefore, you don't have space with an Earth made of air and water floating around inside of it.
Yes, we do. Gravity keeps
No, I
everything
debunked
down.
your gravity holding water down. So we're already done with that. I already debunked you.
You debunked me.
Yes, finally you admit it.
If you say so, mister.
Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
The thing is, nothing you observed contradicts what we expected to see on in our model.
Yes, you told me already gravity is what holds water in a cup, and I put the water in my vacuum chamber and pulled the air out, and gravity didn't hold water in the cup. It was air pressure. So that is what I expect to see in outer space also, don't you?
Yes, and that's what you do see in outer space.
No, you see air and water balls forming into clumps.
Due to gravity, yeah.
No. We already debunked your gravity.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I think I see where you're going with this. Were you expecting to see a little planet form from the water?
Why would a planet form?
Or something like the water clump up together,
Dude, that's your claim.
In space.
That's your claim.
I'm asking what he's. No, that's not my claim. I'm asking what he's expecting to see.
Dude,
he's not expecting to see anything.
You just said planets or whatever, water balls and gas. Yes, they exist in space. That's what you claimed.
Yes. Go on.
Then you asked me if I expected to see planets form in a vacuum chamber. Do you?
No.
So you don't expect them to form in outer space either?
I do expect them to form in outer space.
You can't have both beliefs.
It's contradictory.
Why not? They're not contradictory. The difference is the amount of mass. The amount of water you have in your vacuum chamber is too small to have enough of its own gravity to form a clump, whereas in space, enough matter coalesces together to form a planet. That's how planets are formed.
That's a claim. Meanwhile, Radwin has an actual experiment. The observed phenomena is that water collects in the bottom of basins. Now, are you saying that the reason that water collects in the bottom of basins is that because of gravity?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. So we're going to have two experiments, right? And we're going to have two independent variables. Radwin's independent variable is air pressure. Your independent variable is gravity. Can you please get a chamber, put water in it, in a cup, and remove gravity and see if you get the same effect? Meanwhile, Radwin has altered, manipulated, removed air pressure, and the water has evaporated. It's gone up. It's turned into a gas. It's changed phase.
Remove gravity. Nice one.
Yeah. Remove gravity for us. Let's see this experiment. Has anybody done this experiment?
I'm pretty sure nobody's removed gravity, but that's
Wait, why? Why?
Because the Earth is right here and it's very big. You're not going to remove it? What do you mean, why?
Why hasn't anybody removed gravity?
Because the Earth, which is the biggest source of gravity near us,
non sequitur. You are making a baseless claim. Earth is not a source of gravity.
I'm answering your question.
Unless you can prove that. Can you prove that, or are you just going to beg the question that the Earth, which is a ball in your mind, which you have no evidence for, is creating gravity? I'd love to see that.
So you're asking the explanation of the globe model, why nobody's removed gravity, and I'm explaining it to you.
No, you're explaining to me why it can't be done because there is no gravity. You're going to beg the question of gravity and say, well, I can't remove it because we don't actually have any gravity to show you.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so show me the gravity then.
Show you a invisible force.
Yeah, show me this invisible force.
In what way do you want to see?
I don't know. This is your claim, bro. I just want to see it.
This is your request, so you're going to have to be...
Yeah, I know. No, this is your claim. Gravity is your claim. I want to see it. I don't want you to beg the question of it.
No, you're going to have to be more specific about what you mean when you say, I want to see it.
Okay, no problem. Can you be more specific about what gravity is and why it has the physical effects that you're claiming instead of just sort of affirming the consequent with it?
Feels like we're going off on a tangent. Can you just go back to, what was it, the 2 experiments that you were suggesting?
Yeah, the 2 experiments, no problem. So can you remove gravity from the vacuum chamber or a chamber of any kind or from the glass of water?
So to answer your question, it's not possible to remove gravity.
It's not possible. Why is that? Is that because there's no gravity to vary and manipulate?
No. It's
no?
It's because the object that creates the gravity we feel on the surface of the Earth itself, is not.
Okay.
It's not possible for us to remove it.
No problem. So all we need to do is figure out whether or not the Earth is an object as you claim it to be. Is the Earth an object, a sphere with a radius of 3959?
Yeah, that's a different topic. I can move on to that.
No. That's not a different topic at all. You just said that the object, being the Earth, is this object a sphere?
So radius is a different topic. So before we move on to that
Excuse me. Is the Earth a sphere?
Before we move on to that one, can I just make one final?
No, we're going to go right to that one because you just claimed an object, and I want to know if this object is a sphere because earlier you claimed that gravity is creating spheres in space. All right. It always gets down to this curvature thing, and then you guys run away because you know it's not there. Oh, the Earth, which is a sphere, as I'm claiming, it's a ball in space. That's the thing that's creating the gravity that I can't prove. Okay, no problem. How big is this object? Is it a sphere? I don't want to talk about that. Why not? Is it because there's no curvature to be found? Is that why? I think it is. You guys just claim stack. Oh, there's gravity. Why? Because Earth's a sphere. Okay. Where's the evidence? None.
Well, my experiment shut down the room. It's usually a showstopper anyway.
Yeah, it definitely completely debunks their worldview. They can't explain it any longer. Because in their worldview, gravity remained constant. So what happened? You controlled for the variable.
Any other Globers got proof besides everything that we already debunked? Because we don't want to go through it again. It'll be embarrassing for you.
No, they're just whining in text chat now.
So RTH keeps telling me that there is no downward force, but I thought we established that, right?
What?
We
Wait, what is
established that.
Wait, hold on, Hugh.
We established that with the example.
Hugh,
We established that with
listen.
the example I gave earlier.
What
When
the
you're
fuck
pushing
are
on a
you-
weighing scale against
Hugh, what is a real time strategy? Like RTS? What are you talking about? Hold down.
Oh, RTH in the chat.
Oh, right to hand. Okay. Do you know what the difference between H and an S is?
Right. So, look, you misheard.
Neil,
You
listen.
you misheard me. That's fine. I'm sorry about that. Look, the point is that I thought we established that there is a downward force acting on all of us.
Hugh, pay
Right?
attention.
With that example that I gave you.
Dude, Hugh, you need to pay attention. Okay, the person you're talking to is not in voice call. Okay, you're talking to no one right now. Check or hold. Holy shit.
Maybe he gets it now.
Yeah, hopefully. If he wants to talk to somebody, running from the space that you're talking to them is actually not talking to them. And if you want to talk, say, like, hey, that person's talking to me in text chat, let's continue it in voice, you'd at least check to see, are they in the voice call or not? Do you need a citation for that, Hugh? Do you need to take a screenshot and go through every single person and say, is this person right to hand? Is this person right to hand? Is that person? And once you've gone through every single person, I mean, how long would it take to get this concept through?
Maybe he calmed down. Maybe he gets it now.
Well, he's been quiet, so I'm sure.
Somebody else muted him.
Oh, okay. Where's that? Oh, there we go.
So let me so let me ask
Radwin talking. Hugh, do you hear Radwin? You had him turned down earlier. Is he turned down again?
Hugh.
Hello?
You have me turned down?
No. You can go ahead.
When I'm talking, why do you do that?
Finish your thought. I'm sorry about that, bro. Finish your thought.
So yeah, so you're unmuted now because you like to just talk through people. So stop talking through people and you won't get muted.
Right. And I would just like to let you guys know I don't give a shit about if you guys tell me to shut up, I'll shut up. Right? I don't really care about any of that. So I want to ask Flat Earth Wager, right? So imagine if you were to incline your weighing machine, right? Any normal weighing machine you use, right? If you were
Just
to
one second,
incline
you.
that,
Just a second. Just one
if
second,
you
you.
were to
Just one second. I hear you
okay,
talking. I just have to interject for a second. It's hard for me to
okay.
imagine things. I have a wild imagination. I could imagine, but it's hard for me to imagine when discussing reality. If you would like to talk about reality, I would do that.
Well, there's no imagination needed, buddy. If you have a weighing scale in your
Hold on.
house
One
right
second.
now,
One second. One second. It's just that the first thing you said was imagine something. That's all I'm saying. I'm listening though.
right. So I'm telling you right now, no imagination involved, right? If you have a weighing scale in your house right now, what I want you to do is put that weighing scale against the wall and then push against that weighing scale, right?
No, that's
What you will
stupid.
see,
What I'm going to do is
what
take
you
your
will,
scale and put it in my vacuum chamber, put a cup of water on it,
I
pull
got
the
him.
air out of it, watch the scale change.
Just let him finish. We got it. We got him. We got him. We already got
right.
him.
So,
We already got him. Let's
right.
just let him
So,
finish. Let's let him finish. Go ahead, Hugh.
right. Right. So what I'm trying to get at is that when you push against the weighing machine against the wall, the number goes up, right?
Correct.
Why?
You as a person applying the force to the weighing machine against the wall is why you can have more weight. I can push way
Perfect.
more than I weigh.
Perfect.
I can lift way more than I weigh. My ex girlfriend was maybe 160 pounds. I'm like 140. I could lift her up. Yeah.
That was up, bro. I wish I could weigh more than my body weight casually,
But yeah,
but I will.
the bottom line is my exerted force is more than my weight.
Right, but the point is that all I was getting at is that the weighing machine measures force. Do we agree on that?
It measures weight. You could transpose it and change it, and you could say that, yes, but it measures weight. That's what its scale is. It measures weight.
It's a little bit more nuanced than that. It measures pressure. We call that weight, or we have the convention of weight.
Let's keep it simple for you.
Right, and pressure is defined as force per area. And so what I'm getting at is that the weighing machine essentially measures force.
Okay, so the weighing machine, the scale, right? You've got a scenario where we're supposed to imagine something, no problem. Let's imagine something else. Let's take that scale and let's put it at the bottom of a lake. Now, how much do I weigh if I'm over the scale in the lake?
Probably more. A bit more than you would at sea level.
What do you mean, probably?
Well, not okay. So then I guess I'll take that back. I expect that I expect that if you were to weigh yourself at like the bottom of the ocean, you would weigh more.
I'm not at the bottom of the ocean. I'm just over the scale. See, I'm about 20 feet above it because the scale is at the bottom of the lake and I'm floating up on top.
Look, all I'm trying to get at is that the weighing machine measures force. Do we agree on that?
Okay, so how much force am I exerting when I'm in the lake with the scale?
I don't know. All I need you to agree with me
Why
on
not?
is that the weighing machine.
Are you saying that weight is different depending on the medium?
Yes, weight is different depending on the medium.
So
but
weight is relative to the medium.
Right, but it's also
He just explained it. He got to the bottom line.
from the surface.
Hold on, just a second.
I'm down here.
He explained the bottom line just the way I did, just in different terms. You answered yourself. You just want us to agree that force is being applied to the. Yeah, that's irrelevant. It's been explained.
No, that's completely relevant because the first assumption that I want you guys to agree with me on, because now we can actually talk about them, right? The first thing I want you to
Yeah,
agree with me on is
Hugh, I 100% understand where we're gonna segue. Yes, but the bottom line is, yeah, it's been explained. I trust me, I know where you're going with this, but the bottom line is, yeah,
well, the point is right that let's say that um, you were to remove all of the water from the ocean, or let's say
you coming in kind of muffled right now. I can barely hear you.
hello, is it better? Hello, hello.
Still kind of muffled. Still a little muffled.
You by your microphone and remove your mask.
Nick, cross your
Nick,
hot mic in a
you
bit,
are
brother.
hot miking.
How's this? Is it better?
Sure.
Okay, great. So we just need to make some like ground, agreements, right? So the first thing is that when we stand on a weighing scale, the number goes up because of its force. That's all I need.
Yeah, I just said it. I understand you want us to agree on something, but just place yourself in my shoes. I know where the conversation is going, right? I understand you want us to agree on something, but that's not the bottom line. You get it?
Well then, if we disagree, then let's get down to what we disagree on, right? Because if you know where the conversation is going, then then who gives a shit, right?
Oh,
So let
I
me ask you.
understand.
So let me
So Hugh,
so let me ask you.
If you compare,
Me.
Hugh, are you listening? Hugh, are you listening?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you equate this conversation of you trying to understand something so you can agree, we can agree on something so you can move on. Yes, equate this conversation to yesterday's conversation. There's still a bottom line, right? It's just a segue away from the original point. You understand?
Well, it's all. Let me ask you this then. When the number goes
Understand
up on the
anything you
weighing,
said? It sounds like you're in a bathroom. I can barely understand you.
is this better? Hello, hello.
I
Is it
can.
better, bro?
Microphone is located. Are you on a system with two mics and you have the other mic picked? That sounds like.
Yeah. Okay. How about this? Is it better?
Okay.
Oh, that's way better.
I'm sure you know. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. So then let me ask you this, right? So when the number goes up on a weighing machine, right? Um, why does that number go up? What is it? What is the weighing machine measuring according to you?
I said wait earlier. You wanted us to agree that it was. This is so. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that because the way I view things, weight is a force, according to me. So, what do you think weight is?
It can be described as the force, but it's still not the bottom line. Do you understand?
Well, I understand what you're saying, right? But at the
All right.
same
So can we
time,
move past that now? What's your point?
well, my point is that while I say I understand what you're saying, in that it's not really a force. Now, I actually agree with that claim, but that's because uh, you know, that's because of Einstein. But I
Yeah.
don't really want to get into that.
Yeah.
The point is that how we see it in reality is it is a force, and the reason why I brought up that example of when you push on the weighing machine against the wall is because that push is what increases the number, right? And that push is a force. So what I'm trying to get at when I use that example is that a weighing machine measures force. Now, what I want you to now if we have agreed on that the weighing machine measures force, the second thing is that when you stand on a weighing machine, The inference is that the weighing machine is measuring a downward force towards the surface of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
Partly because if you change to the example you use, if I'm pushing it up against the wall, what is it measuring then?
It's measuring the force of my push.
So either way, force, according to you. So what? So yeah, okay. Next.
Perfect. So we agree that there is a
So yes,
downward force that acts
yes,
on us.
to you. So
Perfect.
yes, okay.
Now,
Next. So next.
now, right. The next thing we need to agree on is that if I eat Oreos for 6 months and I get fat, and then I get on the weighing scale again, the number goes up, right? Now, the inference we can draw from this is that the downward force that we experience is proportional to mass. Do we agree on that second assumption?
So it seems like you want us to agree on common sense with a little bit of key words added into it. Like I don't understand what you're trying to get at. If you keep saying force, I understand that. I know where you're going. I said it earlier. You want us to keep agreeing on common sense with your word sprinkler in it. What's the bottom line? Nothing else. Not agree, then disagree. Let's get to when we will disagree. Just the end.
Well, right. So this is the final step: is that when you get fat and you eat a lot of Oreos, you weigh more, right? So
Yeah,
we
that was
know
the
that
common sense.
before,
Yes, just the end.
right? That's the
No more
second.
common
Right.
sense.
That's the second. Right. That's the second assumption that we agree on. The third assumption would be now here's where you can disagree. I'll have to look up the person measuring the things on the digital scale on elevations for you. But the third thing I need you to agree with me on is that now I'm fat. I've eaten all of these Oreos. I weigh 95 kilos, right? I'm fat as fuck, right? So what happens then is for me to feel better about myself, I go up on to the mountaintop and then I weigh myself, and it's lesser than 95 kilos, right? So the third assumption we have to agree on is that this downward force that we feel towards the surface is inversely proportional to the distance from the surface. Do we agree with that?
Not necessarily. I understand there's a pressure change in the air. So, yes, I may weigh less when I'm higher in elevation. But that's common sense. What's the bottom line? I understand you want us to agree. What are you getting at?
Well, I think we've already gotten at the point, right? You said that we weigh less on higher elevation because of the reduced air pressure. Now we've already gotten to a point of disagreement, right? Because you're saying that we weigh more on sea altitude because there's higher gas pressure. That's what you're saying, right?
That's not what I said. I said it
He didn't say it.
specifically. We don't have to disagree on common sense. Like, I don't understand. What do you want me to concede? Like, what
Um, let me ask you this question then. When I go up on that mountaintop because I'm fat as fuck and I want to feel better about myself, when I go up on the mountaintop, why is it that I weigh less?
I just explained it to you. You can do the experiment in real life for yourself. I've done it. I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, you said it already. You said it was gas pressure. Do you agree with that?
I said it.
Right. And so we're just confirming now. You're saying that if you go up on elevation, you weigh less because there's lesser air density. That's what you're saying, right?
I never said that word. I said what I said specifically. I don't know what you're trying to do here, Weasel.
Can you repeat what you said with your exact verbiage so I don't strawman you?
Well, I said it already. If you weren't listening, then yeah.
Repeat that for me. I'm sorry. I'm stupid.
I said it already. If you weren't listening, the bottom
Yeah,
line
well, I'm dumb.
the
So.
bottom line is you're just looking for something. I understand that, and you're not gonna find it.
He's just hijacking weight or gravity.
Flat,
He's trying to just call weight gravity. So
Flat Earth Ranger, did
100%.
did I hear you right? You said you weighed yourself at like sea level, and then you weighed yourself at altitude, and you weighed less at altitude.
Like barely 2 pounds less.
How high did you go, and what kind of scales
Yeah, I have the information written down, but I'm on vacation right now.
Yeah, but do you remember like you just used like some bathroom scales or something like that, or
Regular bathroom scale, no digital, and I had all the information, the notes written down at home. Yeah.
did you just use one set of scales?
Negative. Two scales. They just weren't digital.
Yeah, but two different scales. Like you used a different set of scales when you were down low, and then you used a different set of bathroom scales when you were up high.
Yes, and the weight change is only less than 2 pounds, but the
Yeah,
altitude
yeah.
is very important.
Because
So, yeah.
I've got like different scales in my house, you know, depending on how shitty they are or how old they are. Like I can get a different weight on both scales just because the scales are crappy.
100%. You have to insert the variables. I know I have digital scales. I know I have regular weight scales. You know, regular bathroom scales. I chose to grab the bathroom scales, not the just digital scales, because I was doing a specific experiment. You know, yeah. But yeah, bottom line, you're right. He wanted to argue for gravity.
Okay, just to let you guys know, barometric pressure affects mechanical scales and transducer scales.
100%, yes.
So twist that how you need to.
That's why on my next go around, I intend to bring digital and regular bathroom scales.
They're technically all mechanical.
And also 2 pounds is like you could be more or less hydrated and like easily
100%. Lots of variables. Yes.
if I fast, like if I do a keto diet for a week, I'll weigh like freaking kilos, like 5 kilos less or something like that after a week. You think, wow, I've lost all this weight, but then once you go back to a regular diet, you just pick up that water weight again straight away. God.
Those variables, like we get up, we eat, and then we wait, and then we weigh, and then we go up elevation, then we eat, rest, then we weigh, then we variables.
Yeah. It also depends like how much carbohydrates you've been eating and how much, whether it's been more like high carbs or high protein sort of thing as well, because carbs just put tons of water weight into your body.
100%.
I keep asking people, keep making that claim that you weigh less when you go higher. And I keep asking people for a practical demonstration. Surely tons of people would have posted videos on YouTube. They're like, look, I'm going to go do this test. Here I am up in this mountain resort, blah, blah, blah. And I weighed myself. Look at the difference. No one's done that. There's one video that the Globers show off that stupid flat earth debunking site. And the guy doesn't show anything about his location. You just have to take his word for it.
Yeah, he doesn't insert those variables we just spoke of.
Yeah. Well, he's using a weight. He's using like a metal weight thing. It looks the same in both, but not weighing himself. He's saying, oh, look, you see him on a different bench with the same scales, and he's like, oh, now I'm in 25,000 foot high in Indonesia. Look, the weight's less, but not confirmed. Show where he is. It's a bench.
That video of the bowling ball and the feather falling in the vacuum chamber doesn't actually show them falling in the video. It just shows them a very tight shot of them hitting the ground at the same time in slow motion for some reason. So yeah, I challenge people on that because it doesn't actually show them falling. It looks like they've done it dodgy in that video for sure. And if you just believe that whatever's in the video, then you're just gullible because it's obviously dodgy. You don't see them falling, which is the point.
Well, the Brennan drop tower proved lithium falls the slowest.
Yeah, it falls different. Someone else was talking about this. They've got this giant vacuum chamber somewhere, and they drop shit, and they measure it all different. Someone told me that in another
Drop
couple days ago.
Drop tower. Yep. It's vacuum chambered. The items are in a vacuum. They're just slotted so that they can't just fall any direction. And lithium falls the slowest. Or hits the bottom. And being as high as they were in that one vacuum chamber, you're not going to see a difference anyway. They can get close, but they're not going to hit at the same time anyway. And why would you drop a feather straight down? Why wouldn't you drop it sideways?
Yeah, exactly.
I can get a feather to drop without a vacuum chamber at that speed.
Let me ask a simple question to you guys. When you, let's say you're holding a rock, right, and you chuck it towards the sky, underhanded, right? Which direction are you applying the force? You. Which direction are you applying the force?
So you're throwing it sideways, you say?
Upwards, towards the sky.
Oh, upwards, right.
I guess he said it, upwards.
Perfect.
You asked a question you already knew the answer to.
Right, I guess. Yeah.
Right. So when I chuck it towards the sky, an upward force is applied. That's why the motion that the rock shows for the first 5 seconds is up, right? And then it stops. And then it starts going down, right? Because the rock went up when I chugged it, we can infer that the direction of the motion is the same as the direction of the force applied.
Beautiful.
So when this rock starts,
when we throw our rock up, does it come down in the same spot since we threw it up perfectly straight? Does it come down in the same spot? Or does it come down? Does it come down a little bit to, let's see, to the west because the Earth is rotating?
I mean, you're changing the subject. The point was that when the rock starts falling, right, we can infer from the downward motion that there is a downward force that's acting on the rock, right?
You don't like my question.
Well, I was just taking to what I brought up, right? So when you chug the rock up and then it stops and then it starts going down, right? What it's telling me is that the force that I chugged it up with gets neutralized because, well, I don't know, and then it stops and then it starts going down again, right? So,
to the come down in the same
like
spot.
I asked earlier,
come down in the same
right.
spot.
Well, if you throw it up perfectly and if there's no wind, it would come down in the same spot. And if it's like a perfect rock that doesn't like bounce, it would come down in the same spot. But what I'm asking you is that is that hold on, I'm not finished. I answered your question. Answer mine.
So I'm just gonna go ahead.
When the rock starts going,
since it came down in the same spot, Earth's not spinning, correct?
Well, no, the ball is spinning along with the Earth. Now, again, I answered 2 of your questions. Now, can you answer one of mine? When the ball starts going down, right, the downward motion, do you think that that's because there's a downward force acting on it? Yes or no?
It's more dense than air.
So why did it go up when we chugged in?
You threw it up there.
Right, we applied force. Right, we applied force on it, right? Exactly, right? So to induce motion in an object,
okay, right, yeah. So I threw it up and it came back down, right? Because it's more dense than air. So if I throw an apple into a bucket of water, it's going to go down and come back up. How come?
Because the force on the water is more than the apple. That's right. Per volume.
It doesn't stay at the bottom.
Because the force applied on the water molecules is more than the apple per volume.
It's less dense than water, you mean?
Yep.
So if I throw the apple up in the air, it's more dense than air, so it comes down. If I throw it in water, it comes back up because of density, right?
Right, but again, you keep asking me questions. You keep asking me questions without answering the same question. I just want an answer to a simple question. When you're inducing motion, in an object at rest, does it have a force? Yes or no?
I said, welcome to Flat Earth, Flat Earther.
When you want to induce motion in an object at rest, do you have to introduce a force? Yes or no?
I had to throw the apple down. I had to force it, and I had to throw it up. I had to force it.
So.
Right, but then it changes the direction of the motion, right? It changes directions, right?
Because it's density, right?
So whatever you threw up will drift a little bit due to Coriolis. It will drift.
Coriolis, give me a break.
We got conflicting globers now.
Yeah, he made a mistake.
Oh, are you
if you want to account Coriolis, it's pretty much negligible if you're tossing an apple in the spout. If you want to add Coriolis, sure, it's gonna nudge a little bit. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, then what you're saying is I can just go ahead and hover a drone, and it's just gonna move in my backyard by itself.
No, because your drone
let the
actually
Globus
is
fight is
from
fine.
your center.
Let the Globus fight, guys.
There is no fight.
I need a simple answer to the question, right? When an object is at rest, does it require a force to induce motion? Yes or no?
Yeah, I had to force it when I threw the apple down into the water, and I had to force it when I threw the apple up into the air.
Right. When you force it up, right, it stops for a second.
Comes back. Yeah,
Right.
it's too dense, so it goes down. And when I throw it in the water, it's less dense, so it goes up.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There you
so
go.
we can.
Agreed. Thank you. We're done.
Right.
You're a flat earther.
Right. So we can agree from the.
Yeah, you never brought up anything but density, dude.
We can infer from the observation, right, that when we chuck an apple up, when we chuck in, right. So when we chuck an apple up, right.
Relative density.
Okay, so when you chuck an apple up, it stops for a second, right, in the air, right?
When
And then a second, you see, this is the problem.
Because it hit the bottom, it just stops and comes back up when I throw it into a 10-foot pool.
When you chuck an apple in the air, does it stop for a bit at the apex? Yes or no?
Stop stating the obvious, man.
It stops when I throw it in the water at the
It
apex.
does. It does stop at the apex, right? So we can say that for that minuscule amount of time, the object, for that minuscule amount of time, that object is at rest in the air. And a second motion is induced in that object in the downward direction, right? So that downward motion that's induced in the object, what force is what?
Yeah, thank you. When I throw it down in the water, it stops for a second and reverses direction.
Yeah, in water
Dude.
you've got buoyancy acting on it as well.
Oh, is that different now? What's that all about?
It's another force, yes.
So it's a bunch of different forces now.
There's almost always a bunch of different forces acting on the object.
So it's not relative density.
It's not relative density, correct? Yeah. Oh, what do you guys call it? Density disequilibrium or some rubbish like that? Yeah, it's none of that. There is buoyancy, there is gravity. There is other forces as well. They all work together, and then the direction of motion.
Relative density, dude. Things that move different in the medium they're relative to.
Things move depending on the net force acting on it.
Parmesan, what's the source of this gravity that you're talking about? Is it a sphere Earth?
That is a source.
Okay, so the Earth is a sphere. Okay, so the Earth is a sphere, right?
Oh, it says who again?
Yeah,
Earth is a sphere.
Okay, so how big is the sphere?
How big is the sphere?
What's the radial value? What's the radius?
About what? Can't remember off the top of my head. Something like 7,000 kilometers.
It's 6,300 kilometers, 3,959 miles. So we would have a drop rate and a curvature to measure on this Earth, right? Where is that?
It's all around you.
Yeah, just show it to me. Can you give me the measurement instead of just kind of, ambiguously saying all around me?
What do you expect to see as a measurement?
I would expect to see the measurement that was taken originally to give us this value. Where does that value come from?
Oh, the value of the radius.
Yeah.
Originally, I don't know which one is originally. I have some.
No problem.
Measurements.
Where can we measure it today?
You go out and measure. Let's say one method is triangulation of spherical excess.
Spherical excess? What's spherical excess?
You know what spherical excess? Come on.
Yeah, the PZX triangles that you guys reify. Where's the curvature in actual reality that I can measure?
That is in actual reality. You measure spherical excess, which...
Okay, so show me the curvature that I can find in that particular measurement. How did they measure that?
How do they measure the angles to get spherical excess?
Oh, so they measured angles, so 3 straight lines then.
There is spherical excess, right?
No, don't just say that. Don't just say there's spherical excess, right. I'm asking you, did they measure 3 straight lines, yes or no?
No, they don't measure lines, they measure angles.
Angles. Are angles straight lines or curved lines?
Angles are angles, they're not lines.
What do you use in a triangle or an angle? Do you use straight lines or no?
In a triangle?
Yeah, how about an actual angle where you just have an open-ended angle, right? Like one vertex. Do you use straight lines for that or curved?
You could use it that way, yeah.
What do you mean you could? How do you measure an angle? Do you use straight lines or no?
I'll tell you. I use a protractor, which has one straight line and it's half a circle.
Yeah, no, that's the arc lengths, the curve over the top. What are the angles measured between 2 straight lines, correct? Yeah, 2 straight lines. Yes, 2 straight lines.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have only straight lines, so there is no spherical excess in reality. Unless you reify it, correct?
Do you not understand what spherical excess is?
I know exactly what it is. It's a reification.
Tell me what is a spherical excess.
You guys are taking straight lines, wrapping them around a ball, and saying, look, there's more than 180 degrees in these angles, these triangles. So what you're doing is reifying it, wrapping it around a sphere that you're presupposing.
Incorrect.
So I need to get the curvature in reality first. Parmesan.
So that's incorrect.
Just give me the curvature in reality.
Tell me what spherical excess. You claim you
I just told you what it is.
I told you.
No, you didn't.
So I didn't correctly say that you guys measure angles, which are straight lines, then you wrap it around a reification, and then you have angles that are now more than 180 degrees internally. That's not what it is?
So what you said is incorrect, and it's not what the spherical excess is.
Terrific. So I am incorrect. You tell me what they do then.
Try again. What is spherical excess?
This is not my claim. Why don't you tell me what it is?
You want me to tell you what spherical excess is?
Go ahead.
Sure. It's when the angles in a triangle add up to more than 180 degrees.
I just fucking said that, you dumb piece of shit.
No, you didn't, you dumb piece of shit.
Anybody else hear me say that it's more than 180 internally?
Nobody heard you say more than 180.
Yes.
Nobody. You didn't even say 180 degrees.
Yes, I did. Listen, you're going to go on mute because I did say more than internally 180 degrees. I did. You weren't listening, or you're just being a lying asshole. So where can we
check? And I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay, bye. So Hugh, at what point are you going to show us this gravity that you're invoking instead of inferring it like you told us earlier?
I give you a video. You can watch it on your own time.
What?
I sent you a video. I tagged you in the general chat. You can look at the video yourself.
So you are disagreeing with Parmesan again, where the Earth is not actually bending and warping space-time, creating spheres along a geodesic?
I never said anything about space-time or geodesic.
Okay, so there's no... Einstein was incorrect and you're back to Newtonian.
I feel like you guys misunderstand a lot of this stuff, right?
Really?
Just because
no problem.
Just because...
No problem.
Deliberate misrepresentation. That's what it is.
Right, just because you're using a Newtonian equation, for example, to predict how long it'll take for me, for example, if I chuck a ball horizontally from a two-story building, I can calculate how long it'll take for the ball to reach the ground, how many bounces the ball will make, and the force the ball will hit the ground with Newtonian mechanics completely accurately. Right? It's
Yeah,
not like Newtonian mechanics is. It's not like Newtonian mechanics is blunt. It depends on what level you're looking at gravity.
Shut the fuck up. Who cares? What's your point?
The point is, bro, is that Newtonian mechanics or Einsteinian mechanics, they don't contradict each other. The only thing about Einstein is that his theory explains a bit more than Newtonian, right? Einstein's description of reality can give you predictions in realms that Newton cannot. That's it. It just has more explanation power. Newton was not wrong. Newton's equations are not wrong. You can derive Newton's equations from Einstein's field equations.
No shit. So Newton now is not saying that the gravitational pull is coming from the center of the object of that mass, from the center of mass. You got that gravitational pull, but opposite to that, Einstein say that the object itself doesn't matter of a center mass or anything like that. He didn't even bring the topic of center of mass. He said that the object itself will create a bending on a fabric of space and time, and another object smaller than that object than the first will just fall into that cavitation created by the first object, the bigger object that is bending that space and time. It's not the same shit. It's not explanation or anything. It's completely different.
It's not completely different. I can give you quotes
completely different.
I can give you quotes from Einstein himself. He himself said that he's not looking to contradict Newton, right? He's not looking to look. Einstein just explains things that happen in the quantum realm a bit better than Newton. That's it. Newton cannot explain gravity. Newton's gravity falls apart when you look at it from a quantum perspective. That's
all right. So this is all just like a giant red herring. It has nothing to do with the topic. We're not going to argue about explanation power and all that shit. So can you just go ahead and show me if we have any scientific evidence for this mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of pseudo-Riemannian force space, the bending and warping of space-time?
I tagged you in the general chat. I tagged you and I linked the YouTube video.
Yeah, I know. I saw what you tagged me. That is the Cavendish, basically affirming the consequent, non-experiment. So can you get me an actual experiment with demonstrating either one of these things?
So I gave you an experiment and you just said no.
Okay, so that's not correct. You didn't give me an experiment. I'll tell you what, let's do. For Cavendish, can you give me the observed phenomena?
You just said no to my
Bro, I'm asking you very specifically. You said this is an experiment. Let's go through the method. What is the observed phenomena we will be studying today?
The twisting of the torsion.
I'm sorry, is that a natural phenomena?
Yes.
So a bunch of balls and strings and sticks inside a shed, that's natural, is it?
Yes, it is.
Holy cow. Mark, can you show me one of these trees that grows the shed and the string and the balls and the apparatus?
Okay. Let me explain to you how stupid that statement is, right? That any experiment, by its definition, has to be human-made.
I don't know why you white knight for these fools. I'm talking to Hugh here. Hugh, do you have an observed phenomena that we can study?
Don't talk to me, man. You're gonna keep serving me.
Are you mad now? I'm asking you very specifically for your observed phenomena.
Well, I'm not mad.
Are your feelings hurt a little bit?
Is it sad?
Maybe he's sad. Okay. Now Mark's white-knighted. Mark, what naturally observed phenomena are we studying?
Okay, look, your use of the word natural is completely inappropriate. You could not.
I don't need your bloviation and just kind of, this is what I think. I just need the naturally observed phenomena so we can have an actual experiment, unless you want to turn science into just some kind of circus. So do you have a naturally observed phenomena, Mark?
Do we have to agree on the English language? Because you're using it inappropriately.
Yeah, so now it's an ad hom. Now I'm using the English language inappropriately. Great, Mark. Do we have a naturally occurring phenomena, something in nature, that we can study? Or are we just going to make apparatuses and then basically use circular reasoning to affirm the consequent in that scenario? What are we going to do, Mark?
Name an experiment that isn't man-made.
I didn't talk about the experiment now, did I? I'm talking about the naturally observed phenomena first. I love how you like to kind of red herring away from that, but I'm talking about the naturally observed phenomena.
Step 1, Mark.
What does the word natural mean in science?
Here we go, back to natural. Is there something happening in nature that we can observe so that we can create an experiment and see if we can't validate our alternative hypothesis? What is it in nature that we're studying, Mark?
Can you name something that isn't in nature that you can observe?
Don't ask me a question, don't reverse the burden. What in nature is happening so that we can study it?
I'm pointing out.
Okay, so Mark is bricked. He will not answer the question. I thought we were talking about gravity, which is what I thought somewhere in nature was occurring, but apparently not. Apparently we have to have a shed and some balls and some sticks and some string. Maybe that's the only time that gravity occurs.
Saying you're wrong is not an ad hominem.
Mark, buddy, do you have a natural phenomena or not?
Yes. You can do torsion bars natural phenomena.
So torsion bars are natural phenomena. Where do I see torsion bars in nature?
You see it in the laboratory. That's in nature. The rules.
The laboratory. So the laboratory is in nature. Is anybody else just like flabbergasted by the stupidity of this?
Yeah, by yours.
Yeah, I'm muted, so you can't hear me laugh.
Yeah, can I just look? I posted the definitions of the things that says who was just claiming, and it matches exactly what he said. Natural phenomenon refers to the observable events or occurrences in the natural world, right?
You're the man.
In the natural world.
And exploited
Yes,
through scientific investigation. All right. So then I looked up the definition of natural world. Posted in the chat there, Collins Dictionary. And it says the definition is natural things exist or occur in nature and are not made or caused by people.
Where do you go from here now, Mark?
I didn't expect that it necessitated a definition to define that to someone. Someone was about nature. What is nature?
It's Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Like
Not
the main
Mother Nature.
problem is science is used to adjudicate cause and effect. If I do something or if I make a machine to do something, you already know the cause. You did that. That's the reason for why you mimic something you see in nature to control variables and see if you can get the exact same result.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said you just made it.
Yeah, you do. That comes next, not first. Like if I just
I was just asking you or me.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. That's step 2. Step 1 is you observe something. Step 2 is you try to recreate that to adjudicate cause and effect. If you already know cause and effect, you're so far outside of science that there's no coming back from that.
Yeah.
Someone can tell Greta and Greenpeace to just calm down because plastic factories are part of nature.
Yeah.
We just learned that today.
Yeah, same thing with global warming. Man caused global warming.
Yeah.
That's just
It's natural.
It's natural. Yeah, it's part of nature.
Guys, the Earth is flat because think about it, guys. The bottom of cups are flat.
That was a failure.
It's kind of a belly flop.
Yeah, he's Chad choding.
What? Come on, man. I was being completely sincere.
Cavendish was never an experiment to prove gravity. Cavendish is just an observation made in a lab. They observed balls attracting each other. They never isolated those balls from everything, just letting the gravity play the role of that attraction. They never did that. There is no electrostatic isolation. They said that they put those balls inside the Cavendish, inside the Faraday cage. Faraday cage, just to people's knowledge, it's not an EM signal. It's just an EM signal. It's not an ES signal, so it doesn't stop electrostatics. It will just stop electromagnetism. Never.
Yeah, I posted a definition of natural to the side chat. So there you go. From Berkeley for science.
And in Cavendish, there was no manipulation of the independent variable, being that curving of space-time or the mass attracting mass. There was no manipulation, but just an observation of lead balls attracting each other.
You manipulated the distance to the object, did you in Cavendish?
So distance is the cause?
Distance is the independent variable, and the dependent variable is the torsion bar.
Okay, so there's no gravity then?
This is measuring an apparent force between two objects, which you can then...
No one said apparent force. In fact, gravity is considered to be a pseudo force, I believe. Or an emergent force, according to Fight the Fat Shirt, right?
Yeah, there's debate on whether it's an actual force or not. Some people claim it's a force, some people don't.
Right,
It's
but
an
you
apparent
haven't
effect.
told us. You haven't told us anything about gravity yet. You've mentioned torsion bars and distance. Where's the gravity at?
The gravity is demonstratable by the torsion bar. Torsion, turning, right? The amount of torsion on the bar.
Maybe stutter more. So, anyways, you are affirming the consequent.
Oh, affirming the consequent, huh? Would you like to talk about how your definition's wrong on that?
No problem. If P, then Q, Q therefore P. If gravity, then balls attract, therefore gravity. It's affirming the consequent, Mark.
No, it's not, because that's a deductive fallacy, right?
I just gave you the actual form of the fallacy, and I matched it with your conclusion, and you said right, so you are affirming the consequent.
No, I just said that that's a deductive fallacy that you just told me. That's what a
deductive fallacy.
Yeah, it's a deductive
So it's
fallacy.
not if P, then Q, Q therefore P. That's not affirming the consequent.
Oh, sure. So I would make it if I would be affirming the consequent, that study would be that experiment.
Like a steak
Let me finish. All right, so it would be affirming the consequent if it was a deductive statement. It's not a deductive statement. It's an evidential statement.
Mark, you're running. This is pathetic now, bro. So if P, then Q, Q therefore P. Dude, you got diarrhea of the mouth now.
He said, turn off them lights.
Okay. Is science based on deduction or is it based on...
Why are you asking me a question? I've already proven that you're affirming the consequent with this Cavendish. So if you have nothing else other than just, chaff and redirect, then I think we're done here, Mark. Do you have anything else?
Only to say that you don't understand science at all.
Here we go. So the ad hom, so I guess you are done, right?
Would you like to explain how science works because you don't understand?
There we go. So just more questions from me since I've proven that you affirm the consequent with Cavendish. And everybody does.
We put some two balls and they attract each other, therefore there is gravity. They attracted each other, so gravity is there. Yeah.
But that doesn't always work. If you look up the fail rate of Cavendish, it barely ever does what they think it's going to do. Like once in a while, it happens to work. It's a magic trick. It's an apparatus built to do a certain thing, and it's not built very well.
I'll unmute Mark and somebody else can talk to him. Or maybe he needs a minute. I don't know.
Yo, Mark.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, do you think that the Earth is round?
I'd like to talk about affirming the consequent and why it's not a fallacy when you apply it to science.
It's actually cubical, bro. It's actually cubical.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I can prove it.
Yeah, where are the corners?
No, because think about it. Think about it. Everything, like,
Hold on, Mark, listen. Why don't you think about the fact that Mark couldn't answer the question when you asked him if he thought he was on a ball? Think about that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to. It's not what I want to talk about.
Yeah, dude. So what that? Listen, if circular, okay, Mark G. If circular reasoning is a-okay for science, what the hell is pseudoscience?
It's not circular
Cubed
reasoning. Would you like me to explain? Would you like me to explain why it's not circular reasoning?
Well, we've heard you try. I've also heard you say that the shed contraption is some naturally occurring entity. But I looked at your .edu thing. It said predictable or something like that, like down towards the bottom.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then you set up this shed contraption. So if it's so predictable of what's occurring naturally, where the hell is this occurring outside of the shed? Hello?
It's occurring everywhere. Well, but that's not what I want to talk about.
So where? Yeah, thank you for being as vague as the definition from Berkeley.
Right.
.edu.
It's happening with.
So where?
I don't think you're getting.
Could you point to if it's happening everywhere? How about you? If I said what's disco? No, it's happening everywhere. Where? And I point you to a discotheque.
It keeps you on the ground, right? It explains that.
Right.
Better
Dude. Now you're just resorting back to circular reason bullshit, bro. If that's what science is to you, then party on. We'll whisper behind your back and tell you it's pseudoscience, and you can continue your parade into where? Who knows?
Okay, so
as long as you're hurtling through outer space, right?
So yeah, evidently. So the idea of science is not verification, right? It's refutation, right? It's falsification, right? So the reason that
stop saying right like that.
Okay,
there's a time and a place for saying right? But after every sentence isn't it, right?
So science relies on falsification, not verification, right?
What if that's his accent?
It's a speech habit of mine. So the reason that affirming the consequent, is a fallacy. So the classic example is if it's raining, the streets are wet. The streets are wet, therefore it's raining. Well, there could be many reasons the streets are wet, right? So, and I'm saying right to make sure you understand that point, that there could be many reasons the streets are wet, which is why it's a fallacy.
A homeless guy could piss on the street, so that it could be wet that way
exactly,
too.
Right? Yeah, there could be lots of reasons that the streets are wet, right? So it's illogical to make a conclusion.
Well, that's funny because here you are pissing on our shoes and telling us it's raining.
So the point in science,
I'm making it rain.
The way science works, it's not an evidential conclusion. In other words, if we say, hey, look, these balls tend to make the torsion bar torque, right? It torques the torsion bar, right? That is not absolute proof of gravity. It is evidence towards gravity, right? So if, for example, we did the experiment and it would reliably fail.
So nothing outside of the contraption setup. Got it. That's weak. Yeah,
no,
show it.
You misunderstand.
Where?
I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain science here.
You said you're trying to.
You don't want to hear it.
You're doing a shell game and introducing pseudoscience, right? and telling us it's science, right?
Guys,
Pissing on us and telling us it's raining, right?
Guys, he's talking about the shells like the bombshell evidence. He's about to give us the bombshell.
No, shell game. He's the pea. The pea he's shuffling around. Not the green pea.
He's breaking through. He's breaking through. He's really
No,
like
he's
he
not.
has the revelation.
Anything I'm saying is not science.
This is revelation. Okay, this is a revelation right here. Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll just ask you a question. Where is the shed contraption occurring in nature? If it's everywhere, if it's predictable, if that's what it is that's occurring, then where the hell is it outside of the shed?
It occurs everywhere in the universe.
Oh, thank you for your vaguity.
I think his head is a shed.
On the ground. It's what keeps you on the ground. Keeps the planets in orbit around the sun, or moon in orbit around Earth, all that sort of thing.
No, I'm on the ground because I'm denser than the air.
Sure.
I float in the Dead Sea, don't I?
Why don't you just like sleep on your bed?
Right. What provides?
Right.
Provides for the buoyant force?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
What provides for the buoyant force?
The medium.
Yeah, there you go, wanting to slip in your G again.
Guys, my bed is flat, so the world is flat.
Why don't things float up?
They do.
Some things float up if they are less dense than
Why
the
doesn't
medium.
everything float up?
Some things float up because they are less dense than the medium. Not everything floats up because not everything is less dense than the medium.
Right.
Yeah, ever been to a
Everything
birthday
floats
party?
towards the ground and not away from the ground.
Sorry?
Why does everything float towards the? If you pull down to the ground, and lighter things go away from the ground. Why not?
That's your imagination, bro. That there's any pulling going on.
Just the story. And
pulling or pushing, whatever you want.
Stories.
Yeah, it's your imagination.
Why is the buoyant force directed as it is? That it's pulling towards the ground or being pushed towards the ground, however you want to characterize it. Why is it not oriented sideways or towards the sky?
No, it isn't, is it? So yeah, why the hell are you? Why the hell are you talking about
downward direction? Isn't there?
Yeah, why the hell then are you talking about sideways steel balls in a shed?
Right, because those steel balls. That experiment can explain why buoyant force is pointed down, and can explain why, if there's an orbiting body or orbiting around the Earth, why it's orbiting, and why, and equate for not only the mass of that thing, for exactly how much it pulls on the Earth's oceans. All of that stuff can be derived from that steel ball experiment.
Pulling on the Earth's oceans, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah. Do you have a better explanation? It's
density. That's the water's in the ocean basin because it's there. Sorry, I'm not omniscient.
So I'm
talking about tides.
No, I'm talking about water in an ocean basin.
So you're telling me those lead balls have atmosphere around them?
Sure, they have atmosphere around them. Yeah,
they have a layer of gas pressure, which is higher than the normal air around them.
Higher than the normal air. I'm not sure what you mean there.
Yeah, we have 14 psi here, so the lead balls, because they are attracting each other and attract things. If they can attract each other, so a lead ball which is heavier than gas molecules, they will create an atmospheric layer around them, and a layer of higher pressure.
I see.
Because you said that those lead balls are explaining what's happening here, and
what you're claiming. Let me just repeat what you're claiming and see if I got it. So what you're claiming is that the atmosphere around the lead balls would be denser than the atmosphere away from the lead balls.
No, I'm not claiming. I'm asking you because you said your claim was those lead balls are explaining what we see here. So we have, for example, air on the surface of the Earth. So if you check those lead balls and you found that there is an atmospheric layer around them, like you claim on this spinning ball on the vacuum of space, surrounded by a layer of high pressurized air.
Yes.
So
I don't know how high it is, but it's one atmosphere at the surface. Yeah, sure. Okay, so yeah, in theory, you're probably right. I don't think we could measure the difference between the density of air around the lead balls and the density of air away from the lead balls. We still have the equipment to do that. In theory, it would be a little bit thicker around the lead balls. Yeah, it's true.
Why? You can isolate a molecule, so now you can't just verify the distribution of molecules around that lead ball in comparison with away from the lead ball. No, you don't have, like, it's not like now it's like the moon. You don't have the necessary equipment anymore. But we know that you have.
I'm confused. I don't think we would be able to tell the density of air near the lead balls versus away from the lead balls, even though technically it should be, however, slightly higher.
Why the fuck you were claiming that it's the same thing that we see here?
Oh, okay. Well,
if
no,
you didn't check.
Right. So the mass of the Earth is so much larger compared to a lead ball. The mass of the Earth is trillions of times larger than the mass of a lead ball. And if you look at the layer of atmosphere that clings to the Earth, it's incredibly small. The Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference, and the atmosphere is really, by the time you get to 11,000 feet, it's not even really breathable. Well, I guess it's breathable, but it's thin up there, right? You go to the top of a mountain, it's thin, right?
So it means
very
that
small.
those lead balls won't affect that space and time fabric because of the weight of the Earth itself.
No. That's why the experiment was designed to cancel out any downward vector. That's why they move sideways and not up and down.
Sideways. Yeah. So the fabric of space and time isn't it a four-dimensional fabric that is affected by the mass of the globe? So it will just distort in every direction, following the curvature of that globe, and also what's on the top, meaning the room where those lead balls are.
Right. If you look at the
also.
Look, the experiments are usually designed in larger rooms. That's one of the reasons they fail. Is there's other stuff near them. It is a very finicky experiment. It takes a day or so, or even more.
It's not an experiment. It's just an observation.
Yes, it is an experiment. How is it not an experiment?
Because
what
there
was
is
the
no
observed
manipulation
natural
of
phenomenon?
there is no manipulation of the independent variable. The independent variable would be the cause of of the phenomenon. So if you say that things are falling because of that gravity mass attracting mass, so that would be the independent variable. So to do an experiment, you will have to manipulate that independent variable and play with it and make some things attract things and play with it.
Okay, so let's get this straight. So sometimes experiments are designed to find cause, sometimes they are not. And in this case, if gravity is a fundamental property of the universe, like time or like, it's just space itself, like what causes the space between objects, we don't know that. The cause is whatever caused the universe, so that the ultimate cause cannot be determined. What we can determine is local causes, right? Right? And in this case, or proximate causes, in this case, we can manipulate the effect of gravity by the distance between objects, right? And I keep saying right again, but that's what it is. We're affecting
No, I got it. It's a mannerism.
Gravity.
Some people don't.
That's not right.
It's okay to say right.
But I gotta stop saying that.
No, you can manipulate the distance when you put the objects like science tells you in MIT, for example. Professor Walter Lewis, who is teaching in MIT, that here on the surface of the Earth, so in micro scale, till thousands of kilometers, is just electricity dominating the world. So that keeps our reality attached together. When you are starting to talk about planets and things away of that from that 1,000 kilometers, you can talk about gravity. But here till 1,000 kilometers, it will be tenths of magnitude more potent than the gravity. So they are just telling you that you don't even have to assume anything about gravity here because you can't detect it. The attracting force that holds things together. Everything that you see, a solid material or liquid, it's just attached by electricity that is in the molecules itself. So,
Right.
like said, in that Cavendish experiment, first thing, there was no isolation of electrostatics. So till the moment that you will be where you will be able to isolate the experiment from electrostatics, you can call it a good experiment. But now you didn't isolate it from electrostatics. Instead, they say that they put it inside the Faraday cage, but they forgot that the Faraday cage is not an ES signal stopper, but just an EM signal. It just stops electromagnetic signals, not electrostatic ones. So for
when
me,
you say electrostatic, are you referring to the weak force?
Weak force, Coach, weak force, the one that takes a paper from desk and take it from hands of gravity, like when you rub a pen against your hair and you make it close to a paper on the ground, and that pen will attract the paper, stealing it from the so-called gravity.
Oh, okay. You're talking about just plain old electromagnetic stuff. Okay.
Electrostatics, not electromagnetic. That's the confusion.
Well, electrostatics, right.
Yeah, that's the electricity that is the potential of electricity that is in everything that you can find in table of matter. In table of matter, all the materials that you see there are have an electrostatic potential. You can't run from that. So the lead
but you measure that.
The material
you measure that by magnetic, right? Everything is magnetic, is what you're saying.
No, it's not. It's not like a magnet. It's an attraction between the positive and negative current of electricity, and the repel between the positive and the positive, or the discharge and another discharge.
Right, but the problem is that every electrostatic it behaves. In my understanding, it behaves the same way as a magnetic field, right? So every electrostatic has a positive and negative pole. It may not be literally a pole, but there's a positive and negative into the charge, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, exactly. It has a charge and a discharge.
Right. So I keep saying right. I got to stop doing that. So I agree with that.
Dude, you're fine. I don't know why you feel like you have to stop saying right. If it's just a mannerism. That's part of your.
Well, time out. And the only reason I brought it up in the first time is because you only started saying right when you started going into La La Land. When I said, where is this occurring? If it's so predictable, what's happening in Cavendish's shed, you said everywhere in the universe, right? That's the only reason I brought it, because you were using it to substantiate your thing, but go on, right?
No, I think and then you use it to kind of being an ass, and the other people use it as being an ass towards me.
Now you're being an ass to yourself about it. So forget I ever said it.
I know. I here's the thing. You were kind of being a jerk about it, but on the other hand, it is something I say repeatedly. And I don't even notice. It's like people say
That's a tactic in the first, and whether you know it or not, you only started doing it about 10 minutes ago.
I do it all the time. Now that you say it, I do it all the time.
You do it. You've done it in the past, but today, listen. When it got down to the whole, whatever you want to call it,
okay,
then
we'll skip
you
past
just started
it.
saying right.
No, let's get past it. You brought something to my attention.
Everywhere it's happening in the universe, everywhere. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, yeah. So we're past that. So the question about I don't think electrostatics is a good explanation for what we observe, because for every electrostatic charge there would be an equally repulsive charge locally, right? And we don't see that So, for example, if for every charge on a balloon, there's a repellent point and an attractive point. With gravity, we do not see that. Everything is pulled together. That's the difference between gravity and electrostatics or magnets or these other forces that we see. And you can't explain the universal attraction between elements, between mass, or between anything. Either if you don't say mass or whatever, buoyant force, right? Even if you say just buoyant force wouldn't be explained by electrostatics as far as I understand them.
Because you want to use buoyancy, not relative density.
But before
however you want to explain.
Before you start talking about that, real density is a reality. That is, we know about that. Nobody can say anything against it. We know what reality density is. But reality density has nothing about acceleration of object in free fall, right?
I'm sorry, run that by me again. I didn't quite get that.
Okay. Reality density is absolutely known, and nobody should say anything against it. You know.
Well, we know we know density by weight.
Sorry, before you say anything more, but the problem is how we can explain the acceleration of objects in a free fall. That's what we are talking about, right? So, real density cannot explain object in free fall that's accelerating. We have to know what you're talking about and take it step for step, okay?
So you're saying density in free fall. Do you mean in a vacuum or just in the air?
No, in the reality that we're living in the air.
Okay, so you drop something out of a 2-story window and it's in free fall. Okay, in a certain, let's say a bowling ball, it's a certain density which we kind of have an idea of.
Okay, here, let me try to help you out. Johnny's a little hard to follow. He's saying if you've got some sort of mixture that has different densities in it, I mean, most likely it's got to be liquid or whatever. Something that can move through each other. Solids won't really work. And you drop it in free fall, what happens?
Well, we'll say fluid because air and water are both fluid.
Yeah.
If you just drop it, the more dense thing will tend to fall towards it on Earth. It'll fall towards the surface of the Earth, right?
Now you
and the air will get out of the way
without gravity. You said buoyancy requires gravity. Is incorrect.
I said, well, here's the thing. You can just say buoyancy and that's all we need, right? And to a certain extent, that's true, right? But the issue is, does gravity as a concept explain buoyancy? And does does it have greater explanatory power? Does it explain lots of things? And that's how science determines what is a good model.
I have to stop you there because you have to give me the definition of gravity first, so we know what you're talking about.
Oh, for this, you could just use Newton. He called it a force, although technically there's no evidence that it's a force, which is kind of strange. But it's just the idea that mass attracts other mass. We can just go with that.
Yeah, but nobody is using it anymore. Everybody that's in the higher education, they're not using that anymore.
Well, it depends on what
no proof for it
sure
either.
they do. Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. So, for example, architects and other engineers that have to make very simplistic calculations would be fine with me.
They have no clue about it. The architects have nothing. They just take in the the ankles welded, and they know how much it has to be to hold this, and they have to make a wall there in the middle to hold all this weight and so on. That's the
Yeah, they
architects
deal with
doing.
yeah, they deal with weight.
But that
They
has
deal with
nothing to
weight
do with.
and forces.
Does
They
it have
they calculate. Hold on.
anything to do with acceleration? The acceleration that we are talking about. What is the acceleration about?
Yeah, they dealing with black holes.
Yeah. Yeah, so people, it depends on the scale, right? So normal scale.
No,
like,
at
so
the job
people,
site, are they taking into consideration black holes?
No, absolutely not. Right. So it's. I always
Okay.
say this. If you're going to be cutting,
No,
if you're going to
you're
be cutting
stuttering.
a
You're stuttering.
FaceTime
You're
when they
stuttering.
start explaining the fairy tale, the outer space fairy tale. That's where you need space time.
No,
Yeah,
you actually you do. Hold on. You do need. Hold on. You do need it.
That's
You do need
a
it
new
on Earth for
gravity
things like
explanation.
you do need space time on Earth for some things to work. It's true.
Like what?
But most
Space time
things.
is just a concept. So gravity is just a concept. Then it's a concept.
It's a concept. It's a concept. It may not actually be the actual way the universe works, right? Because I don't say that space time is actually the way it works.
You should
But it's
yourself 30 minutes ago.
But it's a useful model that has predictions. Therefore, it's the best model that we have for understanding the universe. It's the closest to truth that we have.
No, you're wrong. There's other alternative.
Okay.
You just want to talk about it. There's other explanation for it. And something I can test, and you can test in a lab, and it will tell you we are able to manipulate how things go up or down, and manipulate the rate also. And we can use static electricity to do that. And we can let objects fly in the air without any moving parts. Just using manipulation of the static field in the atmosphere.
I've
Did you
seen
know that?
obviously I've seen levitation from magnets, and there's some really cool stuff with I can't remember. It's near sub-zero magnets, and the Japanese use a version of that for their bullet trains. It's pretty cool. But in terms of manipulating things to like flying saucer stuff, it's fun to think about. I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, and you really have to be able to manipulate things to get any result. And you don't know what you're talking about. You were in the beginning. You were saying that mass was attracting mass. That has been disproven a long time ago, 130 years ago or something. So why are you talking about that? Still talking about something that's not working. Why not move your mind to something that you're able to manipulate? You're not able to manipulate gravity like you think it is. Why not just go away from it then?
Well, because as a model, right, as a understanding of the universe, a simplified probably understanding the universe, it's pretty useful. And I bring up Newton because it's so. For example, if you're building a house and you're cutting a stud for a wall, right, and the stud needs to be 8 feet tall. It's an 8-foot wall, right, or whatever, and you could measure it, and you say, okay, it needs to be exactly 8 feet. There's no way you could cut anything exactly to 8 feet, like dead on micrometer accurate on the job site. And you could spend all day trying to cut a 2x4 exactly 8 feet, and it'd be a waste of time. Because the difference between 8 feet and 8 feet and an eighth is not important.
That's the only thing that Newton was right on was about momentum and the power, how the momentum can hold in a circle because of momentum. That's just has nothing to do with gravity. That's all the things that you have to take in and understand. That's just the weight of things that's going, and it's like a centrifugal force. But it has nothing to do with gravity at all. Do you understand that? How wrong you are in that? And Newton also said, I don't know, I know about this and that, but I don't understand. Like my gravity it shall not work.
Yeah. So sometimes scientists have an idea of the way things work. They don't actually know why they work that way. For example, Newton had this idea of Einstein has this idea of space-time curvature. Why does it do that? We have no idea. So we look for the next explanation that's even better.
If he didn't know it, why are you talking about it? Why are you talking about some old man that's for a long time ago? He didn't know really.
This is why when he was asked earlier if he thought he was on a ball, he wouldn't answer. He's just going on someone else's best guess, wishful thinking that he doesn't even want to.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, wouldn't we be on a cube if the Earth was flat? We'd just be on like a rotating cube.
Well,
where are the corners? Yeah, where are the corners, and how do you? Where did you get the idea that it's rotating?
Because Earth rotates.
Don't
I think a centrifugal force is some kind of gravity. It isn't. It's just a momentum of weight that's going, that's playing with the air around and everything against it. Has nothing to do with that they want it to be. Centrifugal force is just the weight is going and falling. That's just
it gives you angular momentum and all that. So yeah. So but I've talked enough. I'll let you talk to somebody else. Probably more interesting than me.
No, you're very interesting. You told us space-time is everywhere, and it
yes, as far as we know,
everything.
That's true, yeah.
Like what? I mean, but one thing though. As far as we know, okay, I rest my case.
Also, guys, isn't like believing the Earth is flat means you believe in a Minecraft world? Going to.
We only got the first half of your zinger.
We are not in the gamers world. Gamers world. We are not thinking the world is just a game. You know what I mean? No, we're just taking like it is. Reality is not a game. It has much more behind it than that. So. I will tell you that if you really want to understand how the Earth is flat, then you just take an angle to the heaven's body, elevation angle, and while you're on spot on home and you are able to navigate using elevation angle, you get 90 degrees over long distance and circle of equal latitude of thousands of miles. That's just kill the spherical Earth that you think you are on of 3959. 3959 is a very small fucking shit. That's not big at all. It's small. And I'm telling you, elevation angle
the Earth's massive. What do you mean?
Gives you circle of equal altitude around the GP of thousands of miles. And you can do that 3 times. And you know exactly where you are. How do you know that? Because all of the stars, the sun and the moon have been mapped through the years, and we have almanac.
But
we know exactly where they are in time. Nobody's talking about that. That's not interesting.
But the planets aren't flat. So why would the Earth be flat? The Earth's a planet once again.
No, it's massive flat.
Where'd you get that idea, though? You're putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, you've put the cart before the horse when you say Earth is a planet and you say other planets. That's the story.
I'm basically saying that planets cannot be flat.
Hold on.
By science.
And it's illogical that you've categorized Earth as one of these lights in the sky. That's a fact.
That's a fallacy. It's a fallacy.
It's a planet.
Just because something is...
Yeah, Johnny hear himself chanting. He doesn't hear himself just insisting that Earth is one of these lights in the sky. It must be.
Is Earth? Is Earth another thing then? If it's not a planet, I don't know what we're on.
Where the hell did you get the idea, dude? we get it. It was in the books. That was what was in academia and the whole, paper mache thing on the shelf. That's the point of it. These were all just leaps of logic, putting carts before the horse, getting people to do what you are doing. It must be right. That's the story.
Guys, you really have to wake up and not think just because that you're looking up to the sky, it has to be just the same thing. It's just like I say, all of the snooker balls that you are playing you are playing snooker, because of the balls is spherical, then the table has to be spherical, right? That's your fallacy is telling us.
But how is it a fallacy to the Earth as a planet? What?
Planet. Why are you talking about planet?
Because the Earth's a planet, and we're on planet
Okay,
Earth
how
right
do we
now.
know that?
and-
Okay, fine. If the Earth is one of these lights in the sky that you have described as balls, I'll give you a circle, whatever the hell they are. Well, where is the Earth curving? If the Earth is a ball, is the Earth's surface curving? It must be, right?
Well, that's the gravity force field outside of the Earth.
What
And
the
there's
hell? We're not talking about comic books right now, dude. Maybe later.
No, there's actually a
in the back
gravity
of the
force
shop,
outside of
but-
Earth.
So
Like,
where's
there's
the
such
Earth?
thing. There's such thing
Where
as
is
gravity.
the
There's such
Earth?
thing as gravity, my friend.
Where's
Gravity
the?
exists
Okay,
in the Isaac
fine.
Newton law, and
That's fine.
and that's how we have
Your
that's how
gravity
we have
transfer
everything.
noted. So you've got a
Oh, no.
ball, then, correct? You've got gravity creating a ball, correct? That's what you are insisting upon, correct?
Yes.
So is the Earth's surface curving?
The Earth's surface doesn't need to curve for it to be a ball. Once again,
So someone clip that. If something is a ball, the surface must be curving.
what? That's a logical
Johnny,
fallacy,
am
my
I hearing
friend.
things, or what's going on?
That's a logical fallacy because number one,
You're
the
going
Earth,
to La
the
La
Earth is
Land
scientifically
saying that
been proven by
curved ball
scientists to
doesn't
be
need to curve, bro.
to be a round ball. It's not been proven to be a square.
Huh?
How are you gonna trust someone that isn't a scientist to
Well,
tell
we're
you
just
this?
talking about this is a question of geometry, bro. If the Earth is a ball, would the surface not be curving? It must to complete
I
this
haven't
ball.
looked too deep into that, but all I know is that science.
Okay, well
Science.
you don't need to go deep to get there. That's the first little shovel right there. If Earth is ball in space, one of these planets, then the Earth's surface would be curving. It's not too controversial.
What's the word on the Minecraft cube? Where's my steak?
Well, where the hell were we before they invented Minecraft?
If you believe the Earth is flat, you're already playing Minecraft.
Okay, well, where was I the decades prior to Minecraft's creation?
I mean, you believe the Earth is flat, so you're literally playing Minecraft in real life. You can, yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy your trip to SeaWorld.
Yeah, sorry. So you said the Earth is a planet. So what is the definition of planet to you?
Oh, no definition of planet. Fuck.
What is the definition of planet to you?
Basically, a solar system. That's what it is.
Well, the etymology of it is a wandering star, bro.
Would you agree? To be a planet, it's a celestial body that orbiting the star or the sun. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and really and truly, an orb.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you. Would you agree with that?
A round thing could orbit.
Would you agree with that?
A cube orbiting is illogical.
Would you agree with that?
I would agree with the Earth orbit.
Yeah. So how are you going to prove the Earth in motion?
Because the Earth
We'll wait for it.
Everybody knows cubes can rotate. But just
So hold on, dude,
everybody
hold
knows.
on,
No, everybody
you
knows that
agree
like a
that
thingy, a
hold on,
circle can rotate. But when it gets
dude, hold on.
to a cube rotating, it's illogical, my friend. Very illogical.
Hold on. So first of all, you agree that in order to be a planet, it would be the celestial body orbiting the star or the sun, right? My question to you is this: how are you going to prove the Earth in motion? Because that's not what we observe. So go ahead. We'll wait for that. Go ahead. How are you going to prove the Earth in motion?
What do you mean by the Earth in motion? Your language is from you.
Yes, because you believe that the Earth is a planet. So, in order for the Earth to be a planet, right? The Earth gotta orbit the
It
sun.
does orbit. The Earth orbits round.
We
Yeah,
don't
that's why we have the
experience
sun
that. We don't observe
and the
that, my
night.
friend. We don't observe that. We see the star, we see the sun, we see the moon, the sky rotating above us, right? So
You
how are
admitted
you
it.
going to prove the Earth
The
in
Earth
motion?
rotates. You just
When was the
admitted
last
it.
time the Earth rotated, my friend?
Heretic, hold on. No cams, heretic. No
The
cams.
Earth rotates. The Earth rotates quite often, actually.
So listen, we understand you. That's the claim. You just repeating back the claim. We asking you for: is there any evidence out there that the Earth in motion? How are we going to prove the Earth in motion? Because you experience the same thing. I experience the same thing, right? The Earth is motionless. The only time we feel the Earth moving is when is when earthquake appear. So how are you going to prove the Earth in motion? Don't repeat the claim back to
us. Science.
Oh my God, yeah. This dude's a lost cause, man. I can't do it. So you got nothing. I get it. You got nothing. So
Well, you got him to scream science. That was pretty good.
Which is good because let's see. Inside your worldview, what causes Earth to spin?
Causes Earth to exist.
To spin. You said the
spin.
Earth is rotating.
How it spins is basically because the Earth naturally spins.
About how? I'm saying
every planet
what causes,
spins.
Okay. What caused Earth to spin? You said science.
I don't know.
Well, then how is it science then?
Because science literally showed that the Earth spins and it's round. So why deny science?
What causes the Earth to spin?
What causes the Earth to spin?
Yeah.
Well, it's I don't know exactly, bro. I can't
so
explain.
If you don't know the cause, how is it science?
Because scientists said it. And they've been to space and that.
Okay, so whatever scientists say, that's science.
Whatever scientists say about the Earth, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. There's only so little you can take out of science to do with the Earth.
So which ones are you talking about? The ones that are right or the ones that are wrong?
I'm talking about the claim that the Earth is round from science. And that it spins. It's just a globe. So then, you're going to have a problem when you run into saying the Earth is flat. Because if you can't prove it to a scientist, then you're false.
Well, you're the one that's saying there's scientists out there that must be saying the Earth isn't a spinning globe. So if you only want to hear what a scientist says, go find them, I guess. You said some of them are right, some of them are wrong. Well, find the wrong ones and go bellyache to them. Or if you're so certain they're wrong, just mock them, I guess.
Yeah, but how can you believe this flat Earth nonsense? It's like But how can you believe this logical fallacy about Earth coming from like cultists?
Which logical fallacy are you asking about?
The flat Earth fallacy. Why do you believe it? It's like
which one would it be that you're talking about?
Yeah, but it's like a cult.
It's like a cult. Well, you're the one that's talking about stuff that Einstein's priest buddy chalkboard warrior. That's you. That's a little. I won't. It's that's a little cultish, weird at the very least. That's not Einstein and the Vatican hatching up a universe origin ideas. That's not weird.
This is just being curious, taken like literally.
Huh?
Do you realize flat earthers are basically just curious people that are trying to find some group to fit?
Trying.
Dude,
it's been found.
I'm not curious about shit. I don't go anywhere. I don't like to travel. I just do my thing.
You're curious about the earth being flat?
No, I'm not curious. I already know
curious.
it's flat. I already know it is. I'm not curious about it.
How are you so certain? How are you so certain your belief is right? Don't you have to check? Don't you have to check with science?
Why would I have to check with science? How does science measure a ball?
Because scientists actually go out and explore the Earth.
Do they?
You've probably never ever been to out of space to prove it's flat.
No,
You've never seen the
space is fake.
If outer space is fake, then that means you're saying that Mars, Venus, all those planets are fake.
So they knew that the Earth is a sphere the day when they started going to that space?
So the lights you see up in the sky, yeah, those are just exactly what you see.
So you're telling me the moon's fake, the sun's fake, yet we see it.
Who said that? Who said
it's a logical fallacy? Logical fallacy.
Hey, who said the lights are fake?
Someone saying that space is fake, which is
outer space vacuum. Yeah, vacuum of space. That's fake.
Outer space is not fake. If you think outer space is fake, you've never been to space. So how are you gonna know?
I can't go to fake space. They're right.
You can't go to space because you're not an astronaut. You're not trained to go there.
Only certain people can go there.
You have to be qualified. If you're not qualified, or if you can't pay the price to go to space, and you can't go to space.
How cultish!
But then how are you then going to say you know shit about the Earth being? How are you certain that you know the Earth is flat when it can never be flat? It's a dumbass theology.
Because rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Actually, the rocket's power times the distance, literally could shoot up and go past the actual gravitational barrier on Earth, but probably won't know that.
But they don't do that. Shoot sideways.
It shoots near the best area to launch it. Logically.
They don't go up. They go sideways. And watch them go up and down into the ocean.
No.
Yes, sorry. You sound sad.
This is like cult behavior. They all agree on the same thing. It's like cultish. Agree with.
Projection noted. Projection noted. You told us only the secret class of the special knowledge group may go to space.
Scientists. Only scientists in like space.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin and only the people who have been to outer space, right? The scientists.
You have to be trained to be an astronaut or be a scientist to go and explore space. If not, you can't explore it because you're not trained. It's simple. It's like bringing someone who's not a doctor into a doctor's office. What the fuck are they gonna do? They can't do shit. Just like if you bring in a human on space, they're not gonna be able to do it. Let's say you got sent to space right now. You would not be
Don't swipe a stripper if her ass can't charge. Interact in the butt crack.
Yo, friends of the flat Earth.
What's that?
What's up?
Just watching like police encounters.
Brother, the Third World War has started today. Have you already seen?
It started in 2001. The World War. World War III started. Yeah, as soon as America became the only defensive actions, and after September 11th, they decided to go on a preventive war. You go to war to prevent war. That was the start. That's the first crack that basically brought down the world superpowers.
Okay, I hope we agree that 9/11 was an inside job. Can we agree with that?
I would say 7/11 is an inside job.
7/11 definitely as well, yes. Anyway, German minister has just announced that also Germans can fight for Israelis. Yeah. Have warned everyone thousands of times, have been
Can
called
anyone explain
conspiracy
World
theorists.
War on the globe? Does anyone got a good explanation for that?
Well, I think you are completely right. We are already in a world war. America has started this world war 2001, obviously. Obviously, it was not defense. Obviously, it was attack, and 4 million innocent dead proved that. But till today, it was in Arab countries, and it didn't care for us Western people so much. And from today on, we will be in war as well. So, okay.
As Billy Joel once said, we didn't start the fire.
Oh, you did. You did when you invaded Iraq, bro. You did.
Oh, come on.
No
I love
Iraqi came to
how people who
America,
think
brother.
that the Americans are at the bottom of the totem pole. They believe everything they see on CNN. It's you who are enamored by this CNN presentation. It's weird.
Bro, are you crazy?
think it's gospel?
I have not killed anyone in my life. It was your neighbors.
All right,
you know?
relax. Yeah, relax. Yeah, I would hope
Yes,
not.
Okay, it was your neighbors in your cities, in your countries, not in mine. Okay, I have nothing to do with American wars. You can do whatever you want. In my opinion.
Well, come on, bro.
In my opinion, America is a big war criminal state, but we can discuss that another time because today we have a new world war, which will include all of us. So, welcome to the new era of time, I guess.
Don't care.
We will see. And never forget, I have said it 100 times in here. All people live under the same dome. We all live on the same flat earth, and everyone who takes guns for the same Illuminati, takes guns for the same container builder. So whoever you think you fought for, you Why I'm always muted? What the fuck?
Well, maybe back on topic, Alexander.
Yeah.
I think that was topic. That's flat earth topic.
No, it didn't sound like it to me.
It's not.
Is this some sort of like German comedy routine? Real avant-garde?
So to say we live in a container is flat earth, but to say every one of us humans live under the same container made by the
It was a bit incendiary, Mr. Alex. Just dude, what in the world? Just relax.
Okay, do you agree all humans live on a flat Earth?
You're just going to do it again, aren't you?
But I don't understand why this is off topic. I don't get why this is off topic. What is off topic?
Okay, listen. Okay, I get it. Go ahead. Yes, that's fine. It was just you were really like stirring the pot there for no reason, gratuitously.
It was pretty funny hearing him lecture Americans on aggressive war.
Yeah,
I did enjoy that.
Yeah, the Norm Macdonald routine on Letterman came to mind. Yeah, wow. Pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, okay. We are all cattle. I understand that. That's flat Earth as well. I mean, that's the only logical conclusion when you think on the flat Earth. The absolute only logical conclusion, no? We are fighting against each other.
And he's gone. No,
it makes no sense.
I just stuck around. I thought you went.
It makes no sense to murder and to fight against people who live under the same enclosement than you do.
Yeah, Nirvana is not for this world, Alexander. I hate to break it to you. It's a pretty wild world out there.
Bro, so you are saying we
Oh, tell me what I'm saying. Please.
I don't understand it because what you're saying is we live under the same container, but we still have enemies under the same container. Does that make sense, what you're saying?
Yeah, and people within families root against different sports teams to the point that they despise one another.
Yeah, but that's not
ants fight over Cheetos. I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't hate my family because they cheer for another football team.
Yeah, neither do I. Neither do I. There are people out there that occurs. I mean, people are. What I'm saying is, Nirvana is not for this world. It's not a perfect world. It's not going to be 100% bliss.
Okay, but now
as many railroad signs and warnings and barriers and bells they put up, people still think they can get. People bad. Things that don't, from the outside looking in, as bad occur all the time.
Listen, on the flat
you can't stop when you have people operating out in the worlds. I don't know, man. Unfortunately, shit happens. I just turned on the water in my sink and burned my hand 15 minutes ago. Where were you to stop that, Alexander?
I don't know why that makes any sense, what you're saying.
Well, what do you want? What do you want? Some blissful Nirvana existence? Or you just...
I never said that. I don't understand what you mean.
Okay.
Makes absolute no sense what you're saying.
Carry on.
Okay, if we live on a flat Earth, and we all agree we live on a flat Earth, right? In a container, and we all agree that we live in a container, right? That means all wars on this planet are planned by the people outside of the container, right? So if you are fighting tomorrow for whatever case, for whatever reason, for whatever you believe you are fighting for, you will not fight for that reason actually, but you will fight for the reason for the people outside of the container, right? So you will fight against the zookeeper.
I hear you, Alexander. We're all pawns. Yet many times pawns win games. So just relax.
But if you fight against other pawns instead of the other queen or the other
I'm not
king,
fighting against it. I'm not fight. You're the one that's wanting to talk about some fight occurring. I'm not fighting anything.
Because the Third World War started. What the fuck? That's a topic.
Sorry. You can't blame me for the Third World War.
I'm not blaming you, dude. I've never blamed you for anything. You are misunderstanding that. I am just saying
So
I'm
what's
just
the
saying
conclusion of this belly aching session about life is tough? Bring us back into the flow of what and now what?
I'm just saying all Iranians who have no war, all Palestinians, all Israelis, they are all the same pawns fighting each other instead of fighting the people in front of the container.
Yeah, you know what? But that's if what you see on TV is real, that seems to be what they want to do. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie, brother. I'm with you. It's over. I am with you. There is no more hope.
I do think it's not. Nothing's over. Listen, Alexander. I do think it's funny though that they here in America they have kind of taught everyone to be this hip atheist. Yet now they want everyone to be wrapped up in holy wars. I do find that very amusing. Maybe
yes, because we are led by Satan. I mean, that's obvious. So.
Okay, dude. When I thought you couldn't bring it any, yeah, I was looking for a silver lining on the cloud, not like a hell vortex.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what hell is, but if there is hell, then probably we already live in hell. I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think one of those book writers beat you to it around when they were talking about larvae sprouting wings. I think that those joyous books of that era. Sometimes those books, which I can't tell you, I don't understand anything I know anything about what I understood about it, or can even remember anything. But at one point, I thought that maybe all those. What is it? Existential crisis books. All those guys wrote it just because where they lived, it was just really shitty weather. You know what I'm saying? Like they lived in a tundra. So and now they've got everyone who's living on. Yes, there are tundras, but most people get pretty nice weather sometimes. But they have everyone in this mindset of. I don't know, like cabin fever nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, we have only killed 4 or 5 million.
Why was all that literature all so popular? All that doom and gloom. It's kind of strange to me. That's all.
I'm just saying we have killed 4 million people the last 25 years or 30 years, and if you think that is for gloom and gloom and thunder, and this is depression.
I don't think I don't think it's fun. I don't think it's right. I don't endorse it. But what the hell, dude? It's that Billy Joel song. We didn't start the fire. Yeah, you can pull the string to. You can pull the string to. In Space Odyssey 2001. Stanley showed us all kinds of kerfuffle occurring once they started breaking bones together.
We know who started the fire. That's the point. It's not the people we are fighting. That's exactly the point.
Dude, I don't know what fight you're speaking of, but
well, I keep telling people stop identifying with your government. Your government is the one killing everyone.
Yeah,
I don't kill anyone.
Yes, you're right, dude. That's exactly my point as well.
You guys are both off topic now. So now, you guys just really, both of you, there's got to be a channel somewhere or some discussion forum or maybe
It's not off topic, brother. It's not off topic.
Pen Pal Club. Yeah, it's off topic to the flat Earth, I'd say.
But it happens on the flat Earth, right?
Oh my lord! So, what are we going to start doing? Highlight betting lines?
I mean, I actually don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, you have any? You hear anything good around the track?
I'm making tacos right now. Is it time for my taco show? Because I make tacos on flat Earth. Maybe I should show you how to make tacos.
Well, that's sort of on topic because I wanted to talk about salsa after that, if that's fine with everyone.
Crazy people.
You need to know how to make tacos. I need to know how to make a good guacamole.
I want to finish then. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. No need to ban me. No need to mute me. No need to kick me. But I think it's crazy that we watch how we all going to end on the flat Earth, and the flat
This
Earthers
doesn't
don't
sound
give
like
a
a
shit.
guacamole recipe.
Don't give a shit in here. That's crazy.
The hell are you talking about, dude? Relax. Relax out
dude.
there.
I am relaxed, my friend.
Okay, good. Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not trying to make light of war or personal suffering, but I don't take written history as gospel either. But I'm not. I know that suffering and injustice and horror, war, fucking terror has been going on a long time for whatever reason. Why there's so many tales that are proven to be fibs attached to all these things. I do find that odd sometimes, but yeah, there's all kinds of weird shit going on for a long time.
But you agree that people on the flat Earth should work together instead of working against each other, right?
Oh, dude, no one's working. No one's working. How are you working against someone when you're pointing out to them that they might not be living on the ball that's been promoted?
I'm not talking about ballers. I'm talking to you.
Well,
we have the same ideology.
Yeah, but dude, relax. People have independent lives, okay?
That's exactly
We're on
not
here
true
talking about it when we have time to talk about it. That's all.
So, do you agree with me that chickens
listen. You know what? I need another responsibility. Like I need a hole in my head. Okay.
So, do you agree that chickens on a farm don't have an independent life, right?
I don't know. I hear a chicken, they squawk and caw and peck around as much as they want to. I've never seen anyone stop them.
Yeah, chickens aren't proof of any sort of earth shape.
Chickens are equally in a container than we are. Chickens have equally a farmer than we have.
Contain yolks. This is just enlightening. I guess we're getting closer back to tacos and salsa and guacamole. We're getting there. What's that dish with the fried eggs? It's delicious.
Do you guys know the Flat Earth Society?
I call a cooked dish of eggs breakfast.
Yeah, let's go back to Flat Earth. Do you guys know the Flat Earth Society?
Okay.
What's that? A society.
Yeah, but that's just dude. That's just a thing. That's just like a shell of something.
Yeah. It's a deceiving
It's a shell
platform.
of something. There might be someone updating their website, whoever, who knows. But it's not like they have. It's not. This is not. It's just a gag.
Yes,
that's also
exactly.
That's also. But it has. But dude, who do you think makes that?
Yeah, the fucking farmer, obviously. I understand that, but this channel obviously feels like this channel often.
Bro. That Flat Earth Society content is not created by people who. It's not repeated and it's elevated in searches. That's a globe proponent thing to mock.
I understand that, and what I'm saying is,
what about it? We get it. What about it?
This channel feels like often it's controlled by the Flat Earth Society. It's to mock the people.
Oh my lord!
You see?
No, I don't see. Because what it is, it's to mock it's to mock the idea that the Earth is flat. That is the Flat Earth Society's.
Yes.
That's okay. That's their idea. So when someone goes to look at it, they say, "Well, that's ridiculous," and they drop it. That's it.
Yes.
I think that the idea of the flat Earth mocks the idea that humans are a smart species.
The only thing that gets mocked in here is the ridiculousness of the water ball, bro. So if you now want a white knight for this mythical space ball,
I don't want
which
to
I
do
don't
that.
think is what you want to do.
I am saying it's so unlogic to me, ununderstandable, not comprehensible. My brain is actually crying to people not understand that we are again fighting each other instead of the farmer.
What the hell? Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, what is going on with you today? What do you mean fighting each other? When you say fighting each other, are you talking about when someone says, "Hey, I live on a ball," and we say, "Are you sure?" And they go,
No.
"Fuck you, you asshole." Or is that what you're considering a fight? Because no one's fighting.
Bro, I am just telling you.
Okay.
Since I am alive, the world does nothing else than having war and fight, and now it's escalating exponentially. And again, chickens will fight chicken. Do you understand that?
You need to lay off the ODD. Take a break for a minute. I think he's got you out.
Lol, dude. I don't understand why people don't get that. That's crazy to me, honestly.
I think you need to find some peace in your life. I'm not sure that we really need to have where you're trying to drag this discussion to on this server.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Flat Earth Society would say. That's exactly what they are saying, dude.
What are you
Can you
talking about?
Talk about the
No,
shape
the
of the
Flat
Earth?
Earth
Listen.
Society says
That's
shit
it.
like,
Let me
we
try to troubleshoot this.
But because gravity exists, it looks like a ball from space. That's shit the Flat Earth Society says.
Yeah, Alexander, do you think this is a Flat Earth Society?
I think that if you believe in the Flat Earth, the only conclusion you can make, the only conclusion you...
Okay, no, I'm trying to troubleshoot here. You're saying this is a Flat Earth Society. Do you think this is a Flat Earth Society, or are you just saying that to kind of be like a miserable cunt? Like you're just trying to be like a douchebag?
So am I allowed to make my
Do you
point?
actually think this, or are you just saying it to be like provoking and like a turd?
So I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, I think that everything is controlled by them. So obviously, I think also
Okay,
this channel,
this is not the Flat Earth Society. Okay, so
I understand that you are not Flat Earth Society, brother.
Okay.
I understand that. Okay.
All right.
I understand that 90% or 99% of this channel are not by the Flat Earth Society. I still think
0% is Flat Earth.
Okay, you don't know, I don't know, because we never know how it's infiltrated. We can never know. Obviously, they infiltrate everything, so we will never know for sure.
No, the Flat Earth Society are people who are globalists who are trying to be silly. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a troll. There's no such thing as a Flat Earth Society.
But if we
That's gone. That never really existed. It existed for a short time, and then the people kind of abandoned it. Their member list got the house of they had all their information got burnt down or something. The lore is completely ridiculous. Okay, no one here is repping the Flat Earth Society, and if they are, they're a globalist having fun with other globalists. It's easy, to troll a globalist is really easy because a lot of the globalists just pretend to be flat earthers to get for shits and giggles, and I'm okay with that. But they're not Flat Earth Society. What they are is having fun with you. They're taking the piss, dude.
I'm not arguing with globalists at the moment. I am arguing with flat earthers who will not agree with me that we all humans are controlled by the same group of whatever, and every war is part of their plan. I don't know how it's possible that there is flat earthers who believe we live in a container who don't believe that. And if you don't believe that we all, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, we all are controlled by the same group of container-made people, then it feels for me a little bit like it's saying then the Flat Earth Society, it's a mockery because that is the only conclusion you can make.
All right, so you done?
Thank you, I am done.
All right, thank you.
How do you know that the entirety of the flat earth isn't a mockery? Because that's an actual conspiracy theory. The rest of the conspiracy theories get triggered at flat earthers because they are so stupid that they make them look stupid. Just as flat earthers think that flat earth society makes them look stupid. It's just another layer of the same mentality. That's just expanded even further.
No, it's atheism is the ultimate conspiracy theory. That's like the king. That's like the ultimate group, out group. We're like the fringe minority group of all fringe minority groups. Atheism covers it all. Like all of it. Like all societies are all in on it.
What's atheism though?
You should.
Yeah, it's my favorite because how do you not believe in something that doesn't exist? They're all tied up in a knot from the beginning of it.
I mean, to think of all the people who'd have to be in on it if there is no God. All the astronauts are in on it. NASA, the U.S. federal government, all governments except for like North Korea. But no, in a way, North Korea would have to be in on it too because they believe their supreme rulers are supernatural. Like if you ask them, part of their lore, like when Kim Jong-un was born, winter turned to summer for like 3 weeks or some shit. Like he mastered all forms of human communication by the age of 5. Like he wrestled a bear at the age of like 10 or some shit.
There is a difference though. The difference is that the space community, the astronauts and whatever, the scientists who experience the globe claims directly, they claim consistent narrative. But the people who claim they have contact with God, they all have different versions of this God, and even people
the
who are
astronauts have different
theists.
versions too. You hear one of them said they see stars, they didn't see stars. Like their stories are never consistent. But when you ask each one, going to space, did you get an overview effect? One guy says no, another guy says yes. It's really inconsistent because they never gave them a solid plot to use. Like, hey, when you went to the moon, what did the stars look like? Just that question alone. Like, did you get a chance to look at the sky? One guy said, no, we're too busy, never looked at the sky. Another guy's like, yeah, you saw planets and galaxies and asteroids. And the other guy says, no, it was just dark. It was just dark the whole time. It was the lunar daytime. It was just a black sky. Like all three of the stories don't match. They're all different.
Yeah, another story that doesn't match is the Van Allen radiation belts. They said they exist and it's a dangerous place and they got to figure out how to get past it. But whenever they went to the moon, they didn't feel it.
Yeah.
Because they had aluminium foil around their ship, brother. Because they had aluminium foil around their ship, obviously.
Yeah. If it was just aluminum foil, why did they destroy the technology and they can't build it back again? Like, I don't get it. I guess that would be story number 5 that's inconsistent.
I don't know, brother. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a story too. Like, can you destroy technology? Is that something that is destructible? Like, can it be like? It's quite interesting. Quite a story they weaved.
I mean, tin foil was a little stronger back in the day, so.
We're all going to kill each other very soon, friends. He doesn't care where we live.
Wow, you guys are just beams of rainbow lights today. Jeez.
I am not the rainbow.
Alexander, it's like, what is going on? I hope the rest of Roy G. Biv doesn't. You guys are just in the dumps today.
I'm not, brother.
What's going on? Is it a foggy day where you are?
Actually, it's raining outside.
Okay, well, there you go. Maybe, yeah. I like the rain. I'm only happy like the rain, like garbage.
That's true, me too. I already was running outside. It's beautiful. I already was running in the rain, and it's amazing. The reality feels depressing, that's why you feel I'm depressed, but I'm not depressed, I'm the opposite. I feel enlightened and awake, you see. I will never fall for Satan to make me do things whatever he wants. It's not happening with me. So what do we believe about Elon Musk? He said next year we will be on Mars. How is he going to fake that?
I'll need a passport.
That will be funny, dude. Mass Musk land. First citizens.
We know his car is smashing, his truck, I guess, is smashing a lot of people's fingers.
Yep.
That's much we know.
Yep. I hope no one in here is going to vote on the election in November, people. I hope no one is going to vote for these Zionist fucks. The Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy writes in the chat, Alexander must get very sad every time the news says a meteor is going to hit the Earth. I am not, dude. I am not. I am sad that I tried to warn everyone around me since 30 years or since 25 years of every war. And people still went to vote for the people who are going to do war. You see, that makes me sad. Yeah.
Making me sad. You need a patch.
And Respect asks, who is that Zionist fucks you can vote for? And the answer is obviously everyone you can vote for, because the people outside of the container only give you people to vote for who they like you to vote for, so it does.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, let's burn show is over, guys. Who's next?
Hey, Belma, are you there?
me open my or run.
Good evening. Any evidence for flat Earth?
What would that be? What does evidence look like for you?
Substantiation
like a
of
timescale.
I believe would be evidence to me.
Like, do you got
things
an
to
example?
substantiate things? You know what I mean?
Like, what's an example? Do you got something that you see as evidence?
Yeah, I would say like let's say there is a coffee mug on the table. The evidence would be the fact that there are the physical characteristics of a coffee mug on the table. You know what I mean?
Wait, hold on real quick. Hey, Belmont, you back?
That'd be observational evidence.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Maybe you can't talk. Okay, can you mic up or not? I can talk. I can get with you later if you're busy. Okay. It's no rush.
So,
You know, it can wait. So don't rush. If you're busy or doing something, like this is not time sensitive at all. So what do you need evidence for? Flat or Earth? Is Earth? You got enough evidence for Earth?
yeah, I know that Earth is the ground that we all
so you
live
know
on.
you're
and
on
breathe in,
Earth, right? Do you need evidence for that?
Yes. I need
Okay.
evidence for flat Earth.
For the flat part, right?
Yeah, the flat part of the Earth.
Okay, and that could be any part or just the whole Earth.
There's going to have to be evidence that the Earth is a plane. So.
Well, it's locally and observably flat.
That's not a good evidence, though.
Well, that's, in your opinion, that's fair, but it actually is a pretty damn good evidence. That's the way it appears to be. So it becomes a base axiom.
Should I debunk this real quick?
Right
So look
here.
what I'm going to
Leave
post
it-
in the chat.
Here's Jeffrey.
Yeah, you're
Kruger.
going to do this segment shit, and you're going to say a segment of a curve and all this, and it's going to appear that way, but you have to prove yours, and mine I can just observe.
Is this line in the chat, is it straight or curved?
Yeah, really, that doesn't care. It doesn't apply to whether or not you observe a local Earth, or in reality, do you go outside and see a sphere, Matt? You
Or
can
like
take,
that. Is that a straight line or is
Listen.
it like a curved line?
I'm not going to play your segment line game. I already covered that. We both know the answer, moron. But do you walk out your house and see?
Well, do
Earth?
we though? I don't know the answer.
Do you walk out the house and see that Earth is a sphere and you live on a sphere and how? So
But that's not evidence for flat Earth, though.
Can I do that also? Yes, I know. I'm aware. Lack of evidence isn't evidence of itself, but you can't get around the fact that you observe a flat Earth everywhere you go.
I don't, though. I mean, that's
Well, you're trying to
this
get
is the thing,
around
right?
it with geometry and line segments, and frankly, that's asinine. That's little kid
It's
shit.
not even line. It's not even geometry. It's just like basic
I won't play
lines.
that
Like,
game.
for example,
I'm not going to play your
just look
line
at- like, this is the
segment
thing.
game. It's idiotic,
This is the
dude. It's been, listen, we threw that shit out with the trash 10 years ago.
well, just tell me. I mean, is that a straight line? Like that second?
I
like,
did
picture,
tell
that straight
you.
line?
This
Is it
doesn't
straight?
prove anything. It doesn't.
But I'm asking you, is it straight?
So
or is
you
it curved?
can't answer the question. When do you go outside and observe a sphere? I don't
How's
care
it
about
evidence
your
for flat Earth?
lines. When do you
How is that
observe
evidence for
Earth
flat
to
Earth?
be a sphere?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is your boy Jim coming at you live with another episode. Make sure to like,
Oh
share,
man, mute that guy,
subscribe.
man. What the fuck?
Hey,
Crit!
a little hot, man.
Mm-hmm.
But
Matt,
again,
you-
I mean,
Listen, Matt.
it's funny.
used
You
to be
ask
up.
for evidence of flat Earth, and you just get no evidence of flat Earth. You know?
No, you got evidence. You just refused it, and you used to be top tier. I really like you, Matt, but now you're getting to be low hanging fruit with your line segments, bro.
Hey, no, look at right here. This article.
No, I like you, Matt. You know I do, man. But that you should steer away from that segment of a line fucking argument.
Well, I think it's interesting, though. I think.
Well,
it's
I
very
know you
interesting.
do because it avoids the actual topic. When do we observe Earth to be a sphere and not just point at something and say that happens because Earth is a sphere? When can we
Well, I
just
mean,
go
when you
out
say-
and observe the curve?
Well, I think when you say, or like when people say, I observe the Earth to be flat, I'm like, well, that would work for a globe and that would work for a flat Earth.
Sure. That's what
the
you
problem.
should say.
Right? When you're on the surface of it, it's going to appear like for both a flat Earth and a globe. So then we have to go to something else. That's why when I post those lines and you take like a small percentage, because that's a circle. Like that line, those lines are part of a big circle.
We know what it is, man.
And I take a little bit. I take a little bit of that big circle.
Listen.
Look. I take a little bit of that big circle, and it looks pretty flat, straight. Right.
We know where you're leading. A curved line's going to look straight if I zoom in on it. But when you wake up and you rub your eyes, do you zoom in? Your eyes are at 10 times magnification? Or 100? You're looking at line segments in reality, Matt? This doesn't have anything to do with reality, motherfucker.
They can be pretty straight. I mean, this. I think.
Well,
this
they
is straight
can,
on.
but the thing is, you're not showing me the curve. You're saying if it were curved, it would appear flat to you anyway.
Well, I know I'm not giving you evidence for
that's
flat Earth. I'm just
reasonable.
saying this.
That's
I'm just saying-
reasonable. But I'm
just saying what you're
kicked
saying
your
is evidence.
can. I kicked your can, and I kicked the goalpost, and I wanted to see the actual curve to make your line segment analogy real to me. I just want to see the curve. That's all.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question of what's the evidence for flat Earth, though.
Yeah, well, it does actually.
It doesn't. That's the thing. I mean, it's just an evidence
Observation, bro. That's your answer. Observation.
Yeah,
You
but on
observe-
that's what you expect from both ends.
Well,
though, so
you've
I can't
given
be
me premises, not facts. You said, but this premise means your premise is untrue. That's not true. You have to prove your premise to be true, then mine becomes untrue. Because I observe it. It's a base axiom. That's where I start at.
Yeah, but just because you
Now, you're
observe
making
local flatness doesn't
extraordinary-
make yours flat, though. That's not good
No,
evidence.
you're making extraordinary claims outside of what we fucking observe. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidences.
How is that an extraordinary claim when, I mean, you're
Because
directly
you observe
basing it?
a locally flat Earth, you observe it, but here you are saying, "No, Mike, it's a curve, it's a circle, and a
But it's
line
not
segment,
exclusive
and all
to
this other
a
bullshit."
plane or a
Instead
globe.
of addressing what you observe in reality, what
But
do
local
you
flatness
observe?
is not
What do you
exclusive to a
observe in
globe or a
reality,
plane, though.
Matt? But you
But
keep
a local
saying that.
flatness is not exclusive. Though. It's
You
not an
keep
exclusive
saying
thing.
that. I want you to make your model that you've given me, your alternate model, other than what I observe in reality. I want
I'm
you to
telling
make
that
that a
there's only
reality
one
for
good
me.
thing.
Make
There's
it a
only one thing. I
reality.
mean, that can't be your evidence. That can't
Show
be your
me the
evidence.
fucking curve.
I see it all the time. You just gotta look at both.
Just
Gotta look at both.
show me the curve, Matt. Hold on,
I got you.
man.
Let me give you a picture.
We're
Let me
gonna
give you a
get to
picture.
the curve, and while you're at it, give me a cup of space time, will you? I'm thirsty.
You got, dude. What's funny is you have a lot of space time around you right now. You have a lot of it. You have a good.
Yeah, I
amount.
think there's a lot in between your ears too, but you know,
I mean,
it's all
there is,
good.
dude. There's a lot of space time everywhere. You are space time. I don't mind. You are space time.
Oh my God, Star Child.
I just want to see this
You think
curve
about
in reality. In reality,
There's
level.
height.
Bring it on,
all around, in
Ranger.
everyone's body.
Yeah,
Everyone's
just show us
body
the
got
curve.
that.
Stop with the story time bullshit. And it could be this because it's not exclusive to what you observe. Really? Reality
I'm just
isn't.
making sure you know that's not good evidence. I'm just making sure.
Basically, what you've said is reality isn't exclusive to what we observe. You said that. That's basically what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just making sure you know that this
No,
is not
no,
exclusive to-
no. Reality can be a whole lot of things because it's not exclusive to what you observe or test or can demonstrate.
That's
you
not
can't,
what I'm saying.
you can't
I'm not saying
demonstrate the
reality
curve.
can be a whole lot of things. I'm just saying.
You can't demonstrate the curve, but here you are going to line segments in geometry. Look at you.
Even using that, you sunk your battleship here.
I know. It's just like
'Cause, I mean, just
It
even
sounds
the
like he's
smallest.
ignoring that point, like in real time, ignoring it completely. We're
Hey,
asking
Matt, look at
something very
look what,
specific.
yeah, look what you posted here. The rule of squares is these two
Yeah.
angles would have to be the same.
exactly.
They're not. You can see it, and the square you cut
So is it
through.
curved or is it flat or is it horizontal?
Yeah, you can tell it's curved. These two lines right there.
Okay. When if you
It's curved because you
So
can
if you
tell
zoom
because
in,
of the way it
It hits that.
intersects at Cartesian coordinates laid out under it.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
like
he's
either
saying.
use the small squares or the
Even
big
in
squares.
mapping, that represents a curved line. You know that, right, Matt?
Look at that small
yes. Now look at this.
triangle. That small triangle won't match.
You
the
called
one
it a
above.
straight line. Hold on. You called it a straight line, but you actually give an image that in mapping and cartography represents a curved line.
Now look at this. Look at this. This is even
That's
funnier.
pretty disingenuous,
Look at this
isn't it?
little bit of line right here. I'm about to give you as well.
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean, it's
That's
totally
still
genuine.
not reality. It's still not reality.
Yeah,
Matt,
right.
Matt, you're not paying attention. You can use the squares behind. If you assume those are
Yeah.
perfect squares,
Then
with
the line
four
isn't
straight
perfectly
lines,
straight. Exactly.
that you could tell because as it intersects from one to the other, you could use the triangles that are bisected there, and they should be the
I
same.
could tell you, yeah, the sin.
They're
Yeah.
not the same. Even on the small
Or the deviation
Okay.
from the straight path. I can that based on the Cartesian coordinates laid out under the blue line.
Okay, what about
Yeah.
what I just
Yeah.
posted? Is that a straight line or a curved line? Because that would be what equivalent would kind of
It's
be
the
equivalent
same.
to what you guys
It's
would
the same
would be
image
standing on.
shrunk down. It's the same image shrunk down, Matt.
No, it's not. It's literally it's a sector of the. It's like a segment of the image of the total image. A little
Yeah,
bit of
it's
a
the
sector.
same image reduced down, Matt. That's what I
So
said.
more semantics.
So
It's
listen,
still
we,
not
We're
reality,
reduced to a
right?
smaller scale.
Battlemod, it's
Like that's just the
Battlemod.
thing. That's the thing, and that's pretty flat. That's a whole circle. That's
Yeah,
a part
so
of a whole circle.
Battlemod.
by the way.
So Battlemod is still not reality, correct?
right, you're right. And we threw this argument out 6 years ago when we were in our infancy in flat Earth.
Except you can't throw it out though.
This was laughed out. We did because it doesn't represent reality, and we give you a observation
does.
of reality, and you try to co-sign it with disingenuous geometry.
I call it genuous geometry personally, but it's
Well, if
totally
you could just
genuine.
show me the curve, then we wouldn't have to argue this no more.
Sound like he just responded to the end of your sentence and not the meat and potatoes.
Okay, so
I
let's
just
get
have to
back to
I
your
just have to
first
make sure
question.
we know it's not evidence.
Yeah, let's get back to your first question.
Yeah, we do. That's why we're asking you for the curve, man. Just kill the conversation, show us the curve, and we get the fuck out of here, man. Hell, I'll have.
Reality. In reality.
Yeah, I'll be able to go see a movie by Wednesday, right, guys? It'll be over. Just show us the fucking curve.
Hey,
Maybe
Matt, look at
Thursday.
All right, here.
I'll take
Look at the
everybody
article.
to the fucking movies when Matt busts out the fucking curve. And I'm not talking about those Diddy butt cheeks he got.
Okay, Matt, look at this article I posted.
Matt, we know you was hanging out with Diddy, bro. That's your boy, wasn't it? The diddler.
Okay, hold
Nah,
on.
man. I was not in the Diddy parties.
No.
Let's not go there. Okay, so Matt, look at
It's
what.
good to
what's
hear
posted.
you, Matt.
Okay, Jeffrey Kluger, Time Magazine. What did he say about Florida?
Oh, one of the flattest states there is, right?
He said flat Florida landscape. Yeah.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
this
Florida's pretty
proof?
flat. You know that?
Well,
Is that
listen,
proof?
I don't like Florida as a proof because we actually built.
I live in Florida. I
Well,
live in
that's-
Florida, man. I mean,
That's cool. I
pretty
got a
flat.
house. I got a
Yeah,
house.
is that proof of
Tarpon.
Florida being flat?
You live
Is
in
this-
Florida?
is this
Where
evidence?
at?
Florida's flat.
Okay, is that
Florida's
evidence?
flat. The rest of the world is curving. Florida's
Is
flat.
that
We
evidence?
built Florida, though. We had to raise that sandbar up before we could build shit on it. That's why we built the railroad first there. You know what I'm talking about?
Almost right, but
Yeah, I mean,
I got a house in Tarpon, Matt. My sister lives in Newport Richey.
house in Port St. Lucie and a house in West Palm Beach, Matt.
Yeah, my aunt lives
I live in the
West-
beautiful,
West Palm.
beautiful Jacksonville, Florida.
That's
I'm
nice.
vacationing in Jacksonville right now as we speak.
Yeah. You
That's
live
crazy.
in West Palm, bro? My aunt
Yes,
lives
sir.
on A1A.
No, I don't live in West Palm.
I got an
Oh,
aunt
that's-
who lives on A1A. Yeah, she's paid. My uncle was a rich motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a lot of rich folks out here.
Listen, a white boy like me with a shaved head and Michigan plates, as soon as I pull on... Look, I pull on the street in a Cadillac and the motherfucking private police department pull me over. What you want, you bald-headed motherfucker?
Seems
They
like I
don't-
had to get a Jaguar to not get pulled over in West Palm.
Yeah, I'm like, my aunt's like, you always get pulled over. I told her, well, you know, I like my fucking Lincoln MKZ. You could buy me a Mercedes, though, and they might let my bald ass drive down your street. Fuck it. I'm just, you know, you don't have money by wasting it all, spending it all, you know. Car's a car, unless
I
it's a
don't.
classic.
I
Unless
don't
it's
claim it for myself. It's all VA mostly in gold investment.
yeah, gold and silver is a good thing to invest in. Coinage of the world. The best coins, not the new shit.
100%.
So if you got coinage, you always got money. Ask the Jews, they'll tell you. Shekels are king. If you want to do something in this world, Matt, and you can't find the curve, you better get you some coin, and then maybe you can show us the curve. Use your coin to do that. We've been asking for, curvage. Just show us the curve. For
In
what?
reality.
In 10 fucking years, and all we get is geometry and ambiguous fucking arguments and disingenuous people, semantical arguments about labels. I had a motherfucker who wanted to argue with me for 2 hours about the description flat earther. Now, I'm not really the guy who picked flat, and I'm not King Flurf, so I can't change the fucking name for everybody. But yes, you're right. Flat's not a perfect description. We know it's level topographical, but it's a trigger word and it brings you idiots. So, but who the hell argues about flat earther? It's not flat and we know it. No shit, moron. There's fucking mountains.
What is the argument where the conclusion is that the Earth is flat?
And no offense.
You're gonna stumble and stutter over yourself. Answer my question, retard.
No, fuckhead. You don't just
No,
come
I'm not
in
gonna answer your question. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
people
you
are
for the
having a
concession.
conversation
Shut up,
right
please.
now.
Let me save this guy the fuck up.
Listen,
fuck up, you
dude,
ankle biter.
shut up, man.
Answer my
We're
question.
having a conversation. Your question is meaningless to me. I don't owe you anything. I don't dance when you... My name's not Sambo.
I put him on mute because he's being an idiot. And now he's put himself on deaf because he doesn't want to listen to any rebuttal to anything that he's thrown out there. So he can stay on mute and he can keep his ears closed.
Yeah, so we've been looking for this curve for how long now, and they won't show us the curve. They just argue semantics. They come in here, they want to psychoanalyze us. Why? Why do they take everything but show us the curve? Well, the easy answer is because there is no fucking curve. Occam's razor. The argument would have been over 10 years ago if some son of a bitch would have just showed us the curve. But they don't do that. They come in here with a bunch of twisted nighttime stories and fairy tales. Just show us the fucking curve or shut the hell up.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of his little graphic thing there with the segment of the circle blown up so big that it looks flat. And he's trying to get you in a gotcha. That's not reality. That's not what we see. That's not what we observe when we go outside. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree, bro. I can't always keep my cool either, so thanks. Thanks for being on your job. I don't like being mod no more. I don't have the temperament for it, I'd beat half these dudes if we were in real life. I'd just beat them. I'm not going to lie. Teach them some manners.
That's the thing, Battlemod. This doesn't happen face to face. I started out doing this face to face, and people are more understanding, more reasonable.
Oh, I know. I go to U of M, bro. I go to the college campus. Children that are in university will actually fucking have a conversation, a legitimate, reasonable conversation about this, and not escalate it to stupid shit. Yeah, Rich, I think everybody knows that. Their mama taught them that when they were a kid, so you're not smart saying violence doesn't solve anything. I was joking. You're an idiot, Rich.
Mostly as typical, a lot of the times these people miss the point. The points. Yeah.
Rich, can you show me the curve if you're going to sit out there in the text lobby and take jabs from the idiot position?
Embo, what's up? What's up, Embo? I like
guys.
Embo's cool.
Yeah, I'm cool. I know that.
Yeah, he's known that for years, huh?
I am known to be a famous anti-flat earther. I've been doing that since like 2 years, maybe.
Yeah, I like you. I like you, Humbo. You're cool.
Each reasonable man.
Yes, that's why I believe in the globe.
Well, you know, you can throw those implications around, but that's not showing us a curve. I'm just granting to you that you're a reasonable man. That's all. And I
Amazing, thank you.
I appreciate.
I can grant you the same thing.
I appreciate that. And so Rich shows us an image of turbulent water and says, "Sure, there's the curve. Wish granted." So, yeah, that says a lot about you, Rich.
He's gone.
Yeah, I bet he is, man. I would have ran after I dropped that bullshit too, man. Is that the curve, guys? He shows us the wake. I go fishing every day, but I don't see the curve.
Oh no, Rich is here actually.
Yeah, I just manhandled your guys' Great White Hope, the Great Globe Hope. Who wants to be next? All you got to do is mic up, Rich. I got the same for you, baby. This bucket never goes empty.
I love it.
I'm a combat veteran, baby. The war's not over till I say it's over.
Rangers lead the way, huh?
Unfortunately, you can't punch the curve in the face, so I don't know how you're getting around this one.
I can't. What? I don't have to punch anything in the face, man. How am I getting around the water? This is your example of curve, Rich?
Yeah, this is
only in your fairy tale story is that curve. What we see is turbulent water over a distance.
Can we examine it really fast?
We say obstruction of the
Well,
shore.
I know what you say, but you can't prove that what you're saying is actually true because you can't show us a curve. See, this is just another one that you'd have to show us the entire sphere to prove that this horizon is curved and it's not just distorted from refraction and atmospheric effects and the camera capabilities, shutter lens capabilities, processor compression.
Rich, may I ask a question really fast?
Of course,
you're an awful naive person.
What's the distance to that shoreline where the trees are? What's the distance?
I might be incorrect, but I think it's about 5 kilometers, I believe.
Why you guys always use kilometers, man?
How many miles is that?
How many? Do you want me to do it bald eagles per Bud
Just
Light?
guesstimate the miles.
No, I'm American.
Hold on, Battle Mod, just a second. Can you guesstimate the miles for me?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not very good at converting.
Just guess the closest guess. I'm not going to search. I just have a question.
6?
About 6 miles.
I was just going to Google it so that we had a better idea.
I haven't asked my question yet. I just
about
have that
3
question.
miles.
Okay, now here in West Palm where I live, you can drive to like Lake Okeechobee, and there's a 30-mile Lake Okeechobee.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can see the shoreline there, and that's straight and flat on a normal.
I'd love to see that. Could you somehow figure out a way to record that? Maybe you have someone standing out on the coastline.
Bro, you should go to Okeechobee.
Well, I've done the experiment myself. I have all the notes, and I can send it to you when I get back home if you like. I'm on vacation.
I would appreciate that. I'm open to being
I've
convinced.
done it before, but it seems to get hand waved when people bring up these short distances.
Right, but you understand that it may be quite difficult to prove that there is no obstruction of the shore, right? Unless there's something on the shore that you're looking at.
100%. I understand variables. I understand that your post may be 6 miles, and my picture with the observations and variables inputted into the photo, yeah, it's straight and flat 30 miles.
Miles are longer than kilometers, so anytime you have a number of miles, it's going to be less than the number of kilometers.
So I'm sure my lake distance is bigger than the distance of the picture or video you posted, is what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but what I was saying was the fact that you need to be able to show that you're not losing any of the shoreline on the other side, right?
100%.
Like when we have those photos of Chicago taken from a vast distance, there's a claim on one side that there's no like obstruction. You see the bottom of the building, but there's no, because there's just silhouettes. It's very hard to tell whether you actually are seeing the bottom of the buildings or not.
100%. I understand the brick wall we get to when arguing with certain people, but the fact is, there's a distance, a certain distance. There's supposed to be dropped, and then is that water running? Yeah, and then there's
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not one of those guys. I'm just cleaning.
Yeah, you cool. And there's an explanation for that being refraction. So my question is, do you consider your photo or my example, which I haven't posted any information about, do you consider us being able to see the shoreline across refraction?
Yeah, like when the main thing here in my example that I've presented is that all that's changing throughout that observation is the observer height. The camera is on a dolly, right? So it's going straight up and down. Not a dolly, sorry. It's another term, but it's like a boom.
Like a buoy?
A boom. It's
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, where the camera is just being lowered. So the amount of refraction that that is occurring, like the atmosphere that you're looking through, is all the same atmosphere the entire time. It's not like you get more refraction.
Not true.
The lower you are.
Yeah, so I understand that. So when I do these types of observations, I understand that variables are inserted because I'm on a boat or on a buoy in your example, and there are variables that I can ignore because I'm on.
Oh no, this is on the shore.
Right,
Sorry,
shoreline. Right.
Sorry,
Right.
Could I
wasn't done.
very quickly?
I wasn't done.
No, you can go ahead then.
Shoreline to shoreline and boat to shoreline are two different things. I understand the differences in those variables. And my point is, after that question, is you can't explain these things as being refraction, correct?
Well, I to be fair, I haven't seen your example yet, so I
Right,
don't
mine
know.
is still mine.
I don't know that yours isn't. But the observation that we're getting from my video is, yeah, you're like, there is an amount of refraction. There's always going to be an amount of refraction through any medium. It's just about how much it deviates from what we would normally expect.
Right. So can we connect it to the bottom line now? The bottom line is we can't explain these long distance observations as refraction because it's impossible, correct?
No. That's not what I was saying at all.
No. I wasn't saying that you were saying that. I'm just saying, can we conclude that? Can we conclude that?
I don't agree with that. Refraction definitely is sufficient to explain long distance observation.
You said deficient. I agree.
Oh, I obviously, if I did, I meant sufficient.
Well, you said deficient.
Right. I would say the fact
I can tell this guy likes to fist fight.
Who, me? Yep. Man, I was a Marine, combat instructor. I was a champ. My weight division for boxing in the Corps, so yeah.
Wow.
I like to fist fight. But only if you listen, not fist fight, more of a competition type thing. So I'm not really into punch you in the mouth just because you said some dumb shit. But if you're willing to,
it sounded like what you were advocating for before.
No. I know you like to imply that. All people like to imply. Listen, there's nothing wrong with masculine men. I know you effeminate men like you tried to say there is.
You sound like you love them.
The only platform you have to say that is on the internet. You'll never say it to my face.
I would say everything that I've said.
I doubt it. You take one look at me and know damn well I spend too hard on me. There's not a fucking thing you can
Nobody cares about your personal life. Let's stay on topic.
I'd walk up to you, look down.
Your mom cares.
Wow.
Your mom, wow. Good one.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know.
Have you got a definition of refraction there, Mark?
Yeah, that's what I was going to move to, the standard of refraction and the standard being deficient.
So you claim refraction. Do you have a definition?
I was just saying that refraction is sufficient to explain.
Do you have a definition, though?
I'll probably give you a colloquial one. I don't have the.
Can you give us Can you give us the definition, perhaps? That'd be good. Can you do that?
As I was just saying before I was interrupted, I was just saying that I could give you the colloquial definition. I don't have the technical definition memorized.
Right. So, Rich, I was leading you earlier to a specific point, and I think it's I mean, it's fine with me if it's okay with you. I would like Daz to take over.
I
because
apologize. Just one second,
He knows
okay?
where I was getting at. He knows where I was getting at. So you can continue the conversation with him if you don't mind.
I apologize. I just took my headset off. I was just talking to my partner here. So could you mind? Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, I was just saying that I know we started the conversation and I was leading you somewhere very specific. At the same time, just having a regular conversation, not specifically leading you, but at the same time, I think that Daz understands where I was going with my questioning. If it's okay with you, I would like him to take over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's just going to be a pop quiz of the definition, you're just going to say
No, no,
wrong.
no, no.
I don't know
I
what
mean,
that's going to solve.
I know why he asked that, but we'll just take it off of that and just fix the refraction at this point.
Yeah.
Daz, if you don't mind.
Yeah, cool, bro. So I just posted a definition there of refraction in the chat.
Yep. You did.
Yeah, does it say anything about being able to see like shit from behind a physical obstruction?
Does this technical definition list an example of what refraction does? No. This definition does not give an example of when refraction occurs.
So it's not. So yeah. So it's what you're talking about isn't refraction.
That's not how it works because the light is still being deflected and passing through the medium, right? So it is still refraction.
I don't see anything in the definition about being able to see things from behind a physical obstruction.
Right. I don't see why this is a problem.
I can't find any examples of that.
You can't find any examples of refraction being defined with an example of seeing something that should be obstructed?
No. Just listen to his exact words. Don't try to rephrase them, please. I'm sorry.
I was trying to give him back his exact word.
I'd like to see a house from the other side of the hill. So a house that's behind a hill from about, 10 miles, 20 miles.
Why? What's in the house? What do you want to see?
Is that possible? That should be possible, right?
Depends on the medium.
Because refraction.
If you have a densitive medium, then that would be able to happen. But
your house all the
with
way
the
over
amount
the
of air, amount of refraction that occurs through atmosphere, I don't know that it would be possible. But the whole point here being that. Sorry.
You're saying it is, though. You're saying that explains why we see objects so far away beyond the geometric limitations of the globe because of refraction. So why can't we see that? Like, why can't we see a house from over a hill?
Or
I'm saying that the reason
side of the mountain.
That in the Black Swan are able to see what you're seeing is because of refraction.
It sounds like you ignored everything he said.
No, because he's making a point that I'm not trying to speak towards.
Yeah, he's making the point. Listen, I'm a hunter. I've never seen a deer refracted over a hill or around a tree. I've never shot a refracted image of an animal while I'm trying to eat dinner. I eat dinner.
So what?
So if refraction is true in boats, where the hell is it at in hunting and elks and deers and a whole herd of fucking elk running through a mountain? The whole herd never gets refracted.
What's the range on your gun or bow?
Doesn't. So
we're talking about the refraction of light. We're talking about
if a herd of deer is in the valley,
distance.
if the herd of deer is in the valley and I'm on the other side of the ridge and the light shining down into the valley and being refracted over the ridge, how come I can't see the valley and the herd? It should be seen at a certain time every day if refraction is true.
No,
or at least under certain conditions. But I've never experienced this.
Yeah, at least under certain. Yeah, you're basically saying why do we have refraction in these circumstances and not in this circumstance? And I'm pointing out that the
Well, yeah,
circumstances
it
are
can't be
different.
true in
Yes, it
only
can.
one circumstance. You're saying that you need water. Water is a requirement to refract the image.
I didn't say. I did not even.
Well, then it
I
would
didn't
be
say
true
water at
for
all.
land and water.
No, because it's still
Because
the
it's about
conditions
the
under
light.
which.
No, it's about the
It's
light.
under the conditions for the atmosphere.
Yeah, sure, the ambient conditions of the atmosphere and the propagation of light. Sure, but the same ambient conditions can exist in the mountains that exist over an ocean or a lake.
Okay, if that's the case, then the same amount of refraction would be observed. But
they're not.
Okay, show me where there's the exact same conditions and you don't see it.
So you should.
I know. I know it's funny. I know you guys can do nothing but chuckle when you're asked to justify your nonsense.
No, listen, I got plenty. Don't
I
wanna
got
keep
plenty.
walking on Daz.
I
Sorry,
bench press
Daz.
all my proof every day, bro.
Rich, no.
That's why they don't even come to show a model. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, we're not talking about anybody's bench press. We're just saying if it's true in this circumstance, it should ring true to infinity.
In every other
beyond.
instance that's
Yeah,
moderately similar. No, that's not the
Yes,
case.
if the ambient conditions exist, it should.
Maybe just let him complete his sentence first. That's all.
Yeah, we're just saying if the ambient conditions exist, we should see refraction anywhere. My child should be refracted around the house from the backyard to the front yard on certain days, but we never see this shit. I always find my child where I see him or her.
Yeah, well, you're still lacking to show that you looking at your child is under the
that's
same
just being
conditions.
hyper-specific.
Okay, can he let me finish a sentence now? Would that be chill, Flat Earth Ranger? Or is it only one way here?
I don't care about that.
Yeah, you don't care if he interrupts me, but you're getting up in arms about if I interrupt him.
No, he said
I don't
you're
really know.
Moderator. I'm just saying, his point was very, very.
Bro, he said you're welcome to repeat yourself. He said that. And he's not the mod, so just say it, Rich. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not a moderator. His point just kills your argument. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, when was the last time you lost your dog on a walk due to refraction? Well, that's a real life example, Daz. That's the best I could get. My dog always runs way up, you know.
No, Rich, sometimes it's hopeless, and this is a good example of it.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Maybe you would like to supply some scientific evidence for the globe.
He just pointed out it's pointless. What makes you think he's going to want to engage?
No, I already accepted that flat earthers are basically comedy, so that's my standpoint.
Yeah,
So,
I like to point out
dance monkey dance.
of the people we're talking to, show how they don't listen, can't absorb, apply logic to our conversations. Yeah. So, yeah.
There's no way of repairing faulty logic. You just laugh at it and
Well,
point
no,
at it.
it's more so. The fact. It's more so the fact that you
that's
can't
not
reason
true.
someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into.
Okay, so
I've
now
looked from that
you're here-
standpoint.
Yeah. So now that you're here, would you like to supply some scientific evidence for the globe that you believe in?
Yes,
Yeah, I gave
Voyager
you
1,
an
Voyager 2.
Yeah, I was asking him, Rich. You had
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Voyager 1, Voyager 2. The end.
cool beans.
Gotcha.
This is the simplest way I can show that we saw the globe is round.
It
Voyager
sounds
1,
like, it
Voyager
sounds
2.
like I said, prove what we're standing on. And he said, things in the sky, things in the sky. That's what I heard.
No, I said specifically Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, specifically.
Yeah, things not on the ground that prove the ground. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh God, we're dealing with those kind of flat earthers. Well, you believe everything in space is fake as well?
Insult, not addressing the argument I just put to you. You're going to
No,
use
no,
the
no, 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 no. I give you evidence, and you have to debunk it. Ask me evidence. Voyager 1, Voyager 2. What's your response to it?
Yeah, I'm not done with my sentence.
I could
I
do
asked
that,
specifically
Ranger.
if you- yeah, I know, right? I asked
No, what's wrong with
specifically-
Voyager 1 and Voyager 2? Come on.
I'm
Hey,
saying,
man, let him finish.
Stop splurging.
Dude. Shut up.
you're going to keep
Let
shouting
him
out.
finish.
Can I finish my
will
Stop
mute
splurging and
you.
answer.
Okay, can I
will
finish
mute
my
you.
sentence?
Yeah, stop splurging. Come on.
Can I finish my okay, yeah. So I said, do you have any scientific evidence to prove the globe that you believe you're standing on? You said
Voyager 1, Voyager 2.
Can I finish? Yeah, I heard what you said. I'm reiterating. You said Voyager 1, Voyager 2. My rebuttal was, yeah, very typical. We're going to use things that happen in the sky or may happen in the sky to prove what we're standing on. Yes, fallacious reasoning.
Ladies and gentlemen, retarded flat earthers.
Argumentation, as I can't complete my sentence. Yeah, fallacious reasoning.
Dude, you couldn't prove Voyager went anywhere anyway. What the fuck do you think that proves?
Fucking dumb.
And you're calling us... Hold
How many
on.
documents do you need? How many staff members do you need?
Documents
How much
don't...
footage do you need?
Hold on. Documents don't verify that it went anywhere.
Yeah, I know you're a stupid redneck, but that's not my problem.
I'm not a stupid redneck. You're just a dumbass who can't back up what their fucking claim is now that somebody wants to rip it apart.
You cannot rip it apart. Show me any paper
I don't
that is
have to. Show me how it
you
proves
got
that Earth
nothing.
is...
Amazing. I take the concession. I'll take the W. Thank you.
Listen. We shot the Voyager in the sky, and yeah, what does that prove? Did you actually see it?
I
go
take
to
the W.
space? Did you actually see it? Hold on. Did you see
I take the W. Yeah, you said you have nothing to prove. That you have nothing to disprove it. So I take the W. That's simple.
Calm down.
Take the win.
Scooter, listen. Are you listening? I have a question.
No, not really. I already turned you down.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. That's enough. Cool. I get it.
Yeah, that figures.
So, Rich, how you been, mate?
Yeah, you're done. So, battle.
Oh no, you're not gonna sit in the Flat Earther channel and have a conversation with Rich the Dick.
I can.
No.
So mute him,
I'd
Battle
like to
Mod. Don't
see
have
you try, buddy. I can. I'm bored.
I turn you down to 20% as well. Problem solved.
Yeah,
Send me a DM if you have some evidence Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are fake, though. And then we can talk like grown-up people. But since you cannot bring any evidence to the table...
Not being reasonable at this point. Thank you. Finally.
Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, he's muted now. So Battle Mod.
Yeah, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, you got to prove they went to space before they prove anything. You got to prove it actually went to another planet, and that you can't do with a document.
100%. So I was going to say, Battle Mod, that he didn't listen at all. I said, yeah, you're going to use things that happen in the sky or may happen in the sky to prove what you're standing on. When I asked for something very specific, he tiptoed around it and short-circuited in real time.
Yeah, we started by asking for the curve, and we got refracted elk, refracted boats, refracted Voyagers in the sky. Where's the curve, man? Who's going to reach in their bag and just pull out the actual curve proof and not just show us the turbulent water in a lake and say curve, or scream Voyager and then say curve like a child?
Yeah, prove what we're standing on. Sky. Okay. Yeah.
I wonder how, if refraction is real, how's the leprechaun find his pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right? Ain't that shit refracted?
It's like they're not tracking the logic on purpose, just defending what they have to defend without listening, absorbing, applying logic at all.
Yeah, they come here just to ridicule, because, see, the low-hanging fruit, they come here thinking they're going to be the smartest guy in the room just because they believe in a globe.
1000%.
This guy assumes that I'm an uneducated redneck. Sure, I live in the country, but I went to college. I got a college degree. I also served in the Marine Corps. So, I mean, what's your point, guy?
Point out the fallacy and then stay on topic. That's all we can do.
Right. I mean, it's not about my character, it's about that curve. I asked for evidence of the curve. You attacked my character. This is weak evidence for a globe. Insult and ridicule. That proves a globe? How?
Then at that point, point out that they're emotionally attached to their beliefs. That's why they can't be coherent, reasonable, logical.
Well, can a globe decide it wants to identify as a flat Earth? And should you accept its pronoun?
Precisely.
You respect our flat pronouns, damn it. You have to accept us.
In our new definitions.
Right, we were born this way, man. We didn't choose this, we were born this way. But, I mean, this is the logic of this generation. There's nothing we can actually prove 100% to be a fact or a truth. What other people say or what we add to what we observe is a truth. We don't have to test it. We can just observe it and say, yeah, that's because of a globe. We don't have to demonstrate that. All we have to do is say it based on an observation, and all of a sudden we're right. That's science. Fuck. If that's science, we're fucked. The human race is fucked. You guys can't even think for yourselves anymore.
Sad.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I feel like the human race is doomed, bro. If something doesn't change real quick, we're not on the right path.
Bro, I'm only 34 and I feel like that. Most people are sheep. Yes, it's a fact.
Hey, what do you guys think about the 2 moons thing?
Let's do some speculation.
What was that? I heard
2 moons.
Something about
the second moon, bro.
2 moons in the sky, right? One behind the other.
Hell, I don't know. I've tried to see it. I couldn't see it last night or the night before, and they said I should be able to in my state, but I didn't see it.
Oh yeah, that was some NASA bullshit thing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's supposed to be a second moon for a couple months. I don't even see a second crescent, you know, and I've got telescopes. An Orion Galaxy Quest 10-inch reflector.
For the people in the know, it's obviously not a moon, but if you guys want to speculate after that, we can. I have some.
Yeah, that's so you Space Armada, all that other bullshit. Yeah, you know where I'm leading, bro.
1000%.
I'm just wondering if, you know, all the Glovers believe the bug people are coming to save them, you know, or reptilians, or, you know, whatever, greys.
Yeah, they can speculate, like I said earlier, but you know, it is what it is. It's been predicted before. It's something that's happened before. So. You know.
And why doesn't refraction affect UFOs when we see them?
Ooh, juicy.
Yeah, I like that one. Listen, they say refraction every observation you get, but dude, so I do hunt 90% of my meat, and I've never had any of it refracted. I've never witnessed it in reality that, holy shit, I shot that thing and I didn't hit it. It must not have been there. It must have been refracted.
Yeah, they throw their logic right out the window unless it's applied to this.
And this dude asked about distance, and he doesn't think that, you know, they all assume that, oh, you shoot at a short distance. No, I was a sharpshooter, man. I tried out for sniper, but I went for another critical skill. So, but I wasn't a sniper. I was close quarter combat. But I can shoot at those ranges, and I do. When you shoot elk in the mountain, you might take a half-mile shot. If you're the guy, if you can hit that elk from a half mile, then hit it, and I can. I'll shoot at elk from up to a mile in the mountains, but I've never seen an elk refracted from a mile away.
Yeah, basically we're just establishing, or we're just making it clear that the drop associated, or the thing being where it is not due to refraction or Coriolis. Neither one of those.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Lately, it seems like all they want to do is psychoanalyze people or ridicule people. They gave up on fighting. Globers.
That's those Agent Smiths, man.
Well, yeah, maybe I should say the anti-flat earthers, because these people aren't just normal, everyday, learned it at school type people. They're not reasonable people. They're people who have a position and are willing to die on that hill.
I'll equate it to what you said earlier. I think that these people will be much more reasonable face to face, despite what they say.
I know you mentioned that because you want a civil conversation, and they automatically assume you're trying to be violent with that statement. No, I just like a guy to sit with me and have a normal conversation. See, online it's really easy to insult people and all that, but in real life it's not so easy to just sling insults around.
1000%.
You have to come with your best facts, rather than your best insults.
No. Battlemod just said he wanted to punch me in the face.
No. I'll sign a waiver and get in the cage. We can do that as a sporting event, but it really doesn't solve anything in reality. We know this. And I don't want to fight. I just want to talk to reasonable people who say what they have to say and then allow somebody to rebuttal or reply, Instead of your proof of a globe is to come in and just shit on the voice chat and make it to where nobody can talk or be heard. If that's the best evidence you have of a globe, I'd say you guys might as well give it up and get ready for the paradigm change, because your whole world's about to be crushed.
I love the way you put that, by the way. Now, I don't want to pick it on anyone specific, but me, I like Rich. Like, he's a good guy. I feel like he's gonna get it one day. He's gonna get it.
Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of these guys are likable. Their jokes are funny. Their insults are snappy. Sure, it's easily liked people. Yeah, I just wish they'd have a reasonable conversation and accept when they're lost or when something doesn't make sense. But when it's laid out for you that something absolutely doesn't make sense and you just basically repeat what you're reading on Google, it doesn't make you look like an intelligent person. That's all I'm saying, You have to be willing, even in science, you have to be always willing to accept the fact that you might be wrong. I mean, isn't that why science doesn't deal in 100% or absolutions? Because, well, if circumstances or conditions change, then all of a sudden we're wrong, right? We know the only constant in this world is change. All things change, and when they do, facts and truth changes when conditions change. Like, for example, if we change atmospheric pressure at sea level, then the temperature water boils at sea level will change with that.
Good day, good day. I mean, we know why I'm here, but good conversation. Anybody download that Sky Tonight app? Sky Tonight, the one I was talking about for like the last month and a half. It's a cool reference for observations. I'm just saying. No need for an almanac, or you just lift your phone up, point at a star. It tells you the name of it, which comments are coming, in quotes, and all of that stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know you can get that from the Farmer's Almanac too, but yeah. We keep track of the stars for harvest and planting.
Yep, that's my profession now. I'm a gardener now.
Really?
Yep, that's what I do. I grow my own food.
Nice. I've done that for a lifetime, but it's nice to hear other people are doing it too.
The whole 9 yards.
It's life. Eating good is living good. Most people don't understand that Burger King and Wendy's isn't eating good.
Unless NASA says so.
Right. Hell, most, in agriculture, I forage. So, in agriculture, the things that we actually grow, like lettuce, for example, the lettuce we grow in agriculture is the least nutritious lettuce that's available on the food chain. So why is it that that's what we grow in agriculture when field lettuce, it has 1,000 times more nutrient and it grows wild in fields? It's easier to grow. You don't have to manipulate it so much.
Let alone the plants banned or labeled weed. Yeah.
Yep. So everything that's good and healthy, they're telling you isn't.
100%.
Just like they try to get you not to take your food out of the forest, they're telling you the rabbits always got diseases, only certain times a year you can't. That's bullshit. It's just lean meat. You don't want to eat lean meat all the time or you'll get a mineral deficiency. You need some fat. Deer isn't tainted meat all year long. You can eat deer in the summer. It's just full of ticks and shit. And yeah, with the ticks will come some disease. If you get a deer that's infested with ticks that have Lyme disease or something, sure, you don't want to get that, but the truth is the meat isn't bad certain time of year and good certain time of year. It's good all year long. It's just variables in the way at certain times. You think the Native Americans went to Walmart during the summer when deer season wasn't open? Or they only eat fish? People need to get back to a more natural way of life, a natural diet, cleaner, purer water. Should be adjusting the pH level of your water and purifying it.
1,000%.
You're a battery. You need to be alkaline, not acidic. And if you get heartburn all the time and you have bowel movement problems,
any type of disease.
That's right. You're probably there's only one disease, and that's mucus. But I won't go Sebian.
1,000%. That's why I said I didn't spread enough apart. I said disease. Yes, 1,000%.
Yeah, I'm with you. You like Sebi too, huh? You get it in a lot of the newer
You
health
know
stuff.
it. Yeah, I got family from Honduras. Yeah.
What's that doctor? There's a doctor out right now that he had to give up his medical practice and lost all his millions. So now he's dropping the bomb on the medical society and all the bullshit they're doing.
Oh, I forget his name. I just saw it too.
Yeah, he's out right now. He's got awesome videos. Man, I can't remember his name. Let me see if I got it in my. I think I got some videos in my direct messages that I can share. Me and a friend are really in on that right now. But I know, I grew up with traditionalists. So my grandmother on the farm, there was always something in your diet that you could eat for sickness. So certain things you ate daily, weekly, from cod liver oil to, apple cider vinegar or any kind of vinegar to purify blood, garlic, anti-parasitics. They were more aware of this. They purified themselves for parasites. They ate certain foods for health, not for taste, for health. We don't do this anymore. We've been disconnected from this knowledge. You no longer know that for a headache, you can just boil some field cabbage and make a pain reliever for a headache right here at home, or a anti-inflammatory from stuff you find growing in the forest. But our ancestors knew that. That's why they were healthier people. They give you that lie that people live longer nowadays. That's bullshit. Life expectancy is 65 years for men and women, somewhere around that. My great-grandmother lived to be 109. The woman smoked cigars, drank beer every morning with 2 slices of fucking bacon, But she ate certain things in her diet because she knew it was good for her.
Yep.
I mean, down to if you want a good marriage, you eat a lot of garlic because then your thing will always work properly. Healthy blood is a healthy heart on, stuff like that. You don't have parents who know that nowadays. Most women teach your kids how to fill out for, file for welfare. How the hell how are they? Yeah, how are they going to teach them to eat a healthy diet when nobody ever taught them that? The sins of the father. This is why they say sins of the fathers. Because it's not your mother's fault, it's your father's fault. He's supposed to be the head of the household. But they can't teach what they weren't taught. And since the Rockefellers started this medical society, dude, they drew everybody away from every healthy diet and brought in the idea of disease instead of diet for health. Most people 90% of the people in America right now are mineral deficient. When they look at your minerals, they'll try to get you to the international average. So they'll get you up to a level that most people have, and even that is still a lower level than what you should be naturally.
You have no idea.
Oh, I do. I mean, I'm just reaching. No, I'm just getting into it.
Oh yeah, I know. You know.
Rich, I know that one person is a small example, but my grandmother lived to be 103 too, so I know how averages work. The average lifespan. And you're saying just because of one, it doesn't average out. That's cool, but I know multiple families in my area. I live in the country. Most people I know, their grandparents live to be over 100. Now that's not true. Their parents are dying at 70. So you could. Mm,
Hey, Crit, how's it going?
Hanging there.
Have you been preaching today?
Don't know what that means, so I'd say probably no.
It's a big bowl.
I've been watching police encounters.
Good
A
content.
lot of videos. Yeah, a lot of videos I've been meaning to check out that, like, you gotta be in the right mood. Because if you watch them, you just get pissed off. You're like, this is what my government does?
Yeah,
And what the government
gone
does
through
to
that phase.
one,
Yeah.
government does to one, it does to all. Like, so infringe on one person's rights, all of us are weakened.
Yeah, I love those videos.
Love? I mean, with
Yeah, it makes me feel like my money is well spent.
So what's going on? You bored? You got your echo chamber? Isn't it fun right now?
Yeah, a bit slow on GG.
Might want to ask Mute.
Where Neo was going up the staircase and seen that black cat twice, and he goes, "Oh, that was a deja vu." But that's not how deja vus work. And I was just like, little things like that. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Cinema Sins on YouTube.
Not sure.
Yo, that will also break you from the Matrix, because it would basically be like it'll be a movie and they'll explain like almost every scene of why it wouldn't go down like that.
Oh, like they break
And I was
down
just like,
movies
wow,
like logically or something?
yeah, like why it wouldn't, like you wouldn't do it like that. And Cinema Sins will open your eyes up too. I like that.
Check it out.
Roll credits.
Yeah, but that's cool, man. Cinema. I'm looking it up right now. Cinema edits. Or what'd you
Cinema
say?
Sins.
Oh, Cinema Sins.
Cinema Sins.
24/7 flat
Yeah, it's
Discord
awesome.
live.
All right.
Just like what happened a few years ago, they couldn't script it with enough symbolism.
I'm gonna subscribe. Everything wrong with the sausage party. Okay, cool. I look forward to this. Everything wrong with Edward Scissorhands.
What's your
Nice.
channel, man? You
Yeah,
gotta
that's how
you need some subscribers, like your comedy or what?
I don't know. I'm rocking with like 300 subscribers. It never really took off, but ever since I had my baby, I just been kind of just concentrating on the baby. I really don't. Yeah, that was like, I guess in the past. I want to be like a comedian.
Cool. Yeah.
That's cool. It's a long road, but if you like what you're doing.
Hey, that'd be interesting. I want to hear your guys' story and how you guys became flat earthers.
Yeah, if they want to tell you, mine's not that interesting, but yeah, if you guys want to share,
let's hear it.
Yeah, if you guys want to share your stories.
I got you on that. Yeah. I was told that there was a specific geometry, but that was after like really looking and past like sort of all the tertiary information that you're taught. And I wanted to know what the geometry was. And then I went looking for that geometry in the real world, and it wasn't there. And then I found out that Einstein came up with this thing called relativity, so that you're not even supposed to see any of these supposed other things that happen. So then it was just, if you want to believe things that are outside the realms of possibility, then that is just up to you. And there is nobody lying to you. There's not conspiracy theories. There isn't this effort by Merriam-Webster to spread this misinformation of what horizontal is. And so I just accepted what I can know, and accepted that some things I'm not there at knowing, and then I have the wisdom to like, okay, step back. If somebody wants to teach me how they can know something, that would be a good lesson to learn as well. Basically, just you find serenity and an evenness, and I found that means true, which is synonymous with level, which is synonymous with flat. And so it's very simple for me.
Good stuff. Anybody else want to share? Sounds like an AA meeting.
I did the Serenity prayer on for that reason, but it's pretty good.
Good stuff.
Would it be easy to say that we were all conspiracists, theorists before this even happened? We're all conspiracists before this even happened.
No, conspiracy theorist is a made-up term by a communist to disparage their political opponent. There is obviously conspiracies that happen in this world. This is one or two, or more than one person, conspiring for means that are maybe disadvantageous to others, but advantageous to them. So there's no theories about it. What you got to point out, what is the conspiracy? Like either it's a conspiracy or it's not. We're not, or you're postulating. So
Is
this is the main
is this
thing. I want to
strictly flat
know
Earth?
who is lying to who. And, you know, if CNN's lying to you, well, I'll probably tell you why. They got viewership, they got an agenda, there's many reasons.
Yeah. What were you asking, Pizza?
I was asking, like, can we like kind of go down other rabbit holes? Is that what can we do that here? Or is it just strictly flat Earth?
I don't know. That's up to Alpha, but I mean,
Yeah. No, I mean,
as long as there's someone not, you know,
we're
talking,
just chilling right now.
asking.
But yeah, you could if someone new pops in, we gotta kind of like address the new person because they might want to come in for the topic.
Right.
But other than that, we're just chilling. You know, talk about other things. Just mind where we're at too, because there are limitations, obviously.
Right.
But we could talk about like Stanley Kubrick's sitcom in the 60s, you know, the moon landing, and how the Masons played the golf on the
Oh yeah, go
moon
ahead.
in one of the episodes. That's one
I
of
like
the
that.
funny ones. Because he was talking about the movies earlier.
Right. Cinema Sense.
And then we had that incident. We had that incident a few years ago that had a lot of scripting and a lot of symbolism.
Oh, I do like the topic. I think is very fitting. I think there's a lot of Globers out there that they can spin a good story and make it sound somewhat believable. So I like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, they don't have to spin it believably. They just sort of sell you on something, and you want to buy it. They hype you up. Good hype men.
I forgot the topic was
Yep.
Globe Storytelling Professionals. Fits perfectly.
Yeah, it's wizardry. That's what Owen Benjamin called it.
Yeah, and they keep kicking the can down the road, like so they never actually have to give you what they're promising. They're like, one day you'll get there. You know, you'll have the hoverboard. You know, and have the going to Mars. You know, in a few more years. And
I'm
we
still a
lost the
big skeptic.
technology.
I just want to bring up. Did you hear this thing with Duffy that they're gonna send some flat earthers to Antarctica to, like, I guess it's called the AU map, and they're gonna see if that
Yeah,
model.
that's the global war map. So they're trying to debunk their own global war map that was developed due to its accuracy of direct flight paths. This is hilarious. I don't know what they
How big of a deal you
they
think
don't
this is?
understand models. They don't understand scale. Like it's crazy.
You're talking about other flat earthers, right?
No, Will Duffy and McToon, they don't people, the globe believers that think they live on the outside of the globe, like they're absurd. Like the model is you take the elevation angles from the azimuthal plane. So the globe model, this toy that you spin on your desk, like a toy, like a model race car, is a flat Earth model. It's very interesting.
So would the brim be Antarctica? Still, with what you're talking about?
How are they going to get there?
Well, there's this preacher named Duffy that's gonna send like flat earthers and a couple.
Yeah, they're going to fly there. They're going to fly flat there.
Yeah.
They're going to fly flat all the way there.
Okay, I understand that, but
and then they're going to
matters what the
measure
sun does.
an
It matters what
elevation
the sun
angle
does
to
around
the
their head.
sun.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but it matters when they get there. If the sun goes around them, then we have to come up with a new model. But if the sun sets like it does in the equator or in the northern hemisphere, then we're proven right.
What new model?
Well, maybe we don't even have a model, but we would have to come up with a pretty good one.
We have the globe. The globe is a flat Earth model.
No, I understand that, but do you understand, like, there's only two scenarios that's going to prove it right or wrong. You understand what they are, right? I mean,
so it's going to prove the globe wrong twice if you reify a model. It's just illogical every which way you slice it.
Not necessarily, but there's time zones, so we know what the sun does. We know what the moon does. And what I mean by that,
elevation angles to the moon and the sun and the celestials. Hence, we have the globe model, which is a celestial model.
And then you spread out Antarctica, and if you're like kind of like towards the South Pole, if the sun goes around you 360, it's probably around. I don't know. That's what I hope. I don't think they're gonna prove it though. I don't think they're gonna prove it.
Is there a video? Is there this evidence already? Because they're not trekking new ground. They're not doing an expedition. They're simply going on a resort trip to an already established camp.
But they say it happens there.
Okay. Well, I mean, they have a camera guy there. They're gonna do all these other flat Earth things on the way there.
Like you guys know Jerryism and what's it? Guess it.
Yeah.
Kind of. I think I've heard.
They're the ones that were nominated to go. Like I don't know if I don't know if you consider them like trustworthy. I don't know. I didn't want to say they are. I don't think they would.
Well, is there a reason not to trust them? Why wouldn't I trust them?
No, I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of
trust them. And trust them about what? What would they lie about?
Exactly, but if they seen the sun go around their head, and I'm not a shell at all. I'm a geocentrist, but I would even have to rethink what I think inside my mind.
It's an affirming the consequence and a formological fallacy.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, y'all don't boot me for this because I was on another flat Earth.
Nah, you're cool, bro.
No, you're good.
Literally.
But
so let me get this straight. You don't have like an idea of what the world would look like without a model, like just using your imagination, I guess.
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that there's flat earthers out there like this, but mine would kind of be like the what is it, the UN map, you know, like the UN map, right? And then the border would be Antarctica because the water needs a container, and then determining what the sun does from there, then I would have to rethink everything, I guess. And I'm sure they're not even going to even get the chance to do it, but.
Yeah, but you don't need a wall. You don't need some ice wall. An ice wall is a globetard military term. It's from their papers. Like these are terms.
Not necessarily.
To say that ring is like a ring around it, you don't have to say that because you only have 2 locations that are even able to go to these continents. You would say would be south of them.
Yeah, Australia and I guess maybe South Africa.
And then when you really consider like the magnetic declination, and you kind of morph all these land shapes, I mean, there's a lot of models. I mean, there's many.
A lot of models?
Yeah, there's so many models. There's so many variables to consider. We don't use like one model in our reality. Like we have a model for like thermodynamics. We have a model for gas pressure. We have a model for
True enough, but that wouldn't change. That wouldn't change by the trajectory of what happens to the sun when they do that experiment or observation. Those things wouldn't change. Like I'm kind of like, honestly, I've been like almost concrete. It's not gonna happen, but if it was to go around their head, I don't know. We would have flat Earth. Like I'm not gonna say it's gonna be debunked, but I would kind of like be more of a spectator. I don't know.
Well, I think your position as a geocentrist, because you're still a globe believer, you just you're at the center, which I mean it would just be more obvious. So you're not losing anything as a geocentrist. But you're it would make this conclusion of there being this map that is around.
Well, if it would go, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. If it would do 360 and Antarctica, then it would prove geocentrism, and I would be almost like, goddamn, then the Big Bang is right. I would almost like have to rethink a lot of things. You don't think so?
I mean, no, for you as a geocentrist, you'd be like, this just makes perfect sense. You're just still a geocentrist, right?
How would I still be a geocentrist if it does a 360?
Well, you'd be a geocentrist, but on a globe. So when you say geocentricity, you're not talking about like on a globe. So you are referring to, because a geocentricity almost doesn't make sense on flat Earth because there's no underneath it.
Yeah. So.
All right, and does a geocentrist think everything goes around them, right?
Yeah. So when you say geocentric, do you know what it means? Repeat that.
I would guess it would be like the map of the United Nations.
Oh,
kind of like that.
No. Geocentric is the idea that the Earth is a globe, but that the globe is the center of the universe.
Oh, that's insane.
That's what it's.
No, I don't think I think
that's
that.
what it sounded like.
That's what you've been calling yourself for a while.
That's what you were calling yourself.
Yeah, I'm a retard. No, I don't think that.
My bad. I was throwing.
So what would be my term then?
Flat earther.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I like that.
I don't know. Do you believe that horizontal?
However, you still think that the Earth is, according to the way you're thinking about it, like the AE map, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a problem. People can say that's the best thing that we have to present anyone, like as if it's for them to look at. The problem is there's no way to verify that that is actually the way the lands look, splayed out like all over. Nobody's ever seen the Earth in that way. So how can anyone say that that's exactly what the Earth looks like? There's a problem. It's called reification, and it's a fallacy. So if you're reifying the thing that you think is reality without any evidence, then that's just your credulity speaking, because you want it to be so. You have your willingness to accept. Your willingness to accept that that's the case. It's the same place that we got into the mess with the Earth being a globe. Your willingness to accept that the Earth is a globe at the very first time you heard it. It's not the fact that it actually is or been shown to. It's just like a concept in your mind. So that's the same thing that happened here with this idea of the AE map. Is getting presented to you like it's a real thing. And so you're taking it in like that's reality. But you haven't, there's nothing that you can or any other flat earther can do to verify that's exactly what the case is, because you have to look at it from a distance and check to see if the land masses are exactly the same. There's a lot of problems, man, with that. So you can't say that map from the UN is exactly what the Earth looks like. It could be conceptually thought of that way, but it's not going to be the thing that people can say, we're going to hang our hat on this thing because that's what the Earth looks like. No one knows that, dude. And if the first person that says, I know that's what the Earth looks like, they're going to have to produce the evidence of how they verified it. You see the problem, Free Pizza? Yeah.
Yeah, I do, but they use that map for to launch missiles.
Yeah, because it's not not the idea that that's what it looks like flattened. I'd say it could be the idea that how you travel, but it's not like the exact way to represent it, because in many flat Earth model attempts, like Mark Sargent has did a flat Earth, with the continents in a very different orientation. Their sizes are different. Antonio Subrats, who's another kind of like prolific flat earther who passed away, he did the same thing. He did a flat Earth map, but it was very different than Mark Sargent's and the AE and all that. So many people can attempt to put the continents in a very different arrangement, but then that means that no one can actually say where they actually are in relation to another one. If you get what I'm saying, like the continents themselves, like how does anybody know what it looks like if from a top-down view, So then, if you get what I'm saying now, then how is it possible that anybody's co-signing to say that that's exactly what the Earth looks like when nobody can do that?
It would be really
it's a problem.
it would be really cool to, like in theory, get like a bunch of planes distance away, like to go into a certain like flight pattern where they are so many miles apart from each other, but they can still take, like, just record all at the same time, almost like if you could imagine, like
Giant ruler.
like no, like a bunch of
Yeah.
like drones on a football field, and if they
Yeah.
had cameras on them, they can
It's
scan the whole football field
It's like a
together.
giant ruler going across the surface of the earth. Like
Yeah,
yeah. So
yeah.
yeah.
In that sense,
Like,
yeah.
Anyway, but
that'd be cool.
Yeah, there's, logistically, it's not something that can be done. So that means that we're right. Even today, people are still not knowing exactly how it all looks. Okay, so that's not what the world map is for. Because if you type in like free pizza, just type into Google, how many maps are there of the world? And you're gonna get your answer. Hundreds of them, all different continent sizes, different orientations, everything. So which one is the one you're gonna hang your hat on? You know what I mean? The AE map,
Well,
the Gleason.
that's. I'm sorry. That's a really good
Yeah.
point, but how the way I would galvanize my talking point would be that the time zones of the daylight, because we know what the sun does. So if you're in Australia, it would be the same as, I guess, like Japan, but they're in two different north and south circumferences, right? Or in different sides of the equator. And then you kind of spread it out in your mind. You use like critical thinking. I'm not saying none of you guys do that. I'm just saying I use my critical thinking, so I know that that's the projector of the sun, and then it's gonna move to the next time zone. And then you just kind of use your imagination, because I'm not gonna say that the flat Earth or the heliocentric model is correct. And then I would kind of just go, all right, now if I was in Antarctica, it's gonna do something contrary to what they tell you.
Yeah, but even still, there's somebody that already had the information that they've been over there. There was a plumber, I think, or what was the guy's name that went on Nathan Oakley show? He was
I forgot his name, but yeah, he was there for 18 months, something like that.
He was 18 months, and he never seen a 24-hour sun. That much you can say. He'd never seen a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, and he said it goes down, and yeah.
Yeah, it goes straight across the sky, east to west.
So, just like how it does every day, like how we experience it. Right?
The only place that it seems to go in a circle is somewhere in the north. If you go somewhere in the north.
Hey, just real quick, we have Ahmad and Joker up here as speakers, and just wanted to welcome them. I've been throwing mics out as people join.
What up?
And then we have M2M as listener. Creation Bear came in the building here. Added them up here as well. What up to Matrix? I see Matrix is in there as well.
Hey guys, I just had a quick question. I'm gonna be quick and then go back to listening. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, pretty good.
Who is staying up for 24 hours? Or are they setting up a camera? Like, which is it? What are they doing?
They said they're gonna take turns.
Yeah, better be somebody.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they said they're gonna take turns. Jared and Whitsit, they said that they're gonna take shifts. They're gonna take shifts. Yeah, because they also have like expensive equipment. I guess they're gonna take that they're gonna have to keep an eye on anyways. I mean, but who's gonna steal it? Like, you're gonna catch a thief very easily, right? Like, but they have to watch the equipment, and then they're gonna take shifts. They said we'll see what happens.
They should rename it to the Final Excrement.
That's what
Jared was saying when he leaves Punta Arenas that when he's flying there, he's gonna know right away by where he's sitting on the plane. I don't know exactly how he's gonna know.
I kind of like the ring of Antarctica immigration, and I think they should just stay there.
Just kind of pitch a tent, huh? What's up to Luke in the building? Kiwi, Buzz, Ralph, P Dubs, Marine. Welcome everybody. If you guys are interested, you want to just raise your hand. We'll bring you up. I do see get vaccinated not going to come up, but thanks for requesting. We're gonna have to shift some people around though.
Yeah, we have the floor open to Globe storytelling professionals. So if you're a Globe storytelling professional, we'll get you kind of in a hurry up here.
Go ahead, Joker. Joker raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a little bit ambivalent about the flat Earth topic. I've heard a lot of the arguments for and against. What I'm kind of wanting to hear is, you guys may have a lot of arguments that prove that the flat Earth is true. What is one topic or one central question that you guys raise that you think kind of proves flat Earth or shuts down the heliocentric ideology?
The lack of curvature is a quick one.
Right?
Direct level flight.
Yeah, so like Matrix is saying, the obvious. Direct measurement of drop over distance on the surface of the Earth. Pretty simple.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. On the surface of a Earth that should be a ball, like the way they think it is, the only way they understand that the surface is curving is if they put a tangential line on top of the point where they're standing, and put that line, a deviation from that line would be how much drop there would be over the distance. And depending on the drop is how much the Earth is curving away from that tangential line. Follow me? Joker?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Right. So if the Earth is curving at a specific rate according to the geometry, the geometric shape of the Earth, being that it is an oblate spheroid, would be curving away at a drop rate that would be consistent with the radius value of the Earth. Yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty much, man. That's what we're looking for. Drop over distance.
Pretty easy. Just real quick, anybody want to rotate for the speakers? Because I got some requests, but we don't have no room. Anybody want to drop down?
I'm happy to drop there, man, if you want to put me down.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can drop me down too if you want.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Okay, yeah, well, just make some room for more people, and then if they drop down or they leave, then you guys could come back up. I'm gonna add. We got P Dubs. Anybody else? Just raise your hand. I'll bring you up. Except get vaccinated.
Go ahead, Joker. He has his hand up again, or is it just my screen?
Well, so yeah. So another question that I had. Do you guys know who Zerka is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool as fuck. He's based.
Do you guys agree with his take on the geocentric versus heliocentric?
I'm not sure what his take is, but 24/7 is a group of individuals who. There's a lot of randoms that are going to be in this chat room right now with us. They don't speak for us, so hopefully, I don't know what this guy's arguments are, like per se. But if they're anything in line with what we say, then I'd say okay. But if they're deviate from it some way because he thinks, I don't know, some crazy conspiracy theorist ideas, then yeah, would disagree. So I don't know what what his take is.
So would you mind answering me this, which would be when you go into a high IQ, it's someone that really knows the geocentric and the heliocentric type arguments. What do you think is the best argument that the spherical, what is it, that the geocentric argument is, to where most flat earthers are not able to debate? But maybe it's not a really good point, but there's always some type of good debate tactic that they have. What do you think is that best point
Tactic?
that they have? And
They don't.
well, maybe not
I'll tell.
tactic, but like
Well,
a
no, I think you're
certain.
right. I think you're right, Joker, and that's why I'm gonna give it to you, man. They don't have, their arguments are weak in the form of the argument. It's weak. What makes it strong is how the interlocutor is addressing the room, because it's all about optics, right? In an argument, it's how the person interacts with the other one. So the interlocutors are going to be debating with each other, right? So then, if the person knows that it's a no-win scenario, right? There's nothing of evidence they can produce. What they're going to do is make it seem like the opponent is unable to be able to postulate their the premise. So they'll make it sound like the person is inadequate, Well, that person is too stupid to say they don't know anything. What's your education level? Or they'll demean them, and they won't address the topic. So there's sophistry, right? That they'll start using from the moment they know that they're in a no-win scenario. So they avoid direct questions because they can't answer them. So they use their tactics, like you were mentioning. I know you might have not meant to say that, but that's exactly what they do, and that's the only thing that they have an upper hand for the flat earther who's trying to ask honest questions. Now, in here, we don't. Of course, it's a whole different ball game. But out there, you just in the the interwebs, that's what you're going to find. You're going to find the flat earthers trying to ask them questions, and then they reverse the burden of proof onto them, and it makes it sound like the flat earther is being grilled instead of the glober. And that's what happens. It's all tactics. They don't have, like I said, their arguments are weak and feeble because there's no substance. So whenever they are in here, you'll find out like the reason why they have to do that, because they don't have an answer. And so it's a tactic. That's the only way they get the upper hand. If they're in a conversation with someone who's very inexperienced in having conversations. So that's.
Have you seen the video that's been going around Instagram? It's pretty viral, and it's been going around TikTok for a couple of years. It's where, obviously you guys can probably just say, well, no, that's completely fake. It's not real. But they purport the test to be, it's done by flat earthers, and the flat earthers are setting up. It's like a 5x10 5x10 foot portrait with like a hole cut in it, and if
I think he's talking about the one on Netflix with journalism.
I mean,
if there's no, if they cut out the same size hole on the same scale at the same exact spot within the portrait that they cut, and they spread it out within 8 miles, they should be able to shine a light through the hole that they cut out and be able to see it.
Yeah, but let's put that into perspective though, because I think the big picture is getting missed. And
yeah,
even,
go
ahead. When that test was being done, it's not an experiment, first of all, because that word is bastardized in this forum.
Observation.
Yeah, it's just a test. They were testing some things out. Now, whenever they done that, and let's say, for example, if the person who thinks the Earth is a globe, if the argument stands that he's proving that the Earth is curved, how big do you think the Earth is with the curvature that would be that small? Like, think about it. The boards, how far away were they apart? Not very far, right? Now, you have to think about it. If that was the case, and the middle one was higher than the two ones on the either side, then how big do you think the Earth is with the curvature that small? Now think about it. The whole Earth would have to be curving if the middle part would be the hump. You get what I'm saying? So how far was the first one and the last one? Because the middle one would have been the hump. You get what I'm saying? Or no?
Not at all. I like.
Okay, so think about it. There's three planks with a hole in the middle of it, right? 3 planks.
Okay.
You with me so far? 3.
Yes.
All right. How far were all 3 of those spaced out? What was the distance between each?
I don't know the exact distance,
Well,
but you can give an X amount of distance. If
yeah,
you want,
let's just say let's be conservative, right?
Perspective. Yeah.
Let's be conservative. Like, let's not get
Okay.
too crazy with it, because I don't think shining a flashlight through something that they couldn't see the last board. You know what I'm saying? It has to be within a close proximity.
Yeah.
Let's say. Let's just be reasonable here. So within that close proximity to those boards to each other, and then he tries to shine a light, and then of course they would argue, the Glober, that the middle one would be higher than the 2 ones on either end. So if that was true and the Earth was curving, how big does that make the Earth? Because now you're going to put in perspective the size of the Earth, if that truly is Earth curve.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying.
Get it?
So you're saying that with that experiment that they used, it could possibly be a way to explain if it could be an experiment that says, okay, well, we just debunked flat Earth because you shine a light through this and you're not able to see it
all the way
through this. But then what you're saying is that, okay, well, let's take that calculation. Let's say that I have my board here and you have your board here, and we'll take that distance, and if you're not able to shine a light through that and see it, that would technically be the curvature. And you're saying, okay, let's take that equation of, okay, so we know that there is curvature, so with that equation, how big would the Earth be, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because think about it. There's a hump in between the 2 boards on either end. Okay. So if the hump exists, then it could be measured.
Okay, I think. Well, so I do follow that. I think my question is, why would they, if it is a flat Earth, why are they not able to see the light through that?
I think we're whistling past the graveyard here. So I think what's
I understand your point, though.
But how much do you want? Like, because this point doesn't really land, and I think it needs to, because of the fact that most people are looking at the Behind the Curve mockumentary, and they're gonna be like, well, there it is. Bob's your uncle. He just proved that the Earth is not flat. But the problem is, if he proved that the Earth is a globe, well, then how big is the Earth? We haven't even talked about that. Because if he didn't prove that the Earth is a globe, then what is it then? There's another option. It's not flat. It's not a globe. Then what is it? Something else is happening, right? What is it?
What do you think that is? Because I don't know. Because we're only giving 2 options. It's either flat Earth
I mean, yeah, the idea. Okay, so the idea is it's not flat, and it's curving. Okay, by how much? And they
you think it is curving, but it just depends on how
what
much.
I'm saying is they're telling you it's curving. So basically, they're saying a lot, right? Without saying enough. So they're telling you that it's curving, but they're not telling you the details of how much, like the distance between each board and what was the total curvature that was taken into account. Because what they're in essence, what they're doing is measuring the curve. Because between those 3 planks, as far apart as they were, you'd have to take into account what's the distance between each plank, and then how much curve between all 3 of them would be pronounced, right? What's the curve? And then we're going to get into some real juicy stuff, like how much curvature has been pronounced, so we could know what the curvature of the Earth is. But they did not. Here's the old 23 skidoo, is that they didn't tell you any of that. But you believing that the Earth is a globe are just going to readily accept it without any evidence.
So basically what you're getting down to is you don't even think that the whole experiment that they did is it's in
It's a
bad faith.
farce.
It's not
Yeah,
it's
it's a
not even
farce.
real.
It's a farce. So whatever was
I mean,
done, whatever was done, and however they were saying that they came up with this and that, I don't think that there's any numbers to any of that. I think what's happening here is that they're trying to inflate some type of narrative, and I don't know like what angle they're going for. But if it was genuinely about the Earth being a globe, there would definitely be some numbers there to back it up, and then for you to say like, you know what, that's interesting. So if they got 3 planks and they spaced them out, and all 3 planks were at a specific distance, I'm going to put some math to this. I'm going to know how much curvature there would be. So when I do my observation, my test, I'll be able to replicate this and then find out for myself the curvature of the Earth is definitely there. It is absolutely 100% unequivocally there.
There's a difference between, I mean, you can either totally reject the experiment, or if the experiment says, okay, so we're not able to see the flashlight through each plank that we put up. All right, so the Earth isn't flat, but now let's go ahead and find the curvature.
Yeah,
right?
how much curvature is there? So the thing is, if
the problem
if
is
they're-
that we're getting into the realm of like, okay, well, the Earth isn't flat. We're getting into the realm of, okay, so how much curvature is there? Like, that's the only thing that we're trying to find out.
No. What I'm trying to find out is that if it wasn't flat, like the way they were portraying it, that it would definitely be measurable curvature of some kind. So,
well, I mean, I guess they just didn't care to do that.
No,
though,
wait a minute.
right?
What do you? The whole thing about what's happening here is that people that think the Earth's a globe are using this as some springboards for their belief, and it's not. It should be. I would say this should show off some like red flags whenever you think about it, because if you're wholeheartedly accepting, oh, God, they proved that it wasn't flat, so we're good. No, we're not. That's the beginning. Now you're gonna have to find out what a math they use to determine the distance between each plank, and then figure out how much curvature there would be between the first and the last plank. And if you're not doing that, you're basically bypassing an opportunity to then figure out how much curvature they did find out is there between all 3 of those planks.
I actually totally agree with that. I think they
Right.
should have I think they should have extended the experiment that they did, and within those calculations, within each plank, they can find out the curvature of the Earth. But this is what I would like to say.
Sure.
Is there any experiment that flat earthers have done within modern age, right, within the last 10 to 15 years, that is like basically the exact same experiment where they have, at the same sea level, planks, cut out holes, flashlight. They've done that experiment where you can shine a flashlight through
We have
that.
commercial air flight.
Yeah, we do things on the daily, but I would say the best thing that has been done already to solidify the point is understanding how we know elevation profiles on land. So how they get mean sea level, a vertical point from the rise and fall of tides off into any distance onto land. See, the horizontal plane that extends out into every portion of the Earth that we exist on is known to be garnered from the rise and fall of tides, and the mean of those tides is how we draw a horizontal plane from that point off into the distance. So any place that we land on, go to on land, there would be a specific profile that it could be arbitrary, just anything, 150 feet above sea level or whatever, right? Anything that you put that number to would be above that vertical point that you got from the rise and fall of tides at the vertical point from where you got that, right? That mean sea level. And so you draw a horizontal plane from there and to the other place where you're standing at on land to know how much above mean sea level you are. So we do this daily to verify that the Earth is not curving anywhere, because check this out. If it was curving in a specific direction, right, away from you, then that drop over distance would be able to be measured, and you couldn't go from a vertical point like mean sea level off into the distance, because that would be a tangential line that you'd have to go from that point that you're standing from mean sea level off into the distance. A tangential line would be a way to understand how much the Earth is dropping away. So it would be a drop over the distance. Now, we don't have a drop over the distance. That does not exist, because what we get from mean sea level is a horizontal plane off into the distance to get how much we are above mean sea level on land. But check this out. If it was a tangential line, that tangential line would be a straight forward approach to say that I know the Earth is dropping away from this tangential line because it's curving at a specific rate. So you can't have your cake and eat it, right? So it's only going to be either mean sea level off into the distance with a horizontal plane, and anything is going to be either above or below that horizontal plane, or you have a tangential line from mean sea level that's dropping away and having a curved surface pronounced because you know how much the Earth is curving to make it a globe, right? So a drop over the distance. So you got one of two things. You're going to either have to settle on that mean sea level is garnered from the rise and fall of tides, and from that point off into the distance is a horizontal plane, or you're going to say I have a tangential line from that vertical point on mean sea level, and it's actually dropping away from at the distance, so it'll drop over the distance. So you're going to have to choose one or the other. You can't have both. So that's how come we know that it's been done every single day. So go ahead, K-Pop.
Hey, Alpha, I just want to jump in real quick. I wanted to do a whole, I don't know, like if he didn't watch the rebuttal or, about everything about that mockumentary that happened. But before I do that, Free Pizza has had his hand up the longest, and then we have a new speaker.
Yeah, that guy left, I think. I think he left.
He's still on my screen, so I don't know. It's probably like a glitch or something.
Over here.
Who
Go ahead.
Free Pizza did?
No, I think Free Pizza. Were you? You're not the one I was speaking to.
Oh no. Oh, the other guy left. Okay.
No,
Yeah, the other guy
no,
left.
but I just want to just let you know when Jared was telling us about that documentary he made for that video, they made him sign like a DMA
NDA.
or like made him sign like something that NDA, yeah, that he wasn't able to like kind of watch the video before they published it, so they made him look like a complete weirdo. But I heard all he did was that he just lifted the light slightly up above his head, and then it went through the boards. But I don't think they edited that in the video, and that's why at the end of the video, I think he says, "Oh, geez," like he makes it almost seem like, "Oh, you proved me right." But he was actually like insinuating that he couldn't explain it either way. So like they were kind of.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. That he couldn't explain it. But the problem is, like, if it was showing curve, that all the information would be supporting it for the data. Anyway, I just want to let the speaker that has, I don't know what your name is. You have a moon.
Speaker with no name.
You have a moon for. Go ahead, man.
It's Keon. But yeah, thanks for the mic. Yeah, I want to ask, what do you guys think are the implications of the flat Earth? Like, let's say you guys are right; it's flat. What does that mean for the world?
Well, that changes.
Yeah, his emblem is a black Earth.
Sorry.
He has a black Earth. That's
oh,
his name.
okay. Yeah, that changes your perspective on how you consider the cosmos, because everything you think of right now is based on the heliocentric notion. So you think that you're a planet that's going around the sun, along with other planets that are going around the sun. So if that wasn't the case, then your existence on this earth would be something very different. You would approach life differently because you would think differently. Your epistemology for the world, your worldview would be changed. But that only happens if you can contemplate the implications, not if you just say like, well, nothing would happen. I still put on one leg at a time and go to work. Like, yeah, of course, that the necessary things still occur, but you would at the very least, change your epistemology and the way you perceive the world around you. It wouldn't be the same. So truth does change your life, sir.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to a certain point, because, if the earth is flat, like, do you really think we'll know? Like, we get to know?
Yes. Yes, you can know right now. Now, it sounds absurd, but it's true. A lot of times they tell you that you can't know something. That's because you're set up for failure, sir. The system right now has set you up to fail. That means that they give you philosophy in a way how to perceive the world around you that you cannot have discernment about the world around you. So they say the earth is curving, you just don't see it. But the earth is spinning, but you just don't feel it. So there's a lot of things in contradiction to how your perception is known, right? So they say, well, you can't trust your senses, sir. That's not how this works. Oh, and by the way, science doesn't work in absolutes. So they tell you a bunch of things that make your world, the way you perceive it, upside down and backwards. So you're not able to have an understanding of the physical and natural world because they give you a broken system. And you try to use your perception through that broken system and reason with yourself. Well, maybe I don't really know what's going on. And the scientists know what's going on. So I'm just a little peon, in this world. And I have to look up to them. And that's not, bro, listen, your mind is your own. Okay. First and foremost. And you're very capable. If you're in this chat listening to me right now, or at least talking to me, you're capable enough to have discernment for yourself. Now, there's things that are true and there's things that are not true. And you can know the difference, right? So, for example, they're telling you that the earth is a globe. Now, what evidence have they produced that you can verify that that is true? I'm gonna give that to you so you can think about it. Is there any response to that, sir?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, first of all, like if you think about history, for example, there have been people that, let's say, measured the Earth being a globe, right, throughout history. Other than that, today you have literally millions of scientists who believe it's a globe.
Right, so I'm sorry, sir, but the only reason I'm going to stop you there. Okay, that information that you're telling me is superficial, on the surface, and it doesn't have any substance. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what you just said to me was something that you can't tell me who is the people that know this information. So can you tell me the information that would bring us to that understanding from the people who investigated according to you? You said there's a lot of people that figured this out. I want to know who figured it out. Because I've been asking people, they've never told me who it is.
Yeah, so I think it started with the Greeks, some of the Greek mathematicians. And then
which one?
I think the first one was Eratosthenes, something like that.
Okay. So what did he do? What did he do? Okay, what was the method that he discovered that the Earth is an actual globe?
It did an experiment, between two cities, I believe, using sticks. And then I think he measured
the narrative is incorrect. It was one well, and it was either a stick or an obelisk. But either way, from Alexandria and Syene, there was 500 stadia in between there. So the important thing is that what he was demonstrating there was measuring shadow angles. So the well was actually shown to 90 degrees. The sun was shining into the well all the way to the bottom. So knowing that he could see all the way to the bottom of the well was showing that the sun was right above that location. Now, in another place, geographically 500 stadia away, according to the way they were saying, the shadow length was diverging at 12 o'clock noon, I think it was. So if that is the case, that the shadow was diverging and the other one was the well being seen all the way to the bottom, they were saying this can only happen on a surface that's curved. Problem is that this can happen on a surface that's flat. Now, I'm going to give you a demonstration to think about, sir. Now, do you have a light in your room right now, sir? I don't know your name, so I can't call you by your name. Okay, so do this for me. Put two objects, one underneath the light, one far away from the light. Put it on your flat floor, because I want to demonstrate to you what he done was not an evidence that the earth is curving. Now, where the instance that you're going to see is one of the objects that's underneath the light is not going to have a divergent shadow because it's right underneath that light. The one that's farther away, however, will have a divergent shadow. And you could measure that divergent shadow by how much is diverging. And it could probably give you an approximation as to how far away from the proximity to the light because of the fact that you're measuring that angle. Now, you understand something very simple. What Eratosthenes did was exactly the same thing that I'm showing you right now. He had two things. One, not showing a divergent shadow. The other, yes, showing a divergent shadow. But on this case, you're seeing it happen on your flat floor, which means that he was thinking of the Earth's surface as curved. So he didn't perform something to show a demonstration of the curved surface. He was assuming it was curved, just like you would be doing if you say, well, my floor is curving. Yeah, but you're doing it on a flat surface, so you can't assume because you can see the floor. You know it's flat. So if that's the case, now you've provided evidence to yourself that Eratosthenes did not, he only assumed, and he did not show a demonstration of the curved surface. He's assuming it was curved, even by measuring the shadow lengths. Because you can do the measuring of shadow lengths right now in your room right now on a flat floor. So what I'm showing you is this is a demonstration of the surface not having a conclusion if it's either flat or curved, because it can happen on both surfaces. You can have a curved surface, you can have a flat surface, but it doesn't give you a demonstration of which one it is, because on both it works. So he would have to have a conclusive option to where it doesn't allow for the other one to be. But because I just showed you it can happen on a flat surface, I've just debunked his conclusion. It's now inconclusive, meaning that it could either be one or the other. Do you see where I'm going with this, sir?
Yeah, so you're saying the experiment can be done both on a flat plane or on a globe, right?
Because all it took was his assumption. That's all he had, an assumption prior to even doing it. He knew that the surface was a sphere in his head, but he just didn't know, he couldn't do any math until he found out distance. So he started to, kind of make this mathematical construct of how he's going to make it look like it's the radius of a circle. So if you look into the story, he didn't verify the one thing that I keep asking everybody in here to do that thinks that the Earth is a globe, which is drop over the distance. That's the tangential line that should exist, and the curve dropping away from that tangential line to give you how much drop there would be over a distance.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a video about the experiment. Somebody actually did it in our time, right? They actually went to Egypt.
But now think about it. Are they assuming the surface is curving because locally there's no way to tell that the surface is curving? So he got a local place, right, wherever he was, and the floor itself, how did he know that it was on a curved Earth? Because the floor itself could have been a flat floor that he was doing it on. Because I showed you could do it on your flat floor. Did it not show you the same?
Yeah, he actually said yes. He said that is possible. Like it could
exactly.
be that but he's also said that like the sun would have to be like closer.
Yeah, but think about this. There's no
on a flat plane.
Yeah, there's no linear distance to the sun that can be known. Now, there's an idea that the guy who thinks that the Earth is a globe can tell you linear distance, but they don't know. And I could have a conversation with them to prove to you that they don't know. If you want me to, I can. There's some people in here that think the Earth is a globe. I'll let them speak, and then I'll talk to them about it, and I'll prove it to you.
Yeah, but he literally said that it has to be like very close to us.
Yeah, I know.
In order for it to work.
But the problem we're dealing with here is that you can't say one or the other. That's going to be the end result, that you couldn't say it's one or the other. It could be far away, it could be close, but in either case, you don't know the linear distance to the sun, so there's no way for you to say, that you know the distance. You get me? So you can't know the distance of the sun, so it could be close, it could be far away, and it could work on either idea, but there's no way of knowing for sure. Like the other guy said, it's inconclusive. So we're looking for a way to conclusively find if the Earth does curve. You get me?
Well, was he measuring elevation angles to the sun to know what time it was? And like if the sun was 90 degrees above him?
There's a lot that they said there, but there's not enough meat on the bone to actually make it conclusive. So it doesn't matter at this point. It's what it is just it opens up your mind to thinking, and you have to find a way that you can define the surface to have that drop over distance. And I don't know what is your name anyway, Mr. Black Moon or
Yeah,
whatever.
Keon.
Keon. All right, Keon. Yeah. So yeah, there's only one thing to do, and that's measure that drop over the distance to find out how much the Earth is dropping away from a tangential line. Yeah. And you could find out.
So man, listen, I got to tell you what's wrong with your theory here, okay? If you take a flat, there's something right under a light, and you put the light there, and of course you move it back, it's going to make a shadow, and the other one's going to find out. That's fine. But the problem with your theory is this: is that the Earth rotates, it spins, it doesn't stay straight. That's why we have nothing there. There's no assumption. No, that's
how
what.
Did you figure that out? What do you when you go outside? Yeah,
well, one thing is because.
Hold on. Just
let me just prove it to you.
Wait,
go
ahead, real quick. Look, first of all, P-Dubs had his hand up for a while. Free pizza as well. Just be respectful, Coach. He kind of just jumped in. Like we were just waiting. I was waiting for people.
There's a system, Coach. All right,
go
ahead, P-Dubs.
We'll hit you, Coach, for sure. We'll talk about it, but let's start with P-Dubs first, and then we'll go to Free Pizza, then we'll go to Coach. And anyone else want to raise their hand to come up as well, shoot a request, and I'll bring you up. But
just get Ralph up here, man.
I apologize.
P-Dubs. It's all right. But P-Dubs is next. Go ahead, P-Dubs.
Yeah, when I came into the room, you guys were talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and how no one's observed it. Let's just take that lie as truth for a minute and say that no one's observed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is a blatant lie. There's literally videos of it on the web. But let's just assume that's not true. When we go from, let's say, LA on the summer solstice, and we look how long the day is, it's about 14 hours and 25 minutes. Now, LA is at about the 34 parallel north. If we go further north up to Harrogate, Canada, it's at about 54 degrees north. The length of the day is 17 hours and 8 minutes on the summer solstice. In between there, I kind of skipped New York there. New York at roughly 41 degrees north is 15.05 hours, or 15 hours, 5 minutes. So there's a steady progression as you go further north that the days get longer. And from the conversation earlier, I don't think I'd have any pushback against the fact that there's a 24-hour sun in the north. It's very well observed. You don't even have to go all the way to the North Pole to observe it. You can observe it in the northernmost city on the planet, and see a 24-hour sun there on the summer solstice, and it's only at like 71 degrees north, something like 72 degrees north. Interestingly, in the southern hemisphere, south of the equator, when you're 33 degrees south of the equator, say Cape Town, length of the day during the summer solstice, 14 hours and 25 minutes. Ushuaia, at Wellington at 41 degrees south, roughly matching New York's 41 degrees north. Length of the day, 15 hours and change, 15 hours and 7 minutes or something like that. And then when you go further south to Ushuaia at 54 degrees, matching Harrogate's 54 degrees north, you get 17 hours and 20 minutes for the length of the day instead of 17:08. So these, and they're not exactly the same distance from the equator. There's a clear trend that as you move away from the equator, during that hemisphere, sorry, I don't have a better word for it. During that hemisphere's summer, the days get longer and longer. And as we observe in the northern hemisphere, it results in a 24-hour day once you get to 70 degrees or further north around the solstice. There's no reason to think this very clear trend wouldn't continue in the south. Between the actual video evidence of a 24-hour sun, which is contestable, sure, and the not contestable length of days for the summer solstice in these cities, because there's thousands of people that live in these cities. I think somebody would report an inconsistency in the length of day. I think that they're a trustworthy source. The thousands of people that live in Ushuaia or Longbarrian or wherever you want to go to, it's a pretty clear trend that you're going to get a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere as well. So I'll just leave that there. I just think that's a decent, interesting piece of information. And then in regards to showing a curve or showing how an observation of the sky can show curve, as Keon brought up, all that's really needed, and this is a Euclidean, non-Euclidean kind of geometry thing here, is a third stick. So on a flat plane with a sun at a specific height, or a specific time of day, you could put out 3 sticks or use a well and 3. It doesn't really matter. You can use 3 sticks or a well and 2 sticks, however. The main thing is measuring the angle of that, or the length of that shadow. You would see a difference. This is just pure geometry, not flat earths or rounders right now, just pure geometry. 3 sticks on the surface of a plane with a light casting a shadow will result in a differing lengths of shadows than on a plane with 3 shadows, or 3 sticks and 3 shadows. There will be a difference in the length of those 2 systems, keeping everything else the same, the distance to the sun or whatever, or the angles of the sun or whatever. You will have a different result on a flat plane versus a spherical plane. Now, do I know anyone that's done that particular example of an experiment? No, I don't know. But it would be an interesting one. And since I'm not the one contesting the commonly accepted model, the commonly accepted model could be completely wrong, right? The idea that the Earth is spherical is the commonly accepted model. Could be completely wrong. However, it is not that model's. It is not on that model to provide the burden of proof. In logic, in a debate like this, the person who is challenging the commonly accepted truth, even if it's wrong, bears the burden of proof. So the person who says that the Earth is flat is challenging the commonly accepted mantra, saying, understanding, belief, false belief, whatever it may be. They still bear the responsibility of putting those 3 sticks in the field and making the observation to show that the Earth is actually flat. There should be a linear relationship between the length of the shadows on a flat plane and the sun. It's a basic geometry. I put up in the nest a way that can be tested. This is a very straightforward observation. When you look north, you can count the number of degrees above the horizon that Polaris is. That's not contestable. That is a reality. I don't care how you achieve it. It is a known thing that you can look at the horizon and calculate the number of, or count the number of degrees above the horizon that Polaris is. For every 69 degrees north you move, that Polaris moves up 1 degree in the sky. And if you look at the graphic I posted in the nest, that's exactly what we would expect to see from the surface of a sphere. However, it is not at all what we would expect to see from a flat plane. If Polaris is a fixed point in the sky at any given night, and we're not talking over thousands of years or anything, we're talking on any given night for a set of observers at the same time, they will not be able to line up their viewing of Polaris. They won't be able to, if they drew their sight lines to Polaris along that flat plane, as shown in this graphic up above, it won't work for Polaris. It simply won't. But it will work great from the surface of a sphere. In fact, it works perfectly. And then I will put one more thing of someone who has actually done this test, or done a similar test, with a bunch of different participants all over the world. And what they did is they set up sticks in their local area, in their yard or whatever, and took photos and measurements of the lengths of the shadows. And a very industrious globe earther, he invited flat earthers to participate. Amazingly, none did, but 23 globers did. So I guess they could all be lying. Wouldn't that be something? Again, not really his responsibility as he's a glober. He's just literally defending the globe, not challenging it. And it should be the burden of proof of the person challenging it, but he's not. He's defending it. And so he had all of these people write down the angles of the shadow and the length of the shadow and plotted those both onto a flat plane and onto a spherical Earth. And on a spherical Earth, all of those shadows resulted in a sun that was very distant and essentially sending out parallel rays for all intents and purposes. And on the flat Earth, it was a complete jumbled mess that made no sense whatsoever. So there's a real, a real observation, if you're afraid to call it an experiment, a real observational science that could be repeated by flat earthers.
https://discord.gg/flatearth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
AI enters the VC.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.